Most gracious sovereign, we, your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to your Majesty for the gracious speech which was addressed to both Houses of Parliament. It's a great honour for me and for my constituents in Beverley and Holderness to propose the humble address, and all the more so in this Platinum Jubilee. To say that this packed chamber is intimidating and creates a certain amount of nerves, I think we can all take as read. We wish Her Majesty the best of health and thank her for her 7 decades of service to this nation. Her Majesty has demonstrated a selflessness which puts the rest of us, perhaps not least in here, to shame. The legislative agenda we are debating today must be seen within the most alarming of international contexts. Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable attack on Ukraine has united the whole of this House in condemnation. We stand together with our friends in Ukraine, and I congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, for his party's wholehearted backing of the measures to support the Ukrainians. We are providing, Mr. Speaker, rocket launchers, complete with rockets, so different from the Trident submarines that the Honourable Gentleman's party previously proposed, which were to have been built, but you will remember, never armed. Now, no one in politics, Mr. Speaker, minds being senior, but equally no one wishes to be seen as past it. Yet today I fulfil the role of the old duffer
very well.
whose best days are behind him. While my honourable friend, the member for Brecon and Radnorshire, plays the part of the up-and-coming talent. The Chief Whip certainly made the right decision with the latter choice, as we shall soon hear. But given my part today, Mr. Speaker, I thought I'd dispense some advice, both to those seeking to enter Parliament and young thrusters who are already here, many of whom elected as long as 2 years ago. And you know who you are. Can't believe that you're still not in the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, some of us are here for a long time, some for a short time, and some, according to our media friends, for a good time. So, for the candidates, my advice is keep going and realise how much simply comes down to luck. When I applied to Beverley and Holderness Conservative Association, the senior officers had already decided who they were going to have as their candidate. None other than their then member of the European Parliament, who wouldn't be able to continue in that role, the now Right Honourable member for Scarborough and Whitley. After I won that selection, by 2 votes, 2 elderly lady members congratulated me. They told me they had voted for me. And the first one said, "You spoke very well, Mr. Stewart." "Thank you," I said. And the other one came in, "Yes, but Robert Goodwill, he was brilliant." To which the other replied, "But he's got a job already." Robert, of course, won selection in Scarborough. He then went on to overturn Laurie Quinn's a 3,500 majority, and was, I think, along with my honourable friend, the member for Shipley, the only Conservative candidate in the whole of the north of England to take a seat from the Labour Party at that election. Yeah. The Leader of the Opposition must wish it was so today. Instead, the only thing opening up for him in the north is a police investigation. Now, some months after the election, I met a member of my association's executive committee, and he actually congratulated me and said that he was glad that I had been selected as the candidate after all. I thought at last my hard work was being recognised, and he added, because he said, because you'd have never won Scarborough. My constituency of Beverley and Holderness comprises 4 towns: Beverley, Hornsey, Withensea and Heddon, and many other hamlets and villages which are dotted across East Yorkshire. It's a beautiful part of the world and has history as well as charm. Beverley has contributed more than most places to the improvement of our democratic system over the years. Admittedly, Mr. Speaker, chiefly by running elections in such a corrupt manner that the law had to be changed afterwards. After the unseating of the victorious candidate in 1727 by petition, his agents were imprisoned and Parliament passed a whole new bribery act. But, Mr. Speaker, Beverley's notorious freemen were not to be put off so easily. Beverley continued to be a byword for electoral malpractice. The novelist Anthony Trollope stood in the Liberal interest unsuccessfully in 1868, and such was the level of wrongdoing that a royal commission was established especially, and a new law passed, disenfranchising the town and barring it from ever returning a Member of Parliament.
Happy days.
Obviously the law did change. Free beer and cash inducements were the electoral controversies then, rather than, say, beer and curry today. Never, Mr. Speaker, never in the history of human conflict has so much karma come from a corner. I said I would provide some advice for our up-and-coming parliamentarians. When I arrived here, I was just about wise enough to back the winner of the leadership contest that summer, David Cameron. What I wasn't wise enough to do, Mr. Speaker, was stop telling him every way in which I thought he was going wrong. And I do mean every way. Which, funnily enough, resulted in an 11-year wait to be asked to go onto the front bench, which only came when he'd stepped down. Now, it may be that my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, saw merit where her predecessor did not. But more likely it was just that she'd seen a lot less of me. So, lesson 1 for the up-and-coming: don't make an enemy of your party leader. But there is, of course, more to this place than the front bench. In my first term, community hospitals were being closed in swathes right across the country. And all 3 in my constituency were lined up for the chop. Now, having led marches and demonstrations in all the towns across my constituency, it became obvious that the problem would not be solved locally. So I set up a campaign group, Chant, Community Hospitals Acting Nationally Together. And along with my deputy chairman, the then member for Henley, we recruited colleagues from right across this house. We waged guerrilla warfare on Labour's health department, breaking the record for the number of petitions presented in one day in this house. We held a rally outside this place with hundreds of people and banners and placards galore. David Cameron spoke, Labour MPs spoke. My deputy, I remember, gave a rousing speech, and so carried away with the righteousness of our cause, called on everyone to join us on a march to Parliament Square. So it was, Mr. Speaker, that our now Prime Minister found himself being intercepted by a police inspector who told him no permission existed for such a march and that we must go back. So I think there are two lessons here. Never stop campaigning for what you believe in, and having marched your troops to the top of the hill, never be afraid to march them down again if circumstances necessitate. Now, when the call did come, I was lucky enough to go into the Whip's office, the only communal playpen in Westminster, aside from the creche. Being there made me realise how little I knew after 11 years here, because as a Whip, you learn a lot. So that's another lesson. Join the Whip's office if you are asked. Now, given my position, I'd like to tell you that being in government isn't all it's cracked up to be. But actually it is. I served both my right honourable friend, the member for North Somerset, and my right honourable friend, the member for South West Norfolk, as Secretaries of State for the Department for International Trade. Both were exceptional. They were tireless and demanding, but delivered outcomes from a new department which no one thought was possible. So, young thrusters, enjoy any department you're in and value it for itself, not just as a stepping stone to something else. After all, as I discovered last September, you never know when you'll prematurely be on the backbenches again. Today's Queen's speech unveils a substantial legislative programme under 4 main headings: boosting economic growth and helping with the cost of living, making our streets safer, funding the NHS and tackling the backlog, and providing leadership in troubled times. To pick out one item, if I may, Mr. Speaker, the energy bill is of particular importance to my constituents. It'll make possible the development of hydrogen and carbon capture and storage, for which I expect the Humber not only to be a national leader, but actually a global leader in their development. Taking us to net zero, but also giving us energy security and huge export potential. So the Conservative Party, under the leadership of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has work to do. We were elected to deliver our manifesto and level up the United Kingdom, and that is what we will do. Despite the human weakness which is all too present in this place, I believe nearly everyone here is in politics for the right reasons, and that elected public service continues to be a noble calling. So I hope that potential candidates from all sides will continue to come forward, that young thrusters will show ambition for their country as well as for themselves, and that as we fire legislative bullets at the challenges that face us, we will take aim in this Platinum Jubilee year and, like our Ukrainian friends, say with total conviction, God save the Queen. I commend the gracious speech to this House.
Can I call Faye Jones to second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a real honour to be asked to second the gracious speech this afternoon, and an even greater one to follow my honourable friend, the member for Beverley and Holderness. His was a pitch-perfect speech, an exemplar of how to do it, and one which I feel undermined his status as a self-confessed old duffer. Now, members with more experience than I have seen many state openings, but this year's is undoubtedly special. Even despite Her Majesty's absence this morning, the Platinum Jubilee is a lasting reminder of the Queen's immense devotion to duty. And I know everyone in this House wishes Her Majesty a speedy recovery. Now, this time last year, at last year's Queen's speech, I sat up in the gallery as seats in this chamber were especially limited because of the COVID regulations. And as I watched my good friend, the Honourable Member for South Ribble, get to her feet, I remember thinking to myself, all the best, Fletch, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now. But karma comes at you fast, doesn't it, Chief Whip? But unlike my northern friend, I have the honour of addressing a packed chamber with faces free of the burden of face masks. Now, as much as I loathed wearing a face mask in the chamber, they certainly helped me by hiding the looks of disinterest and abject boredom whenever I got up to speak. So I'm afraid this year the cameras are on, so at least try and look as though you're enjoying this. Now, on being asked to do this, I turned to some trusted friends and colleagues for advice. The Right Honourable... All in good time, Deputy, all in good time. The Right Honourable Member for South Swindon's instant...
It's your fault.
Yeah. His instant reaction was, "Oh my God, love, you better be funny." The Honourable Member for the Cities of London and Westminster told me I would be a total mess. And even my dad, a former member and my inspiration in many ways, said after yesterday's rehearsal, "Well, you're going to have to tell the jokes better than that." So, Mr. Speaker, that's actually better feedback than he gave me at the start of my political career at my count in 2019. The result had been declared, and I took to the podium to make my acceptance speech. My mum was beaming in the front row, and I saw my dad move to the back of the hall, presumably to get a better view or to take a photograph. But just a minute or so into my speech, Dad had had enough, and he gave me the winded up signal. So with friends like those, I ran straight for the warm embrace of the House of Commons Library. There I discovered that I am the 7th member from Wales to have taken part in the Loyal Address since 1874. I am the first woman from Wales. And the first Conservative from Wales. But I am very proud to say that my constituents in Brecon and Radnorshire have a long association with the Loyal Address. In 1975, one of my predecessors, Kyrwin Roderick, a senior figure in the Labour Party, proposed the speech. As members will know, Brecon and Radnorshire is 2/3 of the historic county of Powys. And so with a proposer and now a seconder coming from the undisputed better half of the county, I wonder how my honourable friend from Montgomeryshire feels this afternoon, knowing that he is neither the has-been nor the will be. I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. However, that I have even been asked to give this speech today is a surprise to many, most of all myself. I was always afraid that I had torpedoed my political career long before it even began. In 2005, when I was at university, I shared a flat with a friend who was working on the campaign to make my right honourable friend for Halton Price and Howden the Conservative Party leader. It was suggested to myself and a few friends that wearing a pink t-shirt which said "It's DD for me" would go down a storm at party conference. Turns out it did. Sorry, David. So 14 years later, when I was asked at my selection meeting for Brecon and Radnorshire, "Have you ever done anything to embarrass the Conservative Party?" I had to say yes. I was later asked what I had learned from the incident. I said that I don't look good in pink. Now, today is a proud day for my constituency and my family. Apart from stints in London for university and working in Europe, I have lived my whole life in Wales, raised in a firmly Conservative household. And I think being a Conservative in Wales has helped me develop the thick skin which I hope will get me through today. Certainly helped after last week's results anyway. In 2019, my honourable friends, the member for Wrexham, Ynys Môn and I, became the first 3 women to be elected to the Conservative benches representing Welsh constituencies. I like to think that the three of us were worth the 100-year wait. But while we have some difficult questions to answer and challenges to meet on the treatment of women in this place, it is imperative that we do not put anyone off becoming a Member of Parliament. Yes, the House of Commons is a strange place to work, and yes, sometimes some people don't realise that they are part of the problem. But despite that, here is a place where women achieve great things. It was a woman who introduced the Autism Act, the late and much missed across this House member for Chesham and Amersham. It was a woman who delivered the Children's Funeral Fund and continues to be a pain in the government's neck on hormone replacement therapy. The member for Swansea East, who I'm sorry to see is not in her place today. It was a woman who secured inclusion in today's gracious speech that the government will licence pedicabs right across the cities of London and Westminster for the very first time. No guessing, no prizes for who that was. And it was a woman, long before my time, who stood up to the might of the unions, empowered council tenants to buy their homes, and 40 years ago this year protected the Falkland Islands. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that we say today a woman's place is in the House of Commons. And by the way, it was also a woman who got 20 million quid out of the Treasury for the Global Centre of Rail Excellence, made cyber flashing a criminal offence, and got the MOD to scrap the closure of Brecon Barracks. Just saying. As much as we must attract more women to this place, we must do our utmost to attract wide-ranging talents so that our benches are filled with the plain-speaking common sense of the Honourable Member for Ashfield, the distinguished professional experience of the Member for Newbury, and dare I even say it, the political diplomacy of the Honourable Member for Stoke-on-Trent North, Hidsgrove. Mr. Speaker, my Liberal Democrat opponents tell me that all I do is talk about farming and the military. Quite right. So today I will keep them happy and do exactly that. During my maiden speech, I said I felt I had won first prize in the lottery of life by becoming the member for Brecon and Radnorshire. That's as true today as it was then. It's a glorious part of the world, stretching from the upper Swansea Valley to just outside Ludlow. It is kept thriving by thousands of farmers, not trustafarian farmers who inherit their wealth, but the ordinary, mud under the fingernail, grafting farmer who works year-round to put food on our plates and to give their kids a future. Yeah. The cost of living crisis is having a particular effect in rural areas. Costs of fuel and fertiliser are eye-watering, and this presents a real risk to our ability to feed ourselves. It is deeply tragic that it has taken war in Ukraine for us to focus on UK food security. If I do anything in this place, it will be to bang on about the importance of farming to this country. Hence why I welcome the measures in the gracious address, which will see British produce on tables around the world. And even the online safety bill, which will protect the unsuspecting farmer from nefarious internet videos. Mr. Speaker, if you walk down the Watton in Brecon, as I know you have, you will see 24 trees honouring 24th the Foot, better known as the South Wales Borderers, who fought at the Battle of Rorke's Drift, made iconic in the film Zulu. Whether Brecon Barracks, Sennybridge Training Area, or the Navy's Outdoor Leadership Training Centre in Talabont, my constituency is extremely proud of its military footprint. We are also home to the Cambrian Patrol, the Olympic gold medal in infantry training, a 60-kilometre march for teams of 8 over just 48 hours. Now, I know he will be far too modest to tell you himself, but the Secretary of State for Wales is in fact a finisher of that event. So modest was he, so keen to keep his light under a bushel, that when we visited the Cambrian Patrol back in October, he brought his finisher's certificate along with him. And put it out on Twitter. It was dated 1987. I took great joy in pointing out that I was 2 years old at the time, and great joy recounting it again now. Over the years, many wrongs have been done to military veterans, and I applaud the efforts of those right across this House to correct that. The Honourable Member for Barnsley Central has led his benches in that effort. And on this side, my honourable friends for Plymouth Moorview and Wrexham have spoken for male and female veterans in ways few can match. And so on behalf of the many veterans I represent, particularly those who served in Northern Ireland and tell me they have been frightened of opening the post for decades, I warmly welcome the inclusion of the Legacy Bill in today's gracious speech. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude my seconding of the Loyal Address and give way to the Leader of the Opposition. I know we are all delighted he has not cancelled this afternoon's speech. I warmly welcome it on behalf of my constituents. Today's Queen's speech contains a commitment to right the historic imbalance that has pervaded this country for too long and level up all four corners of the United Kingdom. It offers leadership in turbulent times and looks to the long term, ironing out our challenges of food and energy security, and makes best use of our newfound legislative freedoms. It helps this country stand tall on the world stage, as it has done for so long, and it is my honour to commend this gracious speech to the House.
The question is that an honourable address be presented to Her Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which was addressed to both Houses of Parliament. I now call the Right Honourable Keir Starmer, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I turn to the address, I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, for delivering the address this morning. And I too want to pay tribute to Her Majesty in the year of her Platinum Jubilee. Her dedication to Britain has been a reassuring constant in an ever-changing world. Her commitment to public duty, a reminder of the responsibilities we all owe each other. Her dignity and her leadership, an inspiration to all of us. She will forever have all of our thanks for 70 years of service to our country. We all wish her well. I also want to congratulate the Prime Minister. He's achieved a new first. The first resident of Downing Street to be a constituent of a Labour council. I'm sure they will serve him well. And I want to congratulate, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the mover and the seconder on their fine and funny speeches. I understand that the member for Beverley and Holderness owns over 900 copies of Eagle comic books. He's no old duffer. He is an extensive collector of the adventures of Dan Dare from the Interplanet Patrol, a comic book with a hero with a moral message, a spirit that he's channeled into his 17 years in this House. That's how you do it. Although there is some mischief in him, as he's just demonstrated in his speech. I particularly liked his advice that you should make an enemy of your party leader. So I think he's a little bit more Dennis the Menace, myself. The member for Brecon and Radnorshire is dedicated not only to, obviously, a punishing consultation exercise on what to put in the speech for today, but also a punishing exercise regime. A former Cox with Twickenham Rowing Club, a half marathon runner, and even an Iron Man competitor. Maybe she's an Iron Lady in the making. And I know that if they were here, David Amis and James Brokenshire would have been proud of both the mover and the seconder. Yeah. We all miss them both. And I know the pain on the Conservative benches is still raw. Their friends taken too soon. But their passing leaves us united in our resolve to defeat the evils of both extremism and cancer. I also want to pay tribute to my dear friend Jack Dromey. Jack picked fights on behalf of working people, and he won them. In 1975, he led the first Equal Pay Act strike. He campaigned for the rights of cleaners everywhere, from the House of Commons to MI5. And in the last year of his life, he campaigned for a public inquiry on behalf of the families bereaved by COVID. The only way that we on these benches can really pay tribute to Jack is to aspire to champion working people as well as he did. Yeah. Because, Mr. Speaker, times are hard, but they're much tougher than they should be. As we emerge from the pandemic, find a new place in the world outside the European Union, and transition to a carbon-neutral economy, our country faces great challenges. But at the same time, great opportunities are within our reach. We can rebuild stronger, learning where our society and our services need more resilience. We can do more than just get Brexit done. We can ensure Britain is in the best position to thrive outside of the European Union. And we can lead the world in zero-carbon industries, generating high-skilled, high-wage jobs across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, for that to happen, we need a government of the moment, with the ideas that meet the aspirations of the British public. This thin address, bereft of ideas or purpose, without a guiding principle or a roadmap for delivery, shows just how far this government is from that. Too out of touch to meet the challenges of the moment, too tired to grasp the opportunities of the future. Their time has passed. Mr. Speaker, the first great challenge our country faces is the cost of living crisis. Inflation stands at 7% and rising. Household bills have gone up by hundreds of pounds. The cost of the weekly shop has rocketed, and people are seeing their wages run out much earlier in the month and the value of their savings fall. I wish I could say that the worst is over. But last Thursday, the Bank of England revised down Britain's growth and revised up inflation. This government's failure to grow the economy over a decade, combined with its inertia in the face of spiralling bills, means that we are staring down the barrel of something we haven't seen in decades, a stagflation crisis. It is a truly shocking legacy of this government. It should humble those on the benches opposite who've ignored the red lights on our economy, even whilst wages were frozen for over a decade, and whose complacency is best summed up by a Prime Minister whose response to the crisis was to make fun of those that were worrying about inflation. A government of the moment would use the great powers that it has to tackle this head-on. Bring forward an emergency budget with a windfall tax for oil and gas producers, which would raise billions. The money that could be used to slash the cost of energy bills and help businesses keep their costs down. Even the bosses at BP don't agree when the Prime Minister says it would deter investment. It's a common-sense solution. But instead, the government is bereft of leadership. The Chancellor ruling the windfall tax in, the Business Secretary ruling it out, and a Prime Minister who doesn't know what he thinks. No. And it's not just about the short-term measures. A government of the moment would take a step back from the crisis and ensure that Britain is never again so vulnerable to a surge in international prices, forced to go cap in hand from dictator to dictator, looking for a quick fix of imported oil. That means standing up to those vested interests who oppose onshore wind, the cheapest and most reliable source of electricity that we have. But this Prime Minister is too weak to stand up to his backbenchers. And it means investing in the insulation we need to use less energy in our homes. That would take £400 off energy bills every year and cut gas imports by 15%. But this Prime Minister is far too concerned with vanity projects ever to prioritise investment in insulating homes. So we're left with an energy bill not up to the moment. It's the latest chapter in a pathetic response to the cost of living crisis. Where there should have been support, it's been tax rise after tax rise on working people. The only country in the G7 to do so during a cost of living crisis. The low growth that led to the stagnation we see today is the same reason wages have been frozen for so long. Over 12 years of Tory government, the economy has grown far slower than when Labour was in power, and it's set to go even slower in coming years. The slowest growing economy in the G7 next year. As the Director General of the CBI said, for a country that's used to growth of 2 to 2.5%, the Conservative record is simply not good enough. Mr. Speaker, we can't afford to go on like this. If the Tories had simply matched Labour's record on growth in government, people would have had higher incomes, boosting public finances, and we could have spent £40 billion more on public services without having to raise a single tax. So the second great challenge our country faces is to get Britain growing again. A government of the moment would have grasped the nettle and set out a new approach to the economy, an approach based on a stronger partnership between government and businesses, a partnership dedicated to growth. There would have been an industrial strategy to grow the industries of the future, with the government providing initial investment that brings confidence and security and acts as a catalyst for the private sector to invest in gigafactories, hydrogen and steel. High productivity jobs right here in Britain. A government at the moment would finally abolish business rates and replace them with a fair system that creates a level playing field with online giants so that our businesses can compete, invest and grow. And a government of the moment would have a plan to revive our town centres and new businesses, providing finance for a new generation of start-ups in our town centres, giving councils the power to take over empty shops and fill the space with workshops and offices in the jobs of the future. Instead of that new approach to the economy, we have a Chancellor who thinks it would be silly to do anything different. A Chancellor who, rather than partnering with business, has loaded them up with debt and wonders why they're struggling to invest. A Chancellor who seems content to have the slowest growth of any G20 country, bar one, Russia. A Chancellor whose legacy will be low growth, high inflation and high tax, and with it the diminishing of Britain's living standards. No hope of taking on the big challenges, no hope of seizing the great opportunities. Hopeless. And because they're not up to the challenge of growing the economy, all those tax hikes aren't going into improving public services. No chance of a doctor's appointment. People forced to wait months for urgent mental health treatment. Supersized classrooms the norm again. Never before have people been asked to pay so much for so little? And, Mr. Speaker, the third great challenge we face is ending the poverty of ambition this government has for our public services. That means a government of the moment relentlessly focused on school improvement. Labour would improve leadership and teaching standards at state schools, funding it by ending tax breaks for private schools. It means a government of the moment that would finally deliver world-class mental health provision that matches years of empty rhetoric on parity with physical health. Labour would hire new clinicians so we can guarantee mental health treatment in 4 weeks, paid for by closing loopholes to private equity firms. Instead, we have a government that went into the pandemic with record waiting lists and has got no plan to get them down anytime soon. A government that takes the public for fools by pretending that refurbishing a hospital, a wing of a hospital, is the same as building a new hospital. A government that can't hire the GPs it promised or the GPs we have to see more patients. Lost in spin, no ambition, not up to the challenge of the moment. And it's not just education and health that needs reform. Fraud has become commonplace. 7 million incidents a year. Britain routinely ripped off. But the business sector has suggested it doesn't even count as crime. The fraud is just the tip of the iceberg. Victims are being let down whilst this government lets violent criminals off. The overall charge rate stands at a pathetic 5.8%, meaning that huge swathes of serious offences like rape, knife crime and theft have effectively been decriminalised. A government of the moment would say, enough is enough. Invest in community policing. Pulling resources, nobody can be proud of this record of 12 years. Invest in community policing, pulling resources away from vanity projects like his ministerial yacht. It would strengthen protection for victims of crime and antisocial behaviour and increase the number of specialist rape units in the justice system so that it stops routinely failing women. Instead, we have a government that talks tough whilst letting the justice system fall apart. No care for victims or their communities, not good enough, not up to the moment. We have a government whose time has passed, a cabinet out of ideas and out of energy, led by a Prime Minister who's entirely out of touch. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. It won't always be this way. A Labour government would tackle the cost of living crisis head on. Get Britain growing again after 12 years of failure. Improve public services so they deliver for people paying for them. A Labour government would rise to the moment where this government has badly failed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to join you and members across this House in thanking His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, for delivering the gracious speech, and in sending our warmest wishes to Her Majesty the Queen. The whole House knows the reluctance with which Her Majesty made today's decision, and her extraordinary service to this nation continues to inspire us all. Mr. Speaker, as we come to the halfway point of this Parliament, this country has seen off the biggest challenge any post-war government has faced, but the cost of the pandemic has been huge, with the biggest fall in output for 300 years, the necessitated government expenditure of £400 billion. And the aftershocks are still being felt across the world, with a global spike in energy prices, the impact that we're seeing on the cost of food. And it's precisely because this government got the big calls right and made the tough decisions during the pandemic that we had the fastest economic growth in the G7 last year, and will return to that status, by the way, by 2024, Mr. Speaker, and therefore have therefore have the fiscal firepower to help families up and down the country with all the pressures they face now. And we will continue to use all our ingenuity and compassion for as long as it takes. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, and I will be saying more about this in the days to come. But at the same time as we help people, we need the legislative firepower to fix the underlying problems in energy supply, in housing, in infrastructure, and in skills, which are driving up costs for families across the country. And this Queen's speech takes those issues head on. And above all, we're tackling the economic challenges with the best solution of all, and that's an ever-growing number of high-wage, high-skill jobs, Mr. Speaker. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And we drive up employment by creating the right platform for business to invest. Making our streets safer, 20,000 more police, creating a healthier population, 50,000 more nurses, funding the NHS to help them clear the COVID backlogs, and giving the confidence that people know that they will be looked after in old age by fixing social care. Delivering gigabit broadband, giving the remotest parts of the country the access that they need, and using our Brexit freedoms to enable revolutionary technologies like gene editing to help our farmers grow more nutritious and more productive crops. And it's that combination of public and private sector together that is tackling unemployment, with 500,000 people more on the payroll now than before the pandemic began. And it is that strength at home that enables this country to show leadership abroad, as we have done and will continue to do in supporting the people of Ukraine. So this Queen's speech delivers on our promises. It will not only take us through the aftershocks of COVID, but build the foundations for decades of prosperity, uniting and levelling up across the country. Mr. Speaker, allow me to join the Leader of the Opposition in paying tribute to those colleagues we've lost in this parliamentary session. And time will not dim our shock at the despicable murder of Sir David Amess, a friend to so many, who lost his life giving the service he loved most, a constituency surgery in a local church. And among the many legacies of Sir David, which include his amazing work on animal welfare, his campaign to support women with endometriosis, I'm proud to say that today Southend-on-Sea stands as a city in his tribute. Yesterday we gathered at St Margaret's Church to remember James Brokenshire, a true gentleman who faced his battle with cancer with enormous courage, generosity and strength of character. It was typical of our dear friend that even in the midst of his own battle, he was supporting and encouraging others to seek help, campaigning for better lung cancer screening and becoming the first MP to secure a debate on the issue on the floor of this House. We willed him to pull through because the world needs more people in public life like him. His loss is felt deeply on all sides of this House and by all those whose lives he touched. Finally, we began the year by joining the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham in paying tribute to her wonderful husband, Jack Dromey, one of the great trade unionists of our time, who, having married someone who would go on to become, in his words, the outstanding parliamentary feminist of her generation, will also be forever remembered, in his words, as Mr. Harriet Harman née Dromey. We all knew him as a man of great warmth, energy and compassion, and he commanded the utmost respect across this House. Mr. Speaker, the gracious speech was magnificently proposed. Self-deprecating, I thought, by my honourable friend, the member for Beverley and Holderness, whose campaigning brilliance I have seen at first hand, as he pointed out, when as backbenchers almost 20 years ago, he and I organised a demonstration against Labour's plan to close community hospitals. It was called Chant, Community Hospitals Acting Nationally Together. And his memory of it is much more glorious than mine. I remember only a tiny handful of desperados. We were stopped almost immediately by the police, who seems, Mr. Speaker, who turned us back. But he nonetheless succeeded in forcing the government to perform, the then Labour government, I should say, should stress, to perform a U-turn on the funding for community hospitals, and as a great pace bowler or medium pace bowler, probably I should say, a great medium pace bowler, he bowled them middle stump, Mr. Speaker, and it's fitting that today he is proposing the gracious speech for a government that is delivering the biggest NHS catch-up programme in history and far from closing hospitals, building new hospitals, Mr. Speaker. 48 of them, in fact. So we have the best health service in the world. I know, by the way, that he has experience of healthcare in a less fortunate country. He was lying in bed with a fractured rib after a skiing accident in Chamonix, when 3 men in white coats arrived claiming that they were there to perform the operation. And on closer inspection, they turned out to be the members for Halton, Price and Howden, the member for Sutton Coldfield, and my honourable friend, my noble friend, Lord Lancaster. At which point it is said that my honourable friend levitated miraculously from his bed and made his escape. His speech was in the finest traditions of this House. I was delighted that the motion was seconded by my honourable friend, the member for Brecon and Radnorshire. Some more seasoned members will remember the 14 years of service rendered to the people of Cardiff North by her father Gwilym, who joins us, I'm told, in the gallery today. Delighted to see him there, and I'm sure he'll be filled with admiration at the speech just delivered by his daughter. I also know the Honourable Lady sadly lost her mother earlier this year, and I have no doubt that she too will be simply bursting with pride as she looks down on us today. Because while the Honourable Lady may only have been an MP for a few short years, she has already established herself as a fantastic campaigner, including, actually, she said herself, changing the law to ban cyber flashing, saving Brecon Barracks, and with the Queen's Dragoon Guards, securing the return of a permanent Welsh regiment in Wales. Nor was she prepared to remain silent while the Leader of the Opposition's colleagues in Cardiff tried to keep Wales in perpetual lockdown. She is a tireless advocate for Welsh veterans and the armed services generally, an issue that is personal as well as political for her. And as a fellow enthusiast for dogs at polling stations, I was delighted to see her take Nancy the Labrador to the polling stations on Thursday. Nancy is, of course, named in honour of Nancy Astor, a great Conservative woman who certainly left a mark on this place and this country, and whose influence and achievements I am quite sure the Honourable Lady will emulate in the long and successful career that clearly awaits her. It was a pleasure to hear from her, and I thank her for seconding the motion. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday I spoke to my G7 counterparts together with President Zelensky, urging our international partners to join us in going further and faster in supporting Ukraine. And I'm sure the whole House will share my sorrow and revulsion at events in Mariupol in eastern Ukraine, which has endured weeks of merciless Russian bombardment and some of the worst atrocities of the war. At the same time, I'm pleased to report that our brave Ukrainian friends are succeeding in repelling the Russian assault on Kharkiv, defending their second city with the same fortitude that saw off Putin's attack on their capital. We should be proud that when their very survival, the survival of great European democracy, was imperilled, our United Kingdom has led the way, providing Ukraine with the weapons to defend itself and helping the world to impose the toughest economic sanctions on Putin. As I walked through the streets of Kiev last month, I saw firsthand the wholehearted support, what the wholehearted support of this House and this country has meant to the brave people of Ukraine. So let the message ring out from this chamber today. We will persevere in our support for the Ukrainians until Putin has failed and Ukraine has won. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, this government worked night and day at extraordinary speed to protect lives and livelihoods across our whole United Kingdom, whether by injecting £400 billion of direct support for the economy and supporting jobs through our world-leading furlough scheme, becoming the first country in the world to administer an approved COVID vaccine, or by delivering the largest testing programme and the fastest vaccine booster campaign in Europe, all of which allowed us to retain one of the most open economies and societies across the continent, which we wouldn't have done, by the way, if you listened to my party office, with the fastest growth in the G7 last year. Now we will bring that same urgency, impatience and determination to deliver on our mission of getting our country back on track and easing the burdens on families and businesses across the land. That's why we've already committed £9.1 billion to assist with energy costs alone. We're giving back £150 to people in their council tax, cutting fuel duty, increasing the warm homes discount, creating... let me come to this. Increasing the warm homes discount, creating a tax cut for 30 million workers by raising the national insurance threshold, delivering the biggest ever increase in the national living wage, worth an extra £1,000 a year for those working full-time, Mr. Speaker. But however great our compassion and ingenuity, we cannot simply spend our way out of this problem. We need to grow out of this problem by creating hundreds of thousands of new high-wage, high-skill jobs across the country. And as I give way to the lady opposite, Mr. Speaker, I remind the House that there has never been a Labour government that left office with unemployment lower than when they came in.
Can I just say it's not normal we do give way, but obviously the Prime Minister has Sir Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. We've heard a lot of words, very rapidly delivered, but what we haven't heard yet is an apology to the pensioners that are choosing between heating and eating, an apology to the children that have gone hungry throughout school holidays, and an apology to the hundreds of thousands of family members of COVID victims that were lost during the pandemic.
Mr. Speaker, of course, this government is doing absolutely all we can to help people during the pandemic, to help pensioners. And by the way, it was this government that introduced the triple lock for pensioners to protect them. This government that helps people with the cost of heating, the £9.1 billion that we're putting in, the holiday activities and food programme that we put in, Mr. Speaker, the extra billions that we're putting in to support local councils. But be in no doubt, and this is what I think everybody in this country needs to understand. And what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is making sure that we have a strong economy with high-wage, high-skilled jobs that will enable us to take this country forward. And that would simply not have been possible if she had listened to the advice of her front bench who wanted to keep us in lockdown, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to... That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. And it was worth giving way just to make that point, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're going to continue with our levelling up and our regeneration bill, which will help to... No. Sit down. Which will help create these jobs wherever people live in communities across the whole of the United Kingdom. That is the objective of this Queen's speech, Mr. Speaker. It is all focused on driving growth and jobs. Our schools and higher education bills will ensure that people have the skills to do them, raising standards in our classrooms, implementing the lifetime skills guarantee so people can retrain and acquire new qualifications at any stage of their life. And our energy bill will power our new green industrial revolution, creating hundreds of thousands of new green jobs, taking forward this government's energy security strategy. And about time this country had one. With £22 billion, Mr. Speaker, they didn't want a single nuclear power station. Come on, be honest. Look at them. Great quivering jellies of indecision that they are, Mr. Speaker. Our £22 billion infrastructure bank supporting the transition to net zero, vast new green industries in which our United Kingdom will once again lead the world. Mr. Speaker, just as we got Brexit done, so with this Queen's speech we will finish the job of unleashing the benefits of Brexit, to grow our economy, to cut the cost of living, and by bringing the urgency and ambition to how we exercise our freedoms that we have regained. Our Brexit Freedoms Bill will enable us to amend or replace any inherited EU law with legislation in UK law that puts the interests of British business first and British families first. And so that is what we are going to do. We're going to seize the chance to make our United Kingdom the best regulated economy in the world. We're going to take forward those trade deals we've got with 70 different countries, worth over £800 billion a year, with specific legislation in this Queen's speech. I hope I'm not speaking too fast for the Honourable Lady Opposite. For our new free trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand, and we're using our new freedoms to control our borders. With a new plan for immigration so we can fix our broken asylum system, tackle illegal immigration that undermines the legal immigration that we support. crack down on the vile people smugglers. And I know that the Leader of the Opposition, or perhaps I should, in deference to his phrase, I should refer to him as the Leader of the Opposition of the moment, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition of the moment. The Leader of the Opposition of the moment likes to oppose these plans, or he claims he opposes them, but it turns out that legislation to permit the offshoring of asylum seekers.
Order. Only one on the sorry, Prime Minister. Only one person can be on the feet at the same time. The Prime Minister is not giving way. Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition of the moment purports to oppose these plans, claims to oppose these plans, but it turns out they were actually pioneered in 2004 by a Labour government. The Right Honourable Gentleman may have got Tony Blair to take part in his election campaign, but it's a shame he cannot get behind Tony Blair's policies, Mr. Speaker. During the pandemic, we marvelled at the courage and commitment of so many people, all the people working in our public services, from the extraordinary men and women in our NHS, risking their lives to save others, to those toiling to keep our country going, whether in schools or shops or on public transport. So it is right, Mr. Speaker, that this government is now investing more in our NHS than any other government in history, giving our NHS the funding it needs to help clear the COVID backlogs, and we will also make sure that every penny is well spent. So whether through pop-up clinics in our communities, more face-to-face GP appointments, or new cancer screening machines, we maximise the ability of our NHS to check and treat its patients. But, Mr. Speaker, when times are tough and families are facing such pressures, we must also cut the cost of government and cut the burdens that government places on taxpayers and on citizens. We can't have expensive delays in delivering passports and driving licences that see families stranded and unable to go on holiday, HGV drivers unable to transport goods around this country in the way that is so integral. So integral to the economy we need, and we're going to fix it. So let me send a very clear message from this House today. This government will not tackle the post-COVID manana culture. We will take whatever steps are necessary to deliver for the British people, because the British people are not prepared to wait, and we share their impatience. Mr. Speaker, we will get through the aftershocks of COVID just as we got through COVID, as I've told you, with every ounce of ingenuity and compassion and hard work. Not by irresponsible spending that merely treats the symptoms of rising prices while creating an ever bigger problem for tomorrow, but by urgently pressing on with our mission to create the high-wage, high-skilled jobs that will drive economic growth across the United Kingdom, the whole United Kingdom. That is the long-term sustainable solution to ease the burden on families and businesses. That is the way to get our country back on track after the pandemic, to unite and level up across our whole country exactly as we promised. That is what this Queen's speech delivers, and I commend it to the House.
The Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Duke of Rothesay for coming to Parliament today and leading us in the state opening. And
Chamber clear quietly. Ian Blackford.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Duke of Rothesay for coming to Parliament today, for leading us in the state opening with the address that we had, and to send the best wishes from everyone across the House, and certainly from our own benches, to the Queen on what is such a momentous year for her. We also need to reflect on those that we have sadly lost over the course of the last session of Parliament. And we think of James Brokenshaw, we think of David Amos, and of course we think of Jack Dromey. Three outstanding but different parliamentarians, all who I think were a fine example to all of us of how to conduct ourselves in this place. Let me thank the member for Beverley and Holderness for his moving of the motion this afternoon, an erudite trapeze round his history in government, and I hope he's still got a lot to give. He's made it very clear that he was removed early from office by the Prime Minister, and perhaps he still has some days ahead of him. But I think it's important that he stressed that the unity that there is in this House on the topic of Ukraine, that we all stand together, Mr. Speaker, with our friends in Ukraine, and standing up for the warmonger, the war criminal that still resides in Moscow. He will face justice, and we will make sure that ultimately that the people of Ukraine prevail. But of course, I thought it was interesting that the honourable member told us that the recent difficulties that the Prime Minister has had with the Metropolitan Police, they are not new. He's had his collar felt in the past as well. And let me also thank the seconder of the motion from Brecon and Radnanshire. I think really what we had was a job application for government from the member, and I'm sure she'll have a long and fruitful career in front of her as a member of this House and a member of the governing party. Mr. Speaker, as much as I hate to rub salt into wounds, this Queen's speech has one very obvious backdrop that deserves mention, and that's the democratic drubbing the Prime Minister and his party got last Thursday. And I know that they might want to hide from that reality, but the message from people right across these islands was crystal clear. The people made clear that this is now a Prime Minister facing his final days in office and a Tory government that it's on its last legs. And I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that Scotland sent the strongest message of all. Now, I understand this might be a wee bit uncomfortable listening for the opposite benches, but they need to hear it all the same, because they need to hear what Scottish democracy is telling them and has been telling them for years. Last Thursday, Mr. Speaker, saw the best ever result for pro-independence parties in the local elections. The Scottish National Party is the largest party in the largest number of councils, the greatest ever result in a local election in our party's interest. This is, Mr. Speaker, the 11th election victory in a row for the SNP, and it's the 8th election in a row that the SNP has won under the leadership of Nicola Sturgeon. Mr. Speaker, a party in government winning more votes and winning more seats. Can you imagine that, Prime Minister?
No, he can't.
So, that's what we did. What about the Conservatives? Down by 100,000 votes, and they lost 66 seats in Scotland. And the worst news for all of them is, after all of that, they've still kept their leader. So, democracy has spoken in Scotland. It's spoken before, and it will speak again and again. And all our democratic decisions are saying exactly the same thing. Scotland rejects this Westminster government. We reject the Tory party, and we are demanding the choice of an independent future. Because the Scottish people know the cost of living with Westminster. We know the price we pay with a Prime Minister and the price of being stuck with a Tory government we didn't vote for. And it's a price none of us in Scotland, not one of us, can afford to pay any longer. And at that I will give way.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I'd like to ask him a direct question. How does it feel that 8 years after Scotland so conclusively said no to separation, that the pro-independence parties are still getting the same proportion of votes as they achieved 8 years ago, despite everything that's been thrown at us and despite, frankly, everything that we've thrown at ourselves? When will the right honourable gentleman admit that the game is up?
Well, I have to say, and I'm going to call him my honourable friend because I do enjoy his company, but I have to say to him that if the game is up, if the game is up for anybody or any party, then the game is up for the Tory party in Scotland, and the game is up for the Union. And I say to him that he needs to reflect on the fact that the SNP's won the last 11 elections, as I said. We went to the public and we asked for a mandate to have an independence referendum. Well, I hear from a sedentary position we didn't get one. I would ask honourable members opposite to reflect very carefully. Because when we consider the first-past-the-post elections, firstly, to the Scottish Parliament last year, we won 62 of the 73 seats. And there is, Mr. Speaker, a pro-independence majority in the Scottish Parliament. And we hear in the Queen's speech today about respecting democracy. Why are the Scottish Conservatives and those in London denying democracy for the people of Scotland? Correct. How many times, Mr Speaker, how many times do the people of Scotland have to elect the SNP into government? And Westminster says no. What price democracy? What price democracy, Mr Speaker? When this place ignores the sovereign right and the will of the Scottish people. And I will tell you this, that a day of reckoning will come for those that are seeking to frustrate the rights of Scots to have a referendum, because, Mr Speaker, that day will come. And that day will come, and not only will there be a referendum, but we will win that referendum, because, Mr Speaker, that is what democracy is about.
Am I right, Honourable Friend Giffey? Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Does he agree with me that the reason that this shower of corrupt criminal Conservatives are blocking Scotland's right, Scotland's democratic and legal right to have a democratic mandate over their own future, is because they know.
David Davis.
Mr Speaker, it is in breach of this House's regulations that somebody calls somebody else a criminal in this chamber. Corrupt.
It wasn't a particular member, as you know. What I will... Just a minute. I don't think I need any help. What I would say is we want moderate and tolerant language that doesn't bring this House or expect members outside to copy the behaviour. I want good behaviour and I want moderate language. I want people to think before they speak. Ian Blackford, no.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I agree with my honourable friend, and I'll come on to...
We don't want to get into this.
I will come on to these points in just a second, but let me say respectfully in particular to the member for West Aberdeenshire and from the member from Banff Buchan, because I think they know that a referendum will come. Yep. And let me take the warnings from the Speaker about behaviour in this House and how we should all reflect on our behaviour and how we all interact with each other. And that goes right across the House, and I say that to my friend from Edinburgh South sitting on the Labour front bench as well. That when we have that referendum, it's implicit on all of us that we engage constructively. And let's examine, and by all means pull apart, the arguments for and against Scottish independence. But let's treat the electorate with respect. Yep. And let's trust the electorate who have given the Scottish Government that mandate to have that referendum. Mr Speaker, the most... You know, I hear what you did in 2014. The point is that the electorate are given a choice in election to elect a government, and a government that has a mandate for an independence referendum. And let's not forget that in 2014, we were explicitly told that if we stayed in the United Kingdom, that our rights as European citizens would be respected. And what did this House do to Scotland? This House took Scotland out of the European Union against its will. And it's perfectly right, under those circumstances, Mr Speaker, that the people of Scotland have got the right to revisit whether or not they wish to become independent. I'm going to make some progress. The most glaring omission in this Queen's speech is the complete lack of any immediate action to help people with the biggest inflationary crisis in 50 years. Democracy spoke last Thursday, but it's pretty evident that the government hasn't listened. And what we saw from the Prime Minister today, he certainly hasn't learned. Because, of course, people turned out last week to punish the Prime Minister for the scandal of Partygate. Let's not forget, the public know that this Prime Minister is the first, the only Prime Minister that has found to have broken his own laws in office and still sits here as Prime Minister. That should shame this House as it shames us. But the electorate also turned out to punish a Prime Minister and a Chancellor who have been so consumed by the crisis of Partygate that they've failed to lift a finger to fight the Tory-made cost of living crisis. Mr Speaker, as the Bank of England confirmed last week, the occupants of number 10 and number 11 Downing Street have now led us to the brink of recession. As my friend, the member for Glasgow Central, has said, the very first line of the Queen's speech should have been a commitment to bring forward an emergency budget. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the emergency budget that we need? An emergency budget to tackle now the rising cost of energy, of fuel and of food.
On that point, would you Thank you. I'm grateful to him for giving way. Would he agree with me that it is remarkable that for a government that says it cares about the cost of living crisis, there was absolutely nothing new in this Queen's speech, for example, around a mass home installation programme, which would be the cheapest, most effective, fastest way of getting our emissions down, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs, tackling climate emissions as well, yet we've had nothing new in this Queen's speech on that at all.
My honourable friend is right. There's nothing in this Queen's speech to deal with the cost of living crisis, nothing to deal with home insulation. And, you know, in the Scottish Parliament, the cooperation, the collaboration between the SNP and the Greens is an example where two parties can come together to make sure that we prioritise the climate emergency, something really missing from this Queen's speech today. Mr Speaker, Scottish Power have already called for urgent action. They have called for £1,000 bill discounts for 10 million families before energy bills rocket by another £900 this autumn. And yet, once again, nothing from the Prime Minister and the Chancellor in this Queen's speech. In fact, the Chancellor has already told us that this strategy to tackle the cost of living crisis is literally to sit in his hands because he thinks it would be silly to act. Silly to act at a time that people are facing tough decisions and whether to turn the heating off, whether they can afford to put food on the table. And the Chancellor thinks it's silly to act. That tells everything that we need to know about the humanity and the compassion of this Conservative government. And yet, just like the Spring Statement, nothing has come from this government. This Queen's speech represents one more missed opportunity. And I can give the Prime Minister some suggestions. He could have matched the Scottish Child Payment, which doubled in April and will increase to £25 per week per child by the end of this year. Positive action to help those most in need. It could have matched the increase in Scottish issued social security payments by 6%. It could have done what governments are supposed to do in emergency, help people through it. By any measure or meaning, this government fails on all counts. Mr Speaker, another gaping hole in this programme is when it comes to energy policy, as has already been raised. As my friend, the member for Kilmarnock and Loudon, has rightly said last month, the Prime Minister's energy strategy is nothing more than a contract, lacking any substance or ambition. The lack of ambition to drive growth and green investment and forge the path to net zero, not to mention an industrial strategy to back it up, fails this and future generations. That lack of ambition won't help investment in renewables, and it won't help a just transition, and it certainly won't help consumers now or in the long term. And as for us in Scotland, a country so rich in energy potential, it is fleecing us of our green present and future.
On that point.
I will happily do that.
Mr Speaker, I thank the right honourable member for giving way. His constituency and my constituency border the Comedy Firth, which has the Nig fabrication yard where many of the mightiest platforms, oil production platforms in the North Sea were constructed. Would it not be a positive suggestion to Her Majesty's Government that we should power ahead with building floating offshore wind structures in the Highlands of Scotland, and that would help the Prime Minister and it would help us in Scotland as well?
I'm very grateful for that intervention, and I agree 100% with what he said. In fact, he and I have been talking about that over the course of the recent months. There is fantastic potential for the Highlands, and not just for the Highlands, but for the whole of Scotland, to benefit from the industrial revolution that will come from the opportunities in green energy. And, Mr Speaker, we need to make sure that we learn from the lessons of the past, that we are able to capture that supply chain. And if we go back to the 1970s, Nig was a thriving industrial base, thousands of jobs in that community supporting the oil industry. And I know that my honourable friend, like I, wants to see the Highlands and Islands being a thriving area where there's an industrial future for us. But yes, absolutely, we need the UK government to help us on that. And I look forward to, together with my honourable friend, having discussions with the government and exactly how we take that forward. I can see the Secretary of State for Scotland nodding, so perhaps we can discuss that over the coming days. Since the start of this year alone, we know that the UK government has profited by at least £1.7 billion from the revenues that have been brought in from North Sea oil. All that revenue from Scotland's resources, and still this UK government is refusing to match the Scottish Government's £500 million Just Transition Fund to help ease resilience on fossil fuels. And still, Mr Speaker, no commitment to carbon capture and storage in Scotland's North East. Not only is this with the Westminster Government harming our planet, they are holding Scotland back.
I'm genuinely grateful for the right honourable gentleman for giving way, particularly on the Scottish cluster being so important to my constituency in Banff and Buchan. Would he agree that the UK government has thus far committed £41 million to that project, but that wasn't what I wanted to intervene on. What I wanted to intervene on was his mention of the £500 million Just Transition Fund for the North East of Scotland. Could he do what his colleagues from Kilmarnock, Loudon and Aberdeen South haven't been able to do thus far, and describe in detail what is that £500 million going to be spent on in the North East of Scotland?
Yeah.
It's not being spent.
Well, let me just say to the honourable gentleman that we've been shortchanged on not getting carbon capture and storage in Scotland. Twice now we've been promised it was coming. And we all know in Scotland that getting carbon capture and storage in the North East of Scotland with the Acorn project is absolutely instrumental in getting to net zero by 2045. It's absolutely instrumental in making sure that Grangemouth has a green chemical future. And there can be no more dithering, there can be no more delay. And the Acorn project must be greenlit, and it must be greenlit now. Now, I'll say to the honourable member that yes, we will spell out exactly the plan for that £500 million transition fund. And I'll say to the House now, that we will take our responsibilities on these benches, and together with my friend from Kilmarnock and Loudon and my friend from Aberdeen South, we will be speaking more on our future energy potential for Scotland, because we will accept our responsibilities to deliver that energy strategy, to deliver that industrial policy which is lacking from those on the government front bench. And of course,
bargain for more funding. They won't come.
Mr Speaker, I've concentrated on what the legislation in this Queen's Speech fails to do in terms of tackling the cost of living crisis and our green future. But what the legislation in this Queen's Speech does propose to enact is every bit as harmful. Because at the heart of the session's programmes, there's a twin track that needs to be challenged: an attack on devolution, an attack on human rights law. As the Prime Minister gets increasingly vulnerable and desperate, it is probably no surprise that he's reached back for the policy that got him the job in the first place: Brexit. The Brexit Freedoms Bill to repeal EU retained law and the other Brexit legislation in his Queen's Speech represent a race to the bottom on standards. The very idea that Westminster will be able to strike down devolved legislators' retained EU laws is the latest and only the latest in a long line of Tory power. I mean, the Prime Minister shakes his head, but that's the reality. We've seen it over the course of the last few years. The Scottish Parliament have the right to retain EU law because we have the opportunity and the right to find our way back into the European Union. And we won't be denied the right to retain EU law, and we won't be denied the right to an independent future in Europe. And the same applies to our human rights laws. The proposal by this UK government to rip up the Human Rights Act is one more example of a government that is prepared to force through legislation that is not only immoral, but internationally illegal. The attack on human rights legislation is all the more concerning given the context of the continuing failure to respond compassionately and comprehensively to the ongoing Ukrainian refugee crisis, not to mention the anti-refugee bill that was passed in the previous session. The agenda of this Westminster government couldn't be clearer. A hostile environment to devolution, to human rights law and to refugees. And that agenda continues apace in the Queen's Speech.
On that point, will he give way?
I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. Both the government's independent review of the Human Rights Act and the cross-party Joint Committee of Human Rights have found that there's no evidence base for replacing the Human Rights Act with a British Bill of Rights. So does he agree with me that the only reason the government are trying to do this is because as long as the Human Rights Act is on the statute book, it's a serious threat to their project of diminishing the accountability of the executive?
Absolutely. My honourable and learned friend is absolutely correct, and the public should be very afraid as to what this government's doing and the consequences of that, and to our hard-fought and hard-won human rights that have been built up over many decades. Mr. Speaker, I will.
I think the right honourable gentleman would probably accept that I give a lot of credence to the human rights of British citizens. But the primary argument I've seen with respect to the modification of the Human Rights Act is giving the government the ability to deport criminals, foreign criminals, who are being released from prison. This is an important right of a government, and surely that's worth having, if nothing else.
Well, I'm afraid that is a fig leaf, Mr. Speaker, for exactly what is going on, which is the attack on the rights that have been so hard fought and won over the course of the last few decades. All of this is the cost of living with Westminster, and it's exactly, Mr. Speaker, why Scotland wants out. So just as this, I'm going to have to make progress. So just as this Queen's speech seeks to, I hear Scotland doesn't want out. It doesn't want out.
I've not been watching.
Yeah, and I hope he rises to his feet at some point in the Queen's speech debate and tries to defend it. Because what I'll say to the honourable gentleman and I'll say to the Prime Minister is, we've got the mandate for an independence referendum. If he doesn't think that we're going to win it, let's bring it on and have the referendum. And I'll tell you what, you'll soon find that Scotland will vote for independence. So just as this Queen's speech seeks to entrench Brexit Britain, our Scottish Parliament will bring forward legislation to offer a very different future to our people. A positive and progressive future at the heart of Europe. And we're not seeking the Prime Minister's permission. The only permission that we need. We can see the Prime Minister just couldn't care less because he's sitting talking to his friends on the government front bench. That's the disdain. That's the disdain that we see for the people in Scotland from this government. They simply couldn't care less. So we're not seeking the Prime Minister's permission. The only permission we need, the only permission we will ever need, is the democratic permission of the Scottish people. And let's not forget that it's the people of Scotland who hold sovereignty. And you might want to listen to this, because let's not forget the legal opinion in the case of McCormick versus the Crown at the Court of Session in 1953, when Lord Cooper stated that the principle of the unlimited sovereignty of Parliament is a distinctly English principle that has no counterpart in Scottish constitution. It is, Mr. Speaker, unquestionably the right of those in Scotland to determine their own future. Those rights were enshrined in the claim of right that was so instrumental in delivering our devolved Parliament, and is the case today as we seek to exercise our rights in an independence referendum. Let me remind the words to the Prime Minister of Parnell, who used to sit on these very benches. No man has the right to fix the boundary of the march of a nation. No man has the right to say to his country, thus far shalt go and no further. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, the people of Scotland have spoken, and they want a choice. The choice to choose our own future. They spoke in the last Holyrood election, and they spoke again last Thursday. And the longer that Scottish democracy speaks, the louder it will get. If the Conservatives want to stand in the way, if they want to try and deny democracy, then they should well be warned. Democracy will sweep them away, just as their party was swept away last week.
I now come to the Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Can I say to the parliamentary leader of the SNP, it's a delight to follow him. Sometimes it's more of a delight to precede him. Today, I might just remind him that the electorate don't always vote in the same numbers the same way. Between 2010 and 2015, the SNP vote went up. The SNP vote went up after they lost the referendum. By 2017, their vote had gone down by about 26%. I think it's worthwhile looking through his notes, some of which he gave us this afternoon, to check how the figures change, and they may change again. I won't at the moment. I'm only talking about his speech at the moment. I haven't started talking about mine, if that's all right. I think that nothing I can say need detain the Leader of the House. The Prime Minister or the Leader of the Opposition, they want to go off, so I know they've had hard days. But what I want to say is that I'm concerned about people's home lives. 2 small changes to park home owners will make a great deal of difference. In 2010, the then Housing Minister said there would be park home reform. We haven't had it. We need to change from RPI to CPI pitch fees. That could be incorporated in the next finance bill, and I hope that that will happen.
Yeah.
The second is the question of commissions. Why should those who are park home residents have to lose a significant part of the value of their home when they sell it?
Yeah.
Those 2 things can be changed quite simply. The second, probably by a handout bill. There are plenty of MPs who may come up in the ballot. I haven't come up in the ballot in 46 years, who take that forward. But the RPI-CPI one is one which government can do quite easily. In the notes to the Queen's speech, and I can thank the government for giving us copious notes on the proposals in the Queen's speech, we learned that the number of social tenants is about 4 million, and the number of leasehold tenants, private tenants, about 4 million, private ones, social, and leaseholders, about 4.6 million. And the fastest growing proportion of home occupation are leaseholders. We won't get decent information from the last census, because the only choices people could put down was they owned their home or they were a tenant. And when I asked people what a leaseholder should say, I wasn't given a clear answer. People think they own them. They might have said, I own them. They're wrong. If they put down a tenant, they might have thought, I'm not actually, I'm a leaseholder. Why the people who compiled that census question couldn't actually wake up to the fact there are 4.6 million households, actually there are probably about 6 million to be complete, but let's take the 4.6 million. Why do we have our Office of National Statistics and our Department of what's now levelling up, allowing a question which doesn't allow accurate answers and totals to be given? Then on leasehold, the Department of Housing, Levelling Up, over the years has commissioned the Law Commission to make reports on what would make life easier, fairer and cheaper. We haven't had that legislation put forward. There are words about how something will happen in this Parliament. We know that uncontroversial legislation often comes into the last expected year of a Parliament and often can be lost if the election comes early. Let's assume the election is likely to come in May 2024. Will those 4.6 million leaseholders still be left hanging on the chance of the legislation not getting through both Houses of Parliament when it's been proposed? I asked the government to try to make sure that they get that legislation ready for the next session and get it through early as a priority. I suspect they could start in the House of Lords and get it through to the House of Commons fast, rather than having the controversial stuff starting here. I've spent about 15 years following others who are doing it for longer in trying to get justice for leaseholders. The number of crooks in the field, the number of exploiters, the number of heartless people, the sort of people who one could use parliamentary privilege on quite justifiably, need to be held back, and the ordinary people need to be brought forward. We heard in the debates on the Building Safety Bill how many people were stuck and how government eventually came round to making changes which are very welcome. On the fire safety defects, we know we have to find the problems, fix the problems, fund the problems, and then get the money back from those who haven't yet coughed up. I want to turn lastly, if I may, just to planning. Someone has started a petition, parliamentary petition number 611113, about banning development on farmland. That petition has been signed already in the last week by over 700 of my own constituents, let alone the many others. The person who wrote to me, who's not actually one of my constituents, said a migrating bird coming to the south coast might start thinking, I've got to the coast, I can rest. If you have a solid wall of housing between the south coast and the South Downs, they've got to go on miles more. That shouldn't be happening. And I put this particular plea through the Prime Minister to the Secretary of State for Levelling Up on the planning appeal, the appeal against the planning decision for a judicial review granted by the High Court in the last few days, where the Department for Levelling Up had one inspector who was about to approve the protection of the Goring Gap, Chatsmore Farm, between Goring and Ferring, one in Worthing, one in Arran District Council. That inspector was about to approve the protection of this area when a second inspector, much to everyone's surprise, allowed the building of over 400 homes on one of the very few agricultural fields between the South Downs and the coast on the west side of Worthing. That decision is now to be heard in the High Court. I asked the government to decide they will not oppose the application for judicial review, not oppose the overturning of the decision, cancel the decision, or at least let the court cancel it, and say they will never again allow two inspectors to toss a coin for development of major farmland in one of the very few areas in a built-up area. I would say that if we want local democracy, we need to trust local councils, but even if we can't trust local councils, and I frankly do, we can't trust a department, inspectorate, which allows two inspectors to make decisions which are incompatible with each other's responsibilities. I know that the political success of the Labour Party in Worthing will lead to a new leader of the council, but I'm delighted that the present leader of the Labour group on the council came to the Goring Gap at my invitation to make a speech in favour of asking government to solve this problem. I hope the leader of the opposition, who's visited on a couple of times, once telling people and the other time not telling people he was coming, and not telling, don't mind not telling me, he didn't even tell the Labour Party he was coming, he wanted the photograph. But things have changed since then. Let's hope that government can see sense and protect the Goring Gap, the Chatsmore Farm and local democracy.
Dave McHillier.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, we've got finally the Queen's speech, 30 bills, and what the Prime Minister calls fiscal firepower. Well, I can't see that fiscal firepower in what's being done to support our constituents, and I fear that many of these 30 bills are like so many of recent government policies, mere headlines, or worse, dog whistle headlines that appeal to a certain section of our electorate but do nothing to solve the real problems that our constituents face. I should declare at the outset, Mr Speaker, that I am a leaseholder in a property that is having cladding removed, and I concur completely with the honourable member for West Worthing about the challenges for that group of people and for leaseholders more generally. And it is disappointing that we still have so much work to be done on leasehold reform. But in Hackney South and Shoreditch, as in many constituencies up and down the country, we need real support for the people who've been left behind. In my constituency, we see a huge challenge with 1 in 2 children living in poverty after housing costs are taken into account. And in London, we know that 60% of households in poverty are working households. That's an increase from 44% only a few years ago. And it's a reflection of the low pay that too many workers are paid and the high housing costs in constituencies like mine. So we all know that employment is a huge opportunity, but it is not a route out of poverty on its own for many people in London because of these high living costs. And that cost of living crisis is not just hitting those in constituencies like mine with those high prices, but biting everybody, biting now those who are just about managing, those who are on good incomes, but hitting huge increases to their fuel bills. And we know the government's response to that has been, from the Klarna Chancellor, lend the money now and people have to pay it back later, further indebting particularly the poorest households. So we need much better support for those left behind. And the government talks about levelling up. But in Hackney, we don't see much of this levelling up fund. We are the 7th most deprived local authority area in the country. But in the government's approach to levelling up, Hackney counts as priority 2. And yet, constituencies like Richmondshire, Derbyshire Dales and High Peak, which are respectively the 256th, the 265th and the 202nd most deprived constituencies in the country, are being prioritised over those children in my constituency living in poverty, living in overcrowded conditions, too often, sharing a bed with a parent up to the age of early teens because there is nowhere else for them to sleep, and struggling because of the challenges of the pandemic. They need support, and we must make sure, and this government needs to hear, that levelling up isn't just about levelling up in between different regions of the UK, but in parts of London within our amazing capital city. And of all people, the Prime Minister, who had the honour of serving as the elected Mayor of London, should be aware of that, and it is a shame on him that he is not tackling this head on. We need much better support, Mr. Speaker, for housing generally. I have more private renters in my constituency than I have homeowners, and more social housing tenants than both of those combined. And all have real problems. And the government is finally unveiling its renters reform bill, something that we're all keen to see. But just abolishing no-fault evictions isn't enough to solve the challenges of where people can live. You cannot live now in the private sector and grow a family, because even with no-fault evictions being abolished, if that does eventually happen, it doesn't make it a stable home, with rents escalating at the whim of the landlord. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Doesn't she understand, though, this gracious speech is all about levelling up and giving people more opportunity, and there needs to be a surge of private investment into these places with better paid jobs and better skills training and better education. That is the whole point of it, and will she support that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that's the whole point of it, forgive me, but I can't see that. I have the privilege of chairing the Public Accounts Committee, where we have looked at the Towns Fund and the levelling up approach. And it is a chaotic policy. It is a headline without proper detail and analysis about how to deliver this. Only the Bristol area has seen economic growth outside London over many decades now. It is a challenge for every government, but the idea that headlines saying it's going to happen are actually going to deliver is just for the birds. And we see this huge increase in private renters, and yet no real support for them. Where is the security? If you cannot afford to buy your own home, and you cannot qualify for social rented housing, which in my constituency is in massively short supply in any case, with hundreds, thousands of families living in massively overcrowded conditions. We've all been on the doorsteps a lot in the last week, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to always meet constituents. But when you keep meeting constituents who you knew when their children were toddlers, whose children are still living, sharing the bedroom, 2 or 3 of them, while their parents live in the living room, and those children are now young adults, it's not good enough. There is no hope for those people, because the government and these proposed bills do nothing to enable councils to build that important social rented housing, give better rights to renters, and provide a proper stepladder to purchasing your own home. Every policy so far has fuelled the equity in those who already own their home, rather than giving a real leg up to wannabe first-time buyers in constituencies like mine, where a 2-bedroom modern flat, as I've said repeatedly in this House, Mr. Speaker, but I repeat it again, on the market for around £750,000. That's just for a 2-bedroom leasehold flat. And as of June of last year, the median house price in the constituency was £600,000. But there aren't many. I'd be struggling to find a property for that price in many parts of my constituency. But that's a huge increase, 9.1% over the past 5 years. A house in Hackney costs more than 16 times the average Hackney salary. And that's not, and you know, Hackney has a range of salaries, though there are a lot of people at the poorer end. And 1 in 35 people in my constituency are recorded officially as homeless or in temporary accommodation. But that doesn't include those overcrowded ones, those who are overcrowded because there's no space for them to go, and those with no recourse to public funds who can't possibly afford to rent privately, even though they're working, and certainly could never buy. And rents, as we all know, are very, very high. So we need much better support, and there's no real solution in this Queen's speech. And crucially, we need real support for a lost generation. Many people have been very badly affected by COVID. But a group that I worry about particularly are our children, who have lost out on 2 years of education. And hats off to the teachers and schools that kept educating them. But for many children, however well the school did, if you didn't have the technology at home, you were clustered around one computer and a mobile phone with poor data, that was never going to be the same as a classroom experience. So schools did the best they could, and many did a very, very good job. but there is a challenge for children who lost out on education, who will go through the system without catching up under the government's proposal. So I look forward to seeing what's in their bill. But realistically, and I've been talking to my schools about the cost of their energy bills as just one recent crisis. And the cost increase on their energy bills mean the choice between heating the school or losing a teacher. So having our children freeze in a classroom but being taught by a teacher, or a warm school where they can concentrate on learning but losing that crucial classroom teacher. That's the stark reality, and I'm happy to share with anybody in the government the figures from the schools that have provided it to me if we can work together for a solution on that. But the cost of catch-up is a cost that is absolutely vital we pay. It is taxpayers' money well spent to invest in the generation that will be the engine of our future, that will be the entrepreneurs. Because my constituency may be poor, but it is not, it has no poverty of aspiration. But unless we give those children the leg up now and the catch up now, they will not get the advantages that they should have. And we've seen the complete failure of the tutoring scheme, which my cross-party committee highlighted as a concern very early on. We said, where are these tutors that are going to go in and tutor? And of course, that contract has been axed. So we still need a lot of support. We're seeing children in years 7 and 8, according to teachers in my constituency, having to be taught how to do decent handwriting because they missed those crucial years at primary school. Pupils in years 7 and 8 losing out in some areas because the qualified teachers are focused on the exam years. And we all want our children to succeed, and the government needs to make sure that school funding is properly resolved. It's fallen in average terms, in real terms, per pupil by 1.2% for the most deprived fifths of schools, but increased by nearly 3% for the least deprived fifths of schools. Is this levelling up? It doesn't look like it to me. And the Prime Minister purports to be an intelligent man. I'm sure he can do the maths and work out that that means there's an awful lot of children losing out. I was pleased to see that the Victims Bill is finally, perhaps going to appear. It's only been in 3 manifestos and 4 Queen's speeches. But this is a real crucial problem. Again, my committee has looked at the backlog in the criminal courts. There are many factors to that, some of which cannot be resolved through legislation. The sheer grind of day-to-day delivery and government of decent public services is something that seems alien to the Prime Minister and his front bench. But that aside, we need this Victims Bill to support victims better. Like the woman in my constituency, violently attacked by her partner in front of her 7-year-old daughter. She went to the police. The court case was set for 2 years after that violent attack. It is no surprise that he has repeatedly broken his non-molestation order because he feels that he can get away with it scot-free. And this is happening to victims up and down the country. And for those particularly in that kind of domestic abuse situation, she has said to me, I just want to move, I want a shot of this. I don't want to be reliving this, nor do I want my daughter to relive this over the next 2 years. And if the Victims Bill is to mean anything in terms of domestic violence, it needs decent options on alternative housing for those who are victims, because that's so often the break that those people need, and they cannot get it. In my constituency, with such a shortage of housing, that is a huge and ongoing issue. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the shortage of housing, and we need to get more houses delivered. So will she be supporting the reforms to the planning system that have been incorporated in today's Queen's speech?
Mr. Speaker, I will support anything that delivers the housing. I haven't had a chance to look at the detail. I think we do not yet know all of the detail. But absolutely, in my constituency, if there's a bit of land and nothing's moving on it, we are looking at it as an option for housing. But we cannot fit everything into an inner-city London borough. We need a better balance of housing, but we do definitely need that more affordable housing. And in a constituency like mine, we need more socially rented housing because the other options are not real options for people. People who've been housed in temporary accommodation in other boroughs outside of my constituency often want to move back. When they're on a 5-year lease, I say to them that is, at the moment, the current situation, thanks to this government, often the best you'll get. But when the rent is as high as it is in the private sector, they worry because they cannot survive without some benefit top-up if it fits in with the housing benefit cap. And so they are stuck in a terrible cycle of never being able to have a permanent home. I just wanted to touch on a couple of other issues that have been raised in a lengthy Queen's speech. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, talks about Brexit being done. Well, Prime Minister, you know and I know that it's not done, is it? It's far from done. And there is going to be a very long tail of changes that have been repeatedly delayed. There was no planning after the vote in 2016. We've seen import controls once again delayed. And it's not even clear what will change. Businesses are confused, people are confused, and that lack of planning is coming home to roost. So you can use the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, can use the slogans, but we can see through them, and he can have a peruse any day he wants of the committee reports that we've put out there highlighting these concerns. And the Queen's speech has got a whole chunk of dividing issues that the Prime Minister would love me to engage with now, but I'm not going to give him that satisfaction because I want real results for the people in my constituency, not the flim-flam and the cheap headlines of things that he hopes will start culture wars between members of this House and our voters, because everybody in this House and all our constituents know that the cost of living has to be a priority, that levelling up has to be a priority. I was pleased to see a UK infrastructure bank announced, Mr. Speaker, but I'm a bit puzzled because this is the same government that created the Green Investment Bank and then a few years later sold it off to the private sector. So if this infrastructure bank is going to invest in green technologies, well, good, if it works, but why have we had a decade of wasted time on that opportunity? In summary, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about bringing our country together and supporting people who need it. It's about division. Our Prime Minister has his head in the sand about real life and the real challenges of the cost of living and finding a home for so many of our constituents. There is no direction from this government that's flailing around trying to come up with a list of headlines but unable to competently govern this country in the interests of the people I represent.
Honourable Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I refer members to my entry in the Members' Register. It is indeed a privilege to be able to speak in this debate on the humble address in Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee year. And as others have already spoken, everybody across this House, including myself, wishes Her Majesty all the very best and thanks her for her unstinting service and her exemplary devotion to duty. As others have done, I would also like to recognise the passing of three excellent members of this House, Sir David Amis, James Brokenshire and Jack Dromey. They all came into this House in order to make a difference, to improve people's lives, and they worked unstintingly to do just that. And I would like to congratulate my honourable friends and members for Beverley and Holderness and Brecon and Radnorshire for their absolutely excellent speeches in proposing and seconding this gracious speech of the humble address. I want to speak about a few of the elements of the government's programme that I very much welcome. The Modern Slavery Bill will cement the government's commitment to enhance the provisions on supply chains. I understand the first element will be an extension of the requirements on supply chains to public procurement, to government departments. This is important. In 2019, as Prime Minister, I committed the government to use its power of public procurement to actually ensure that it was cleaning up supply chains and cracking down on modern slavery. I genuinely believe that dealing with supply chains is one of the key ways in which we can ensure that we eradicate modern slavery. Business has a huge role to play here, so does government. Section 54 was important in the Modern Slavery Act, but of course it doesn't actually require action other than putting something in an account, in your report and accounts, which might be to say that you've done nothing about modern slavery. So it is excellent that the government is now moving this forward and going to enhance this legislation. I think it could be transformative. I also want to welcome the Social Housing Regulation Bill. One of the clear messages that came from residents and survivors of the terrible tragedy that was the fire at Grenfell Tower was the concern that for not just months but for years, the voice of residents in social housing had not been heard, had not been listened to by those in authority who had responsibility to respond. This was something that we then discovered from consultation across the country was not unique to Grenfell Tower, But sadly, there were too many occasions where those responsible for social housing were simply not listening to the points that their tenants were raising. So it is important that we enhance the ability of tenants to have their voice raised, enhance the regulation regime, and ensure that we can do something which is so important in this country, which is to raise the value for people of social housing. So the stigma is not attached to social housing and being in social housing. We're all one community. The type of housing we live in should be irrelevant to how we are treated. And important here also is the Renters Reform Bill. I note the briefing says that it will provide 4.4 million households with more secure and higher quality homes. Renting is the only option for more and more people, and for some it is the flexible option that they actively want. But it isn't easy if you then live feeling that you could be evicted through no fault of your own. And dealing with those no-fault evictions was a commitment that has been made previously. I seem to remember my government made it, and I sincerely hope that it will now be enacted through this bill. When it comes to housing, it is important for the government to recognise the many concerns that were expressed by the public and by members of this House, across the House, on the elements of the planning white paper that the government published. And I understand that the Housing Secretary has heard those messages and is looking carefully at what should be in the planning bill. We do need more homes. We need to ensure they're in the right place. We need to ensure they're in designs that are actually in keeping with the community and the neighbourhood in which they are set. I believe the Housing Secretary is interested in these street votes, so that if in a street somebody wants to extend their house by 2 floors, they can have a vote in the street and the street will decide whether that's a sensible thing to do. Can I simply say to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister and others on the front bench, that I think the government needs to be very careful about the potential unintended consequences of such a move. I can well imagine a situation in which somebody persuades their neighbours in the street to agree to sorts of development that might enhance the value of their houses, but actually has a negative impact on the wider community and the wider neighbourhood. Looking at the issues of planning, and this ties in with the energy bill and issues in relation to the energy bill, I do wish the government, hope that the government, I urge them to take the opportunity to move ahead in relation to building regulations, to ensure that we embrace now the standards that will be required for our reaching net zero. We are still seeing new homes being built with gas boilers, and those are going to be retrofitted in a few years' time. And so wouldn't it make more sense to actually make sure that the regulations ensure that we actually do take the moves now for net zero? But I welcome the energy bill, and there is much in there that will help us to move to net zero, and that is excellent. I also welcome the National Security Bill, which I expect will enhance our ability to deal with threats from hostile states. That is very important, it's increasingly necessary, and it is very timely. In relation to Northern Ireland, there is reference in the Queen's speech to the Legacy Bill. I think it is important, I've said it before in this House, that we reach a point where there is an ability to try to draw a line on the past, but that must be done sensitively in recognition of the sensitivities of all communities. I note there is no... I will give way to...
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think there's an explanation there. I was at the Nigerian embassy getting my pass so that I can go to Nigeria at the end of May. Can I ask the Honourable Lady, it's really important for my constituents, those who have lost loved ones. I can name them the Ballydugan 4, Stuart Montgomery, murdered by the IRA. Nobody ever made accountable. My cousin, nobody ever made accountable. I want justice. My relatives want justice. My constituents want justice. Does the Honourable Lady agree?
Can I say
Theresa
May? I say to the honourable gentleman, we welcome him back to his place in the chamber. That is why I say it is important that these issues are addressed sensitively. They have consistently been looked at by some of my colleagues in relation to those veterans who may find themselves being caught before justice. But what is important is that people who did lose loved ones during the Troubles and the majority of those losses will have been at the hands of terrorists, but who did lose loved ones during the Troubles, are able to feel that sense of, first of all, actually understanding what has happened and being able to know what has happened. And I think this is one of the things that is driving the government's intention in relation to this bill. And they will want to be able to feel some sense of closure, which they have not been able to see for so many years. I note that there is no reference to what has been referred to in the papers as a bill in relation to, and I'm going to use the word, the Northern Ireland Protocol, and possibly to varying the terms of the treaty unilaterally. Can I say to my right honourable friend, and he will not be surprised if I say this, that I do not feel that that would be the right move for the government, that I think the government needs to consider not just some immediate issues, but also the wider sense of what such a move would say about the United Kingdom and its willingness to abide by treaties which it has signed. I will give way to the right honourable.
I thank the former Prime Minister for giving way. Can I say to her, with great respect that I hold her in, that surely what is more important here is the Good Friday Belfast Agreement and the need to protect the political institutions. I stood in the election last week. Not a single unionist member was returned to the Assembly that supports the protocol. There is no consensus for this. It needs to be dealt with. It is harming our economy. It is driving up the cost of living. It is undermining political stability in Northern Ireland. It threatens the Good Friday Agreement. It has to be dealt with.
Say to the right honourable gentleman that I put a deal before this House which actually met the requirements of the Good Friday Agreement and actually enabled us not to have a border down the Irish Sea or to have a border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Sadly, the DUP and others across this House chose to reject that, but it was just such an opportunity for what he wanted. Can I say to my right honourable friend that I am deeply disappointed that we only see draft legislation on a new Mental Health Act. The process for a new Mental Health Act was started in 2017. I've said once before in debate on the previous Queen's speech, that I feared that we might not see a new Act until 2023. I now fear we might not see a new Act until 2024, and, given the proximity of potential general election, may not see a new Act in this Parliament at all. I have to say that I think those suffering from mental health deserve better from the government, and I would encourage action on introducing a new Mental Health Act. I'm also disappointed we don't have an employment bill, particularly to put through the policy of ensuring that tips that are left for waiters actually get paid to those individuals. It was a popular policy, and I would hope that the government will think again on putting it through. The final issue on which I'm disappointed is that we don't see a commitment to an independent public advocate. This was a 2017 manifesto commitment. I recognise my right honourable friend did not put it in the 2019 manifesto, but it was one of the key recommendations from the report I commissioned from Bishop James Jones. 33 years on from the Hillsborough disaster, I think it is time that we actually took action to provide much greater support for those families who lose loved ones in public disasters, and there have been other disasters since Hillsborough. I think it would be a very fitting legacy for those who sadly have lost their lives at Hillsborough and other disasters if we see that support being put in through an independent public advocate. And if I can just say to the front bench, the government doesn't need to do any work on it, because the honourable member for Garston and Halewood actually has a bill that is written and which I'm sure she will be aiming to introduce in this House and which could be supported. Now, my final comment is underlying the government's programme is the desire to level up the economy and encourage high-wage, high-skill jobs. A country that works for everyone is about levelling up opportunity across the country. But the economic background against which the government is working does not make delivering on those aspirations easy. The cost of living crisis is making life difficult for many across the country. We have rising inflation, the need to restore public finances, the number of people who are economically inactive in this country is rising, as well as we've seen a hit to sterling, and forecast growth is well below trend. All those make for a very challenging environment. And it's a time like this that the Conservative principles of sound public finances and competent economic management are needed more than ever. And as we level up across the country, we should ensure that we're a government that doesn't just work for certain parts of the country, but a government that truly works for everyone.
Thanks. To follow the Right Honourable Lady, especially since the current Prime Minister entered office. And I agreed with a lot of what she said, especially on the need to move ahead quickly with new legislation for people with mental health issues, and what she said on social housing, and I thank her for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. She was missed today very much, and on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, I would like to send her our very best wishes. And we all look forward to celebrating the incredible milestone of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee next month. As an MP serving the Royal Borough of Kingston-upon-Thames, I know there'll be street parties galore across my constituency, demonstrating our patriotic and affectionate support for Her Majesty. I'd also like to pay tribute to three others whose absence we feel very acutely today: James Brokenshire, David Amos and Jack Dromey, parliamentary colleagues who sadly left us in the last 12 months. All three were MPs who command respect across the House. Respect for their seriousness of purpose and their collegiate way of working. They are all missed in every corner of this House. I must also compliment the honourable members for Beverley and Holderness and Brecon and Radshire for their speeches today. The member for Beverley and Holderness was a well-respected chair of the Education Select Committee when he described the then Education Secretary's reforms as ill-conceived and incoherent. You'll be relieved to hear that his speech was neither of those things. And in my opinion, he is neither an old duffer nor a young thruster, but far more valuable than either of those, a member with an independent mind, Whip's office dream. And his mention of a royal commission to deal with political wrongdoing has given me an interesting idea that I think we should take up with ministers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are all servants of the Crown, but the member for Brecon and Radnorshire has taken that further than most when she worked for the Prince of Wales as a researcher. I'm not sure if she was consulted by His Royal Highness for today's gracious speech, but her speech was an interesting insight into the complex relationships between Conservative MPs, and I thank her for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, this should have been a cost of living Queen's speech. Families and pensioners across the United Kingdom are facing the biggest squeeze on household budgets and living standards at any time during Her Majesty's whole long reign, going back to the 1950s. Yet the government's programme offered nothing. Now, there was a hint in the Prime Minister's speech, I don't know if you caught it. He said that there was going to be some measures brought forward by himself and the Chancellor in the next few days. Yet the press are reporting that the Treasury are saying they have no idea what the Prime Minister is referring to. So it would be wonderful if at least a minister from the front bench could enlighten the House, because our constituents need some help and there is nothing in this Queen's speech, when inflation is at 7% and rising. Its highest rate in 30 years, predicted to get into double digits by the end of this year. And we've all heard from many constituents heart-rending stories about the sacrifices they are making just to try to make ends meet because of inflation. Parents going without meals to make sure there's enough food for their children. Pensioners huddled in only one room to keep their heating bills down. Families who've seen energy bills soar by £700 already and are now told to expect another £800 rise in the autumn. People desperately need more help from the government. But what have they received instead, Madam Deputy Speaker? Tax rises, broken election promises on pension rises, and wages rising far slower than inflation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's unfair tax rises could not have come at a worst possible time. And the government's rise in national insurance contributions, coupled with the freezing of income tax thresholds that they like us to forget, Together, they are hitting the low-paid really hard. What everyone really needs is an emergency tax cut. And that's why Liberal Democrats want an immediate cut in VAT. Our VAT cut idea would help everyone, would help small businesses and high streets, and would cut inflation. Yet by failing to cut VAT, by choosing to make the cost of living emergency worse, this government has confirmed people's deep fears that they are government that just doesn't care.
Given the increase which is now reported in Treasury receipts due to inflation and due to the increased VAT receipts, does he not think it would be appropriate for the government to take that action? But does he also recognise that in doing so, VAT reductions could not apply in Northern Ireland, and people in Northern Ireland could not benefit from it because of the Northern Ireland Protocol?
Well, I hope the government will find a way of working with politicians in Northern Ireland to help people who are struggling. But he's absolutely right about the VAT point, Madam Deputy Speaker. The chance of getting £9 billion extra in VAT this receipts, over the prediction in the budget, £38 billion. And yet they say they can't afford a VAT cut. It's clearly nonsense. And at the local elections last week, people across the country rose up to say enough is enough. From Stockport to Somerset, Cumbria to Cambridgeshire, Harrogate to Harpenden, voters chose Liberal Democrats to be their local champions to fight for a fair deal for them and their communities. And for Liberal Democrats, that fair deal must start with real action to tackle soaring energy bills and rising food prices. And not just a VAT cut. We want to increase and extend the Warm Homes discount to help over 7 million people with their heating bills. And increase the winter fuel allowance to help pensioners betrayed by the Conservatives breaking their election promise on the pensions triple lock. Liberal Democrats want to help families and pensioners in rural areas who heat their home with heating oil or LPG who aren't protected by the energy price cap. We would pay for this with a windfall tax on the super profits of the oil and gas companies. Only last week, we learned that BP and Shell are now raking in £1 billion in profit between them every single week from the same soaring gas and petrol prices that are making families suffer so much. Surely even this government can see in this economic crisis we need to cut taxes for families by asking these corporate giants to pay a little bit more. This government is failing so many groups. There's nothing to back British farmers, for example, who are at once some of the hardest hit victims of the cost of living crisis and yet crucial to solving food inflation for the rest of us. Yet instead of backing our farmers and our rural communities, the government is adding to their pain, selling them down the river with trade deals that allow low welfare foreign imports to undercut responsible British farmers, and cutting the payments farmers rely on, costing some of them up to half of their entire income. Quite simply, that risks driving many small farmers out of business altogether. In the southwest alone, farmers will lose almost £1 billion by the end of 2027 as a result of these Conservative policies. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government's programme not only fails to help people with the cost of living emergency, it also fails to address the crisis in our NHS and care services. Take our ambulance services. Many are in crisis. Resources have been slashed, and paramedics and handlers are not being given the support they need. In the southwest, if you're a stroke victim, you now have to wait almost 2 hours for an ambulance. That is a terrifying statistic. An average wait for an ambulance of almost 2 hours. And it's not just stroke victims. In Devon, an 88-year-old man, Derek Painter, lay in, and I quote, excruciating pain after he fell on the stairs. He waited 7 hours for an ambulance. That is just horrific. Thousands of people are watching loved ones in agony and distress. Some have even watched them die. This is heartbreaking, and it cannot go on. Can the Prime Minister, look these families in the eye in such distressing circumstances and tell them they've got a grip on this health crisis? And it doesn't just stop at the ambulance crisis. Over years now, this government has allowed our NHS to spiral out of control. Local health services are at breaking point following the Conservative government's broken promises to recruit more GPs. People are struggling to get appointments, and GPs are under more pressure than ever. And then there's a ticking time bomb of NHS dentistry, or the lack of it, forcing people to shell out hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds for private work because they cannot get to see an NHS dentist. There was nothing in the Queen's speech to tackle these health crises, and nothing for the social care crisis either. Last year, the government promised to reform social care, but all we got instead was an unfair tax hike. More than 1 million people are missing out on the care they need right now, and still the government is doing nothing to help. Nor is it doing anything to support the millions of unpaid family carers who are making big sacrifices to look after their families, their loved ones. They're already facing serious financial hardship. That was before the cost of living crisis struck. And they're now being pushed to breaking point. And they were, once again, forgotten in the Queen's speech. I've told ministers, I've told the Prime Minister on countless occasions about the everyday struggles carers face. The amazing Kingston Carers Network in my constituency tell me their members, like carers across the country, are desperate for a rising carers allowance and for respite services to give them a break. Yet even the government's promise of a week unpaid leave for carers, surely the very least the government can do, was missing from the gracious speech. It's just not good enough. Without these unpaid carers, these family carers, our health and social care systems would crumble. The government is ignoring them at their peril. Nor can it afford, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ignore the growing public anger about raw sewage being dumped into our rivers and seas. I see it in the Hogsmill River in my constituency, Kingston's blue jewel, and one of only 210 chalk streams in the world. Sewage pollution is killing these rivers and chalk streams and threatens the habitats of countless wild animals and soils the beauty of our precious local environment. I know other members across the country are seeing the same, with sewage being poured into their local rivers and streams and into the seas along our coasts, whether in Eastbourne or East Devon. Liberal Democrats have proposed tough new laws and a new sewage tax on water companies to end the dumping of raw sewage, and our constituents will not forget the government's failure to listen and include such measures in the Queen's speech today. I'm happy to.
I'm very pleased he's raised the issue of sewage in our rivers and pollution. Does he not think the solution is to take all of our water companies back into public ownership and stop pouring millions of pounds of our water costs into the profits of the private sector, often in overseas locations?
I have to say I disagree with the honourable gentleman. I want a sewage tax. I want punitive laws, regulations on these companies who've been getting away with it. That is a way for much quicker progress. We can't wait any longer. We need clean rivers. We need clean seas. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Queen's speech comes not only at a challenging time for the UK domestically, it comes at a dark moment for us and for our allies, as Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine continues. I am proud of how we, on all sides of the House, have stood united in our resolve to support President Zelensky and the brave Ukrainians, fighting for the same fundamental values which we treasure so deeply, liberty and democracy. But we need to do more and send clear, strong signals. Here in this regard, I'm afraid that one thing in this address was conspicuous by its absence: a decision to reverse this government's cut to our armed forces, a cut of 10,000 troops. That cut is a deeply misguided policy at this perilous moment. Our national security has to be a priority. I urge the government to reverse this decision immediately and demonstrate to our NATO allies Britain's determination to stand up to aggression now and in the future. Thank you.
I now call to make her maiden speech, Anna Firth.
Deputy Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech. It's a privilege to follow the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton. I hope the eloquence with which he makes his speech is infectious. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have spoken in the same debate as the Father of the House, my Right Honourable friend, the member for Worthing West. He's sadly not here, but I had hoped to tell him he sets a fine example, and I'm looking forward to addressing this place in 2017. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's the honour of my life to be the first MP to be elected for the new city of Southend. Yet I will never forget that the circumstances that have brought me here are truly horrific. Sir David was and remains a legend across the whole of Essex. An outstanding MP for Basildon for 14 years, and for Southend West for a further 24. Quite simply, Sir David embodied all that is good about our parliamentary democracy. He had a gift for building bridges across this house. And I think that everybody here misses his decency, his kindness, his smile, and his wicked sense of humour. Here in Westminster, it's already obvious to me how easily you could become disconnected from normal life and from the constituents we serve. Yet in nearly 40 years as an MP, that never happened to Sir David. He always remained absolutely dedicated to the people he represented. From his successful private members' bill on fuel poverty, still relevant today, to eliminating cruel tethering, Sir David championed causes close to his residents' hearts. Animal welfare, the incredible Music Man project, endometriosis, and, of course, making Southend a city.
Carry on.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are others I would like to mention. The life of an MP is clearly demanding, but there are rewards and recognition that go with that. One group of people, however, share many of the pressures of our journey, but little of the recognition. So I want to pay tribute to Lady Amos and her 5 children. No one, I repeat, no one has paid a higher price for our democracy than they have. As we continue on with our lives, theirs has been shattered forever. The dignity, love, and spirit of reconciliation that they have shown has been an inspiration to me, and I know the whole House would wish to join me in telling them their sacrifice, their contribution to our democracy will also never be forgotten. I'd also like to pay tribute, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the other mainstream parties who chose not to contest the by-election, proving once again attacks on our democracy will only ever bring us closer together. Madam Deputy Speaker, Southend West is a wonderful constituency. Award-winning beaches, the earliest recorded woodland in Essex, an international airport, nationally important wetlands, and the beautiful town of Leigh-on-Sea, where I was born and love living. Arrive from London, Madam Deputy Speaker, by road, turn right towards the sea, and there, spread out before you, is, in my opinion, the most captivating view in the southeast. And that is the view, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Admiral Blake would have seen in 1652 when he brought the crippled English fleet back from the Anglo-Dutch War to Old Leigh for refitting. Spurning instructions to go to Medway, Blake... Blake knew then, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we all know now. The only way is Essex. 2 months later, Blake left Old Lee with the biggest and the best equipped fleet the nation had ever set to sea. But there's much more. Mr. Speaker, delicious shellfish and cockles are still fished daily in my constituency, and our picturesque high streets sport a wealth of independent businesses, including the internationally renowned Rozzie's ice cream and the best fried donuts in the country. So it's no wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Times recently announced Leigh-on-Sea as one of the best places to live in the country, proclaiming it fresh air and funkiness in buckets and spades. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also have a very proud tradition of sea bathing in Southend West. Indeed, we have the largest collection of historic swimwear in the country. Changing facilities, however, have always been controversial. Historic reports from the 1900s detail men not queuing for bathing machines, choosing instead to rummage around in Macintoshes to get changed. Men who performed this indecent act were fined 5 shillings, with the last man prosecuted in the 1950s. In court, he was told, surely it's time to give it up, but purportedly replied to the judge, if he didn't mind, he would stick it out for a little longer. There is, of course, much more to Southend West than our beautiful seafront. From internationally significant heritage sites, such as the Saxon Prittlewell Prince Burial, a stunning medieval monastery, and the 17th century London shipwreck, to Chalkwell's famous Rose Garden and the Palace Theatre, which previews many West End shows, Southend, Madam Deputy Speaker, is absolutely worthy of being the UK City of Culture in 2029.
Here we go.
Exactly. Yeah. You may think the calls for Southend to be a city have finished. I can tell you, they've only just begun.
Absolutely.
But what makes Southend truly special, Madam Deputy Speaker, are its people. Positive, talented, hard-working and entrepreneurial. And I'm so proud to represent them. Give a Southender a lemon, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you will not just get lemonade, you will get limoncello. Because Southend West is home to Tapped, an international cocktail success story started in the founder's kitchen around lockdown. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a Conservative, I believe in equality of opportunity. After wartime service, my grandfather worked for Southend General Post Office for over 25 years. My grandmother was a dinner lady. Above all, they valued education. My mother, Dr. Margaret Garrett, went to Westcliff High School for girls. And that was the making of my mother and of my family. And I'm delighted, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they are here today, including my wonderful husband, Edward, and my son, Piers. But that's why championing Southend West's great schools is so important to me, including our world-beating grammar schools. And it's also why I welcome this Queen's speech with its commitment to turbocharging school standards, school attendance, a register to make sure we don't have invisible children in the system, and greater safeguarding, and also fairer funding. Ensuring that every child in our country receives a quality education is the only way to achieve true equality of opportunity for all. But that must apply to healthcare too, which is why I also welcome this government's commitment to the NHS. Every 45 minutes, a man dies of prostate cancer in this country, including my own father 18 months ago. His treatment by the NHS was exemplary. But there are now new and better ways of treating prostate cancer, particularly earlier screening. And that's why I will be a loud voice for the brilliant Southend charity Prost8 and its groundbreaking work in this area. So, to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, as Disraeli once said, you could not have a softer climate nor sunnier skies than at Southend. I cannot hope to replace my predecessor, but I can promise to work hard every day to make the new City of Southend a beacon of enterprise, unity, kindness and opportunity.
Tony Lloyd.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say what a delight it is to follow the Honourable Lady for Southend West in her maiden speech. And I, like other members of the House, would very strongly empathise with her remarks about David Amos. He was a friend to many of us, absolutely somebody who did cross the best of this House of Commons of ours. He will be a very tough act to follow, but the Honourable Lady's speech, I think, does show why she is now the Member of Parliament to take on David's many, many battles. I would say this as well. As a Northerner, I for a long time thought Leon C was as credible as the Wigan peer. But I can well empathise and sympathise with the visions of those BMAC-wearing people changing on the beach, because this would happen in the rather cooler climes of Blackpool and Southport in the north of England. But may I wish the Honourable Lady every success in the role that she's established. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen's speech was, for I think many of us, a tale of almost of two countries. A vision that the Prime Minister would seek to set out of a country going forward, but the reality for many of our constituents of a country, frankly, this is in reverse gear. My constituents over the course of this election and other areas where I was able to knock on doors tell me that they are actually in many cases frightened. They're frightened like one of my constituents whose husband had to wait 7 hours for an ambulance, like my constituents who are on waiting lists which seem to grow and not get shorter, and who are frightened about their health, frightened even about the possibility of early death while they're on those waiting lists. My constituents in school are concerned about their futures because they can't see the high quality education that is there in the brochure but isn't being delivered in the ground because of underfunding. Not lack of good teachers, but lack of enough teachers and investment in our education. But my constituents at the moment are particularly frightened, I think, about issues like housing. My honourable friend for Hackney made the point about London. The London housing market is a very unique one. But actually the lack of social housing, the lack of affordable housing across this country of ours is very much the same. And there is a housing crisis in my constituency, and there is nothing in this Queen's speech that touches on that. The biggest issue, though, undoubtedly, and I've not had such a large number of emails at a personal level, is people's concerns about the cost of living crisis. You know, when we've got, again, a tale of two countries, the Centricas of this world, the BPs of this world, the Shells of this world, making record profits, many of it going to their already well-heeled shareholders, and yet my constituents and those of honourable members on both sides of this House who have already seen a 50% increase in the cap, the energy cap, and are likely to see an equivalent increase later on this year, they're frightened of what that means. People who really are frightened to put the heating on, people who are frightened to cook and to use the oven, people who simply don't know how they'll make things through the end of the month. A woman who wrote to me, she's a teacher, a single parent mum, And as a single parent mum, she was able to buy her own home. But she tells me she's frightened that she may have to sell that home because she doesn't know how she can continue to afford the upkeep on it. And that's somebody not at the what we would think of at the worst off end. A professional teacher should simply not be in that position. But she's frightened. Frightened for her children, frightened for her budget. A family who's where the wife was telling me she's concerned that her husband, even though she herself is in work, is going to lose the car that he gets because he's disabled. The thing that gets him around gives him his own life support mechanism. Frightened that will go, and makes the point that her benefit, that his benefit increase rather, even though she's in work, for his disability at 3.1%. Is de facto a serious decrease, with inflation likely to hit 10% later on this year. Pensioners who, again, are concerned about how they make ends meet. Pensioners who've seen the government break its promise of the triple lock. Pensioners who have seen a 3.1% increase in the pensions, but actually who are facing inflation at levels way above that. These are people who are very concerned about the future of this country and cannot see the glossy brochure that the Prime Minister is giving us. And we've got to do something about this. We've got to do something about a situation where it isn't just those seemingly the lowest economic groupings in our society who are suffering. People across the piece who are worried. And there are things the government can do. We know even had they increased the national minimum wage to the £10 that many on this side of the House argue, even now, the increase, that 50% increase, 50 pence increase, would yield something in the order of £900 a year to those in receipt of that. That, even after tax, would go some way to paying the increase of energy costs. Why did the Chancellor not do that? So these are important issues. We can, and even now could, do that. We could see a reversal of some of the tax increases the government's brought in recognition that those penalise those on average incomes, those on lower incomes. That would be the right thing to do in a responsible society. To say to those better off in our society, maybe they should, people like me actually, now over retirement age, who pays no national insurance. That's got to be wrong in our society. Why should I not, who still get the benefits of working, the benefits of our national insurance system, why should I not be making my contribution? Why should not those on higher incomes be paying national insurance pro rata to those incomes? Let the strong look after those who are weaker. We say that to our police officers. You who are strong look after those who are weak. We say that to those with the brains to run our hospitals. Those who are strong look after the vulnerable. Why don't we say to the better off, you help look after those most in need? Because that is the mantra of a fair society. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the Queen's speech as well, I did look for other issues. For example, what are we going to do about the climate crisis? It's already been mentioned there is nothing that's on the face of the Queen's speech, or even in the government's puffing around it, that gives us any indication that there will be the investment in home insulation, which is absolutely fundamental if we are going to tackle the climate crisis. There are many things the government can be doing. It would create jobs, it would create skills. It seems so obvious that a crash and emergency programme of home insulation would be part of moving the nation in the right direction. It's simply not there. That would be good to save energy costs. It would be great to save this planet. Let's do it. But it's not there. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many other things that could go on, but I do want, if I may, to turn to the situation in Northern Ireland. Now, I'll take to my friends from Northern Ireland, both here and elsewhere. Northern Ireland now is in a political crisis, we know that. Yeah. But you know, I spent part of my own time when the Stormont Assembly was not meeting, talking to many different people about the needs for constructive and effective executive in the north of Ireland, because the needs of the people of Northern Ireland are very similar to the needs of my constituents. It's an underfunded and badly structured health system. It's the absolute reality that the cost of living crisis is hurting people. It's real concerns about the investment in education. in the North Island. These are things that are common across the piece. They don't have tribal identities or whatever. And I would say to honourable members here present, actually, I understand that the debate about the protocol has to go on. We'll agree and disagree on some aspects of it. But actually, in the end, having an effective executive is something that does matter. We'll say to the Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley, when he talks about permanent political instability, this isn't the message of a constructive process that devolved government ought to be about. I believe in devolved government because I believe it's good for the people of Northern Ireland. But as we say at the moment, we don't face that constructive devolution if instead we have once again a boycott.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. My party believes in devolution very strong indeed. It's done a lot of the heavy lifting to make devolution work, more than many others. But I'll tell the honourable member this gently. The cost of living crisis is accentuated in Northern Ireland by somewhere in the region of between 27 and 34% of higher costs because of the border on the Irish Sea. It has got to be removed, or else that crisis will go on and will poison all relationships and the economy.
Well, let me say, I understand that his party is committed to devolution. They were part of making that devolution process work over the years, and that transformed the situation on the ground in Northern Ireland. I know this. But what I would say to him is that the Prime Minister's protocol is something that has to be debated in this chamber. Members of the DUP are here to debate that in this chamber, and I hope they do take that opportunity. But stopping reform of the health service, stopping the kind of things that could be done about the cost of living crisis in terms of education, etc. These are things that are here and now, and I implore them to think seriously about what that does. What we can unite on, though, across all parties in Northern Ireland is this, is that, and the Honourable Member for Strangford made a very important comment earlier on about the legacy of the Troubles. And one of the things that over time I've listened to many victims of, and the families of victims of the Troubles, and their common insistence still that they want justice. And I fear that this amnesty proposal, this blocking of things like inquests, is going to prevent that search for justice. And actually that does unite people across the political divide in Northern Ireland. Of course it will.
Thank you for giving way, and I know that he doesn't want his speech dominated by the Northern Ireland issue, but would he accept that not only is the Northern Ireland Protocol adding significantly to the cost of living crisis in Northern Ireland and slowing down the recovery of the Northern Ireland economy from COVID, but it also poisons the very essence of the Belfast Agreement and therefore stops the working of the institutions. It removes democracy because it does not just unionist members, but all members on the Assembly will not have any say on 60% of the laws. It removes the principle of consent because not one unionist member supports the protocol, and yet it would be the role of those members in the executive in Northern Ireland to implement the very protocol that the unionist population are being damaged economically and constitutionally by.
Well, we can continue to debate the protocol, and no doubt will, and the different views on its impact. There are those, and honourable members in this House know this, in Northern Ireland who say, in actual fact, business wants to get on and make the protocol work. But nevertheless, we'll continue to debate this issue, of course we will. But nevertheless, the central point I'm making is this, is that to delay reform of education, to delay the important investment and the good governance of Northern Ireland is a very high price to pay for not bringing the matter of the protocol before this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've probably spoken enough. I just want to say two kind things about the government. It's Queen's speech. One is the victims, the potential for something about victims, and that's a major step forward, really important. And the second, of course, is to see some progress on the governance of football. It may seem like a periphery to many people, but football actually does matter. It is our national game, and actually making sure we get this right is something that is important. So I look forward to seeing the details of this, because they've got to be got right.
David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to follow the Right Honourable Member for Rochdale. I've followed him over the years many times, and whilst I may not always agree with him, he always speaks with level-headed common sense, and that's a privilege for the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, the proverb tells us the good die young, and in this House that couldn't be more true than this year, with three of our most valued members, David Amos, James Brokenshire and Drac Dromey, all leaving us before their time. And David Amos was a particularly close friend of mine, and so it's a particular privilege to speak after his successor in her storming maiden speech. Indeed, when she was telling her Macintosh joke, I was reminded of a maiden speech about 30 years ago on those benches, when a rather striking red-headed Scott Nat made a absolutely stonking speech, maiden speech, and I think it was John Smith jumped up and said, "That was no maiden speech, that was a brazen hussy of a speech." Well, hers was too elegant to say that of it. She was much more elegant than that. But I'll say this to her, and perhaps it's the greatest compliment I can give her. And as I say, David would have been proud of me. Now, I want to make some simple points, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, fairly quickly. But there's a great deal to welcome in this Queen's speech, in 38 bills, and those who have been poo-pooing them perhaps ought to wait until they see the details of some of them. The tackling of economic crime, embracing the freedoms that Brexit offers, that's too late. Reforming and securing our energy supply, resolving the Northern Ireland legacy issues. These are all massively important issues, and there are many others like them, which should get our undiluted support. There are some, and the front bench would be disappointed if I did not say this, there are some which perhaps require more careful handling. For example, the online safety bill, a very necessary and well-intentioned bill, but is so complex will have dozens of unintended consequences, including possibly curbing free speech unintentionally. So we have to make sure we give the time to that, to look at it carefully. Similarly, the National Security Bill, undoubtedly a necessary bill, but we're going to have to handle it carefully because it replaces the Official Secrets Act, and we must make sure it does it in a way which does not curb the rights of honourable whistleblowers, for example, whilst protecting the state from its enemies. Now, a Queen's speech is built on sand if it's not underpinned by strong economic foundations. Indeed, in the actual Queen's speech, it said the government will drive economic growth to improve living standards and fund sustainable investment in public services. But taxes today are too high. So we need to get some fundamentals right. High taxes don't deliver growth, they stifle it. Yep. Low taxes deliver investment. Low taxes deliver higher productivity. Therefore, low taxes deliver growth. Therefore, low taxes is the preemptive answer to stagflation, which is the biggest threat on our horizon in the coming year. So I would say to the House that I rather agree with some of the points coming from some of the opposition benches about the need for an emergency budget. I don't agree with the argument for windfall taxes. I think that would defeat itself. But there's certainly need to act quickly. And the Prime Minister, I think, used the phrase deploying our fiscal firepower. Well, we need to deploy our fiscal firepower now, when our constituents need it, not after they've already suffered the increases in prices they face now, and the more that they'll face in the latter part of the year. Now, this is a good Queen's speech. I will give way to him.
And he's absolutely right that lower taxes now put money into people's pockets to allow them to spend on the kind of things that they are finding it difficult to spend on at present. But is he worried that there seems to be this attitude using the firepower in a couple of years' time coming up to the election will be seen as cynical rather than dealing with the issues now which are hurting people and hurting them badly?
Exactly right. It's quite plain. If we increase, for example, national insurance for a large part of the population, and that increases their suffering in not being able to eat and heat the house at the same time. And then 1 year before an election we drop the income tax. I'm afraid in the working men's clubs of Yorkshire that would be seen as a cynical deployment of the state power, and I suspect the same in Belfast, I suspect the same in the rest of Northern Ireland, where, as we've heard already, it's a bigger problem even than in the rest of the United Kingdom. So, yes, absolutely, that's right, and that's why we should give the people their money back now. My right honourable friend, I'll give way to him, I was about to quote him.
Would my right honourable friend agree that as there's going to be a big windfall element in extra North Sea oil and gas taxation, which already has a double corporation tax windfall element, and a big increase in VAT on domestic heating, and a big increase in tax on pump diesel and pump petrol, at least that money should be given back by other tax cuts.
My right honourable friend is right. I mean, in fact, so much so, he has been the icebreaker in this argument. I refer to it as the Redwood argument. We have record tax collections this year, record tax collections, because of fiscal drag and a variety of other reasons, underestimates by the Treasury, and that's the money we should give back to the people. We don't need to balance the budgets twice over, we need to get that right. Now there are elements which I think we need to reinforce or increase of what the Queen's Speech is talking about. I mean, my favourite line in the Queen's Speech is the same one every year. It's other measures we put before you. And I want to speak just to those for a moment now. We're Conservatives, we believe in a property-only democracy. And governments for 30 years, governments of all powers, all persuasions, and for 30 or more years, since Margaret Thatcher, in truth, have failed in this regard. They've failed. My generation, 2/3 of people bought their own home. Today, it's a quarter. That is a scandal. And it's, of course, I approve of the Prime Minister talking about the right to buy for housing associations. I should do. I first came up with the policy in 2002, and it was my responsibility. And we still haven't done it. But that won't solve the problem. We're 1 million houses short, at least, in a period in which we've had 7 million people increase in population. We're about 100,000 houses a year short in terms of what we're constructing, in addition to that million. So what we need to do is to find a way which doesn't hit what people call the NIMBY problem, but which is people talking about their own environment and protecting their own environment in objective things. You need to find a way around that, and I think we need to look very hard, as was done before in the 20s, at garden villages and garden towns, and using the increased wealth created by them to actually pay for the resources, the community centres, the surgeries, the schools, the roads, the Wi-Fi. That is necessary, and there'll be plenty of added value to make the farmers rich at the same time. So it would be politically not straightforward, but an easier policy than we might think. We're also believers in social mobility. I think the whole House are believers in social mobility. We used to be the best in the developed world. Used to be. Now we're amongst the worst in the developed world. Now, when inequality is greater, social mobility is more important. Indeed, it's the only real moral argument for an unequal society. And that is that everybody has an opportunity. Everybody has a chance to take part. And so in the last 20 years or so, top 1% of the population have roughly trebled their income, whereas the median is roughly flatlined. So there's a stronger argument for social mobility today than was before. The best mechanism in social mobility is the education system. And there's some very good proposals in the education bill in this Queen's Speech. But adding the academy system will help at the margin, but it won't solve the problem. It hasn't solved it for the last 20 years, and it won't solve it now. The great scandal is that half of children from free school meals families, are failed by the education system by the time they're 11. They can't meet the English or mathematical requirements to make progress in education. Their lives are effectively over in terms of social mobility at that point. We need to take a grip of that. That means re-engineering the classroom. It means helping our brilliant teachers with more artificial intelligence, more software support, more augmentation. The technology is there now. It exists now, it's proven, it's available. I hope the House won't laugh too much when I said I went to see it demonstrated at Eton, of all places, where it was brilliant at bringing on the weakest children. I give way.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would you recognise, though, in terms of educational attainment, if a child's hungry, because many of our children are hungry because they're living in poverty, it's not going to help them?
Yeah, I agree entirely. I have arguments I'm not going to deploy today on universal credit and so on, which relate directly to that. But one of the outcomes, for example, of having a technologically augmented teaching and assessment system is the teacher knows in days if the child has got a problem which it didn't have before. If suddenly its education performance starts, let's say because the parents separate, or there's trouble at home, or it's going hungry, or whatever it may be. So she's right. I agree with the basic premise, but this will help even with that if we do it. And I want to see us do that and deal with that scandal. The other area, the last area I want to speak about very briefly, is the fundamental question of healthcare. We all of us support the National Health Service. We all of us no doubt applauded the brilliant staff and the doctors and nurses who did a fantastic job. But we tell ourselves over and over again that we have the best healthcare system in the world. And it's not true. It is simply not true. We have those committed doctors, and we are now spending more than the OECD average on healthcare. More than the OECD average. But we are not delivering more than the OECD average, whether it's survival rates in all the different categories of cancer care, or whether it's coronaries or strokes or diabetes or whatever. We are not doing as good a job as we should for the money and the work and the skill and the commitment that goes into it. So my argument here is that we should look at the other countries that are doing better than us, whether it's Germany or France or Estonia or Austria or Sweden or Canada or Australia have different systems. They're all free at the point of delivery. All free. I mean, I've been a beneficiary of the Canadian system, and it's an insurance-based system, but it's free at the point of delivery, and it's supported by the state if you can't afford it. And it works better than our system. And I think we need to look at those other systems and learn from them, and stay with the fundamental principles of the health service, but actually learn and improve what we have. I'm just about to sit down, so she'll forgive me. So we need to rebuild ourselves. We on this side need to rebuild ourselves as a party of low taxes, as a party of and for homeowners, as a party of aspiration and opportunity and security. It's time for a new model conservatism, fit for a new Britain in a new world.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Halton Price and Howden, and thank you for the support that he has given to us over the years in Northern Ireland in particular. Can I also add my voice on behalf of my right honourable and honourable friends and the people of Northern Ireland in paying tribute to Her Majesty the Queen in this, her Platinum Jubilee year, and in particular on behalf of the residents of Royal Hillsborough in my constituency. We look forward to Her Majesty being able to travel to Northern Ireland again in the near future and to stay with us in Hillsborough and meet again with the very proud citizens of that village who have recently been accorded royal status. Madam Deputy Speaker, much has been said already, and I think it is important that as the government goes forward, there is a focus on the health of our citizens and on the cost of living crisis in particular. And recently in the Assembly elections, the local political parties in Northern Ireland were very much focused on these issues, and as I campaigned across Northern Ireland, I met many people who are concerned about their ability to pay their bills, or about how long they're going to be waiting on our health waiting lists. Sadly, we have the longest waiting lists in the United Kingdom, even though we pay more per capita into the health service than any other part of the United Kingdom. And that, I think, flags up the need for reform of our healthcare system in Northern Ireland, alongside much needed investment in that system. And we, as a party, are committed to this. We're also committed to ensuring that measures that the government bring forward here at Westminster are applied to all parts of the United Kingdom in terms of supporting hard-pressed families, working families, during this cost of living crisis. And I hope that any measures that are introduced by the government and that any spending commitments that apply to those are applied across the United Kingdom, and of course that the Barnett consequentials are made available to the Northern Ireland Executive. And it is a matter of regret, Madam Deputy Speaker, that at this moment in time we do have a political crisis in Northern Ireland. And that political crisis is born out of the reality that whilst the government talks about in Brexit taking back control of our borders, our money and our laws, in respect of Northern Ireland, our part of the United Kingdom, we have not yet completed that journey. As the Right Honourable Member for East Antrim reminded us, I've now been elected to a Northern Ireland Assembly, which is the legislature for Northern Ireland, dealing with those devolved matters that are not principally a matter for this House. And yet many of the regulations that apply to trade in Northern Ireland, to business in Northern Ireland, are enacted by the European Parliament, by the European Commission. And no, not a single citizen of Northern Ireland, not a single elected representative in Northern Ireland has any say in how those regulations are drawn up. So we haven't entirely taken back control of our laws.
Isn't it a disgrace that we can want to cut VAT in the United Kingdom, but we're not allowed to cut it in Northern Ireland? In what sense are they honouring our internal market and our constitutional arrangements?
Of course, the Right Honourable Member is correct, and they are not. And, you know, I've listened to some members of Congress, for example, lecture us on the need to abide by the protocol, to implement the protocol. And yet this is a nation that was founded on a campaign of no taxation without representation. And what have we in Northern Ireland? We have tax laws on VAT, for example, that apply to Northern Ireland, and we've no representation in how those laws are enacted. That is not the essence of democracy. And it's important because in this Queen's speech, the government indicates measures that they intend to take to help small businesses, for example, to reduce regulations, to alter the way that business is regulated. And that's one of the benefits of leaving the European Union. We have more control how we regulate our businesses. But that won't apply to Northern Ireland, because we are regulated by the European Union for the manufacture of goods, for example. We have to comply with EU standards, which means divergence from our main market, which is Great Britain. We purchase 4 times more goods from Great Britain than we do from the European Union in its entirety, and we sell far more goods to Great Britain than we do to the whole of the European Union as well. And yet we find this Irish Sea border, this trade border within our own country, is harming our economy, is damaging the ability of our businesses to expand, to invest. It's costing them more. I recently heard from one company, a small business in manufacturing in Newton Abbey, in the constituency of the Honourable Member for South Antrim. They tell me that in the first year of the operation of the Northern Ireland Protocol, the additional costs in bringing component parts from Great Britain, the transportation costs, the delays in getting those goods in, the additional paperwork, the customs fees, amounts to over £100,000 for that small business alone. That's costing them jobs. It means they can't invest in the expansion of their business. This is harming business in Northern Ireland, and peace and prosperity go hand in hand. A stable Northern Ireland doesn't just depend on the absence of violence, it depends on the growth of our economy, on creating jobs for our young people, of giving them hope for the future. And the protocol is harming our ability to do that because it's harming our access to our biggest market in Great Britain. Of course.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I absolutely hear the passion in his voice and the anger, and it must be so frustrating for the community in Northern Ireland. I was interested hearing Marks and Spencer's being quoted about the additional on-costs that they're facing in terms of the selling of their products in Northern Ireland relative to, say, the mainland. But can I just ask, and this is not supposed to be a difficult question, but what was it that the Prime Minister promised to his party when the Prime Minister addressed the party back in whatever it was, in 2019, I think, autumn 2019? Did he make it clear what was the reality behind what he would do in negotiating with the EU?
Well, I can answer the member quite clearly. The Prime Minister came to our party conference and told us there would be an Irish sea border, quote, over his dead body. That's what he told us, and unfortunately the protocol created an Irish sea border, and it is harming our economy. Now, I am only asking the Prime Minister to honour the commitments that he has given to us. I'm not asking him to do anything more than that. And the honourable member made reference to supermarkets. Can I just point out the absurdity of what this protocol means? Sainsbury is one of the biggest supermarket chains in Northern Ireland. It has no supermarkets in the Republic of Ireland. And yet, when Sainsbury moved the goods, even their own brand products, from Great Britain to Northern Ireland for sale in Sainsbury supermarkets in my part of the United Kingdom, they have to complete customs declarations, pay fees. There's a delay in moving those goods, which, as you will know, for food products can be vital, that delay, and it costs them more. And that is driving up the cost of food in Northern Ireland. For example, chilled food products, it's estimated that the additional cost as a result of the protocol is 18% in comparison with the same products in Great Britain. And as the honourable member reminded us earlier in this debate, the Road Haulage Association have said that the cost of bringing goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland as a direct result of the protocol has gone up 27% in the first year of its operation. There can be no other impact of that additional cost than to drive up the cost for the consumer of purchasing products in our supermarkets and in our shops. That is the reality. And when people say that it's a nonsense to link the cost of living to the protocol, then the evidence is stark and it is clear. Yes, there is a cost of living crisis in Great Britain, but it is exacerbated in Northern Ireland. It is enhanced in Northern Ireland by the presence of the protocol and the presence of the Irish sea border. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have had to take the reluctant decision as leader of the Democratic Unionist Party not to nominate ministers to the executive until this issue has been addressed, because we're being asked to implement a protocol. Don't forget, it's ministers in Northern Ireland who oversee the ports. We're the people who are required to implement, to oversee this, and it is simply not fair that as unionists we're asked to engage in an act of self-harm against our own people in Northern Ireland with the imposition of our protocol, which we do not accept, do not support, and we do not believe is necessary in order either to protect the integrity of the UK internal market or the integrity of the EU single market.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He may remember that the reason I resigned as Brexit Secretary went back to a previous Prime Minister promising full alignment, that was the phrase, between the North and the South. And it seemed to me at the time that the outcome of that was that Northern Ireland would have no more legislative power than a colony, because it had no ability to correct the sorts of problems he's now talking about. And is it not the case, is his argument, that for as long as that stands, this will make Northern Ireland not more stable, but less stable?
Well, that is absolutely the case. And the European Union told us, including the Irish government, a co-guarantor of the Belfast Agreement, argued that the necessity for the protocol was to protect the Good Friday Agreement and the political institutions created under it. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has had the opposite effect. There is no North-South Ministerial Council operating at this time. The Executive is not fully functioning. The Assembly is unable to carry out its full functions. And East-West relations between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland are at an all-time low since as far back as I can remember. So can we not see the harm the protocol is doing to the relationships that are at the heart of the agreement? But it goes further, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Court of Appeal in Belfast has ruled that the protocol changes our constitutional status. It overrides Article 6 of the Acts of Union. Now, this is a fundamental building block of our relationship with the rest of the United Kingdom. The Union is not just a political union, it is an economic union. And Article 6 confers on the people of Northern Ireland, and previously the people of the whole of the island, when it was all part of the United Kingdom, confers the right to trade freely with the rest of our own nation. Article 6 says there shall be no barriers to trade within the United Kingdom. Yet we now have an Irish Sea border, we have barriers to trade. Article 6 has been breached and overridden by the protocol without the consent of the people of Northern Ireland to such constitutional change, and that is contrary to the commitment in Article 1 of the Belfast Agreement, which says there shall be no change to the constitutional status of Northern Ireland without the consent of the people of Northern Ireland. So I think the Prime Minister is right in the Queen's speech today to highlight the need to prioritise support for the agreement and its institutions, including through legislation. Now, the legislation referred here is only to the legacy of the past. And as this House will be aware, we have grave concerns about the initial proposals put forward by the government, because it denies to innocent victims the right to justice, which we think is wrong. You never create peace, I do not believe, is built on the basis of injustice. And we await with interest the government's revised proposals. But sadly, there is no reference to legislation in the Queen's speech on the need to address the very real difficulties being created by the protocol. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what we are looking for. We're looking for that commitment from the government. The Prime Minister's first duty as Minister for the Union is to protect the integrity of the United Kingdom. And indeed, in the Queen's speech, and I quote, it states, "The continued success and integrity of the whole of the United Kingdom is of paramount importance to my government, including the internal economic bonds between all of its parts." The Prime Minister is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And those three words are the most important words for me in my constitutional status, and Northern Ireland. We are an integral part of the United Kingdom. And when the government says it is of paramount importance to protect the internal economic bonds between all of its parts, then that has to include, Madam Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland. That means addressing the protocol, because the protocol is incompatible with these two commitments. It is incompatible with upholding and protecting the internal economic bonds between all parts of the United Kingdom, and it is incompatible with prioritising support for the Belfast or Good Friday Agreement and the political institutions which are being undermined by this. Not a single unionist elected to the Assembly supports the protocol, not a single one. And yet the Good Friday Agreement is premised on the basis that the institutions will operate through consensus. There is no consensus for this protocol. The unionist community does not consent to the protocol. I will not allow my ministers to be put in a position where they have to impose upon their own people checks and regulations over which they have no control and no say, and that have been created by a foreign entity, the European Union. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear, and in response to the Right Honourable Member for Rochdale, my party is absolutely committed to the future of the political institutions. We want them to work and to deliver for everyone in Northern Ireland. My party is committed to the operation of those institutions. We are committed to our participation in those institutions. But it has to be on the basis of fairness. It has to be on the basis of a consensus. It has to be on the basis that we address the problems that are in front of us and that have flown from the imposition of the Northern Ireland Protocol. Last Thursday, I stood for election in my constituency of Lagan Valley. I've had the honour, Madam Deputy Speaker, of representing this beautiful constituency for the past 25 years in this House. But I believe in Northern Ireland, I believe in the future, and I believe I can play a role in strengthening the political institutions. And that's why, in response to the points that have been made, I'm prepared to commit the remainder of my political career to going back to those institutions and working with my colleagues to make them work. I am prepared to leave this House I've been a member of for 25 years and which I would dearly love to continue being a part of, because I want to invest in the future of our people. I want to work for our people. I want to deliver good government. But I have to say to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will not leave this House until this protocol issue is resolved. I will not leave this House until I can be sure that our political institutions in Northern Ireland have a stable foundation. That means, and I say this in conclusion to the government, the words in the Queen's speech are there, but they have to be matched by actions. Of course, I'll give way.
Well, my friend has made the point that he will remain in this House. I feel it is right that he does remain in this House, particularly at this juncture in Northern Ireland's constitutional and economic place within this United Kingdom. Whilst there are those who feel they can speak for unionism, they are not the people that speak for unionism. You are the leader of unionism. Therefore, it is vital that you remain in this House until this government honour their commitment to restoring Northern Ireland's place within this United Kingdom. And in truth, you are only adhering to the mandate that our electorate gave to us last Thursday in doing so.
Order just before the Honourable Gentleman. I didn't want to interrupt the Honourable Lady what she was saying because it was very powerful, but she really mustn't call the Honourable Gentleman you 3 times in the chamber. He's he. So perhaps she would just like to give her last line again, saying he.
It is absolutely vitally important that he remains in this place to ensure that Northern Ireland's place within this United Kingdom is constitutionally and economically restored.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I really appreciate the intervention of the Honourable Member for Upper Bann and congratulate her colleagues in the constituency for their success in the Assembly elections. The DUP, the Democratic Unionist Party, re-entered the executive at the beginning of 2020 on the basis of an agreement called New Decade, New Approach. At the heart of that agreement for us is the commitment by the UK government, given by the then Secretary of State, to protect Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market. Some 2.5 years later, that commitment has not been honoured. And yet, in the Queen's speech today, 2 other elements of the New Decade, New Approach agreement have been referenced by the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. That is the legacy of our past and legislation linked thereto. And we are told by the Secretary of State he will introduce a bill on language and culture. Well, I have to say to the Secretary of State that if he proceeds to introduce that legislation without the government moving to deal with the protocol, the government will be in serious breach of its obligations under New Decade, New Approach. It will be moving in a one-sided fashion, in an unbalanced way. And that is not the way to build consensus. It is not the way, in the words of the Queen's speech, to prioritise support for the Belfast Agreement and its institutions. What the government must do has to be balanced. It must take account of the concerns of the unionist community as well as the concerns of others. Currently, the legislation coming forward reflects the concerns of others, but it does not reflect the concerns of the members in this House who represent the unionist community or of the wider community. And so I reiterate my commitment to lead my party into the political institutions, and I will do so as soon as the government takes decisive action to deal with this protocol and to remove the Irish Sea border.
Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Lagan Valley, who has spoken very powerfully of his commitment to the Union, which I very much share. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start by paying huge tribute to Her Majesty the Queen and to wish her a very speedy recovery and to regret very much that she was not able to attend the other place in person today, but also to pay tribute to the speech that was given on her behalf. I think it was very positive, very optimistic, and I absolutely will be delighted to support the government in implementing it. And why is that? Because we as the Conservative Party, as the government, truly do believe in opportunities, and I think that opportunities and a hand up ran through the Queen's speech today in full measure, and I was delighted to see that. I think there is a lot in there that will enable people right across our country to find their lives better and their opportunities greater. And I want to just touch on a couple of the specific measures that have been announced today, starting with the Levelling Up Bill. And I want to focus, rather selfishly, on my own wonderful constituency of South Northamptonshire, because we're very often seen as a lovely Midlands area in the middle of England. We are quite mixed. We have the fabulous Silverstone Circuit. We have Motorsport Valley and high-tech engineering. We've got some fabulous rugby sides and cricketing sides and some great football teams. And it is a wonderful place to work and to live. But we also, Madam Deputy Speaker, have quite a few problems. One of those, which is one of our assets, is that I am fortunate to represent 92 villages and parishes, and sadly, very few bus links. And so in my constituency, wonderful as it is, for many young people, levelling up to them would mean actually being able to get the bus to work or to school. And so I'm really hoping that with some of the measures the government takes to level up, there will be many more bus routes made available so that young people, and yes, people who don't necessarily reach for a car as their first thought, will actually be able to get around on the bus. And I urge the government to do everything in that regard. Secondly, planning. Living in South Northamptonshire, we are in the middle of England, as I say. We're between the M1 and the M40. The A43 runs through. We are the rat run of choice for every HGV whenever there is congestion on the M1 or the M40. And frankly, as a result of being the logistics central for HGVs passing through, they now want to park themselves in South Northamptonshire. So we are under massive threat from huge warehousing applications, which are completely inappropriate for the area. There's plenty of logistics and warehousing dotted around, but please, Madam Deputy Speaker, I implore the government to ensure that local communities will be able to resist inappropriate warehousing development that would literally concrete over the beautiful areas of Northampton and Towcester and Brackley. We are very much under threat. The third pledge I'd like to make on behalf, or the third plea I would like to make on behalf of South Northamptonshire is that about demographic growth. Again, because we're a lovely area, people want to move there and they are most welcome. We are absolutely open for newcomers from all over the place. But together with the new housing, newcomers coming in, the new school pupils, the new jobs needed and so on, we never ever receive our fair share of funding for anything, whether it's for the hospital, whether it's for GPs, whether it's for school places. And I understand that there is a lag, but I do urge the government to consider those places that are growing in population very, very quickly so that they too can get some of the funding that's desperately needed. So I just wanted to make those pleas for South Northants. But of course, levelling up is about the whole country, and it's a huge opportunity right across the United Kingdom. And I want to mention here the Energy Security Bill, an absolutely brilliant initiative by the government to ensure that not only is our energy in the future cleaner and greener, but also that we can make our fortune in the world using our strengths in energy and in innovation in the renewable space, in the nuclear space, and in the technology space. I'm delighted to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the honourable lady for what you're saying so far. Can I agree with what the honourable lady is saying and reiterate the position that Northern Ireland has in relation to hydrogen as one of the new energy systems that we can all use to our benefit. I am very pleased to hear the commitment from the Right Honourable Lady to all of the United Kingdom when it comes to levelling up. Northern Ireland has to be part of that as well.
Well, I completely agree with the honourable gentleman, and I will be coming on to that just shortly. But what he says about the prospects for hydrogen power in Northern Ireland is music to my ears. And I think that's a good example of some of the measures the government are putting in place to ensure that we can green up and grow our energy security and our energy accessibility, but at the same time grow green growth and jobs. And the beauty of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, coming as I do from the financial services sector before Parliament, having spent 25 years in financial services that was always considered the jewel in the crown for the UK economy. But of course, those jobs were quite specifically in areas like the City, like Edinburgh, like in Bournemouth, like in Birmingham, but not widespread across the country. And they tended to be a little bit specialised, not for everyone. But of course, with the green technology sector, there are jobs for everyone. There are new apprenticeships for young people in perhaps installing electric car infrastructure, in installing solar panels. There are jobs for people coming from the industrial clusters in the north and in Scotland who might be wanting to retrain to work on offshore wind stations or indeed on carbon capture usage and storage. So there are lots of opportunities, and of course for the brilliant scientists and the universities across the United Kingdom who are developing new technologies in the green space. So jobs and growth, I believe the green space could be even bigger than financial services in the years to come. And if I was a betting person, which I'm not, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would bet that by 2030 there will be more people employed in the UK across the green technology sector than there are today in financial services. And I do hope that the government will remain absolutely committed to that agenda, and I will give way.
Thank the member for giving way. And in mentioning about the green economy and everything associated with it, and I don't necessarily want to green Northern Ireland, by the way. I'm talking about it politically in that agenda. But I want to just say it's from the point of view that we have technology which is passive housing, and we should be driving that forward. We should be leading the world in developing passive housing, reducing the need for carbon burning within our properties to keep them warm, and we do have the technology and the availability to do it. Why do we not use building regulations rules to impose that upon new development? 100,000 houses have to be built every year. Let's see, can we drive that agenda forward and reduce our carbon footprint dramatically?
Oh, the honourable gentleman is, of course, absolutely right, and there is already legislation in place to put new requirements on house builders to reduce the carbon footprint of new homes, and I think those will tighten up as time goes by. And there are so many, as he and his honourable colleague have already pointed out, there are so many different green initiatives, and I do hope that that becomes the way that we make our living in the world through jobs at home and exports overseas. I would like to go on, Madam Deputy Speaker, to talk about the third area that I really want to highlight from the Queen's speech today, and that is the pledges towards the Union. And for me, as a proud Conservative and Unionist Party member, for me, keeping the Union together is what it's all about. There is no doubt in my mind that it is the union of England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland that is so precious to all of us. And we make a grave mistake. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I simply cannot understand why separatists want to break apart our union. It makes, to me, no sense whatsoever. This is a fabulous fabulous place where we have centuries of shared history, shared family, shared culture, shared language, a shared currency, shared institutions, and I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. A number of bills, in fact a whole range of bills in the Queen's speech today, fly in the face of standing orders number 9B in the Scottish Parliament and of the Sewell Convention, which requires legislative consent from the Scottish Parliament to these range of bills. Does she think that riding roughshod and imposing these bills against the wishes of the Scottish Parliament will strengthen or weaken the Union?
What I would say to the Honourable Lady is that I think she, as a separatist, wants nothing more than to see the UK government setting out any sort of possibility whatsoever that she can argue against with some sort of fake grievance. What I want to do is to appeal to the fabulous people of the United Kingdom. Let's stick together. And I have some ideas, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we should share rights to one another's health systems, because actually in Wales there are serious problems with Welsh healthcare, and I would like nothing more than to see Welsh citizens able to access England's healthcare system, or indeed Scotland's healthcare system, whenever they want to, and indeed that of Northern Ireland and vice versa. I would also love to see school exchanges right across the UK, so that children, as they're growing up, can actually develop a better sense of the unity of the United Kingdom. And I would love to see consideration given to more free ports around the United Kingdom, and very particularly to consider a free port that could potentially encompass the whole of Northern Ireland, because as one part of the UK that really does need and deserve a huge boost to jobs, to growth and to opportunities, I think a free port that gives beneficial tax status and makes sure that Northern Ireland is absolutely integrally joined and feeling a part of the United Kingdom would be something that I would love to see. I will give way to the Honourable.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving away again, and most gracious. The Honourable Lady is putting out a good argument on behalf of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, always better together, and I agree with the Honourable Lady. But to make that happen, the Northern Ireland Protocol has to be addressed. Does the Honourable Lady commit herself in this chamber to ensuring that the Northern Ireland Protocol is done away with, and that we in Northern Ireland have the same rights as everyone else in this House?
Well, I can say to the Honourable Gentleman that I share his concern about the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I am absolutely determined that there should be no barriers to internal trade or any other form of union between all of those component parts of the United Kingdom.
Will she give way?
I will give way indeed.
And does she think it might be a good idea, given how the EU always wants everything in Northern Ireland to be aligned with the Republic, that we should add to that free port the same corporation tax rate as the Republic of Ireland has? Because that seems to be the one thing, to me, they're actually getting right.
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a very good point, and really that sort of emphasises my view that potentially Northern Ireland could be considered as a free port to have a beneficial corporation tax and other regimes in order to encourage more jobs and growth and more spread of business right across the United Kingdom. So I agree with my honourable friend. But I do want to finish off, Madam Deputy Speaker, by talking a bit about what I think is the greatest, two Madam Deputy Speakers, how wonderful, by talking about what I think is the greatest levelling up policy. And it won't come as any surprise to anyone in this chamber that it's going to be about the best start for life. And of course, when we human beings are born, we do not have any cognition whatsoever. We don't know that that's our mum. We don't know that we're wet or cold or tired or hungry or bored. We don't know anything. We just know. No, the Honourable Lady says, of course we know it's our mum. We don't actually. As a baby, you do not know it's your mum. You know that that is a person, an important, you know that that is an important creature to you, but you do not know that that is very important to make that distinction. Babies adapt to the environment in which they find themselves, and so it is absolutely critical in everything we do, if we want to level up, up that we provide support for families of all shapes and sizes to be able to give their babies the best start for life. And it's by doing that, by providing support for families who perhaps don't understand about sleeping, crying, weaning, who perhaps have their own relationship difficulties with their other partner because of the stresses of a new baby in the household, perhaps people who don't know what a baby's stage of development should be and therefore are perhaps missing some important problem with their tiny baby that could be easily resolved if tackled straight away. So much better support, I know, is a shared desire right across this House, and I think nothing could be more important for levelling up than giving every baby the best start for life. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much indeed. And listening to this debate carefully, and speaking from one of the villages in the heart of England, in Yorkshire, it's occasionally very difficult to recognise the descriptions of England, which have been England and Britain, which have emerged during the afternoon. But before I develop my argument, I just want to refer to the fact that it's more than 5 months now since I've been able to speak in the House for medical reasons. I had a bad accident in the new year, but also 2 of my closest relations fell seriously ill, critically ill. One was on life support for 9 days, and I was able to see at first hand the miracles which performed on an hourly or even minute-by-minute basis by nurses and doctors in the intensive care unit in Pinterfields Hospital in Wakefield. And I will never, my sense of gratitude will never diminish for what I saw. It was quite incredible. And same with the paediatrics unit at the LGI in Leeds, who've been looking after a young member of our family. And I hope the House won't mind if I mention my own surgeon, Mr. Venkatash at Chapel Allerton Hospital in Leeds, who managed to get me up and walking faster than I imagined would be possible. There were times when I was in hospital, well, it felt as if I was running a surgery, a casework surgery, because when people discovered I was a Member of Parliament and I was laid up, they took advantage of forming a queue to lobby me on all kinds of things. But the thing which was most frequently raised with me was the state of the NHS. The staff, the clinicians, the orderlies, the cleaners, the patients all came up to me and spoke to me about the NHS. And when we heard the Prime Minister earlier saying he's putting record amounts of money into the National Health Service, I just want to give this message, not from me, but from the clinicians and all those people who spoke to me in those quite intense moments when I was there trying to recover from the anaesthetic. And what they said was, the money isn't getting to us. Our incomes are low and being held back. They said that there was a scourge of restructuring going on all the time, preventing them from getting on with the business of providing the kind of level of care that they wanted to provide. And also, they were fed up with outsourcing. And they asked me to tell the House of Commons they were their views, and I captured them in all honesty. I happen to agree with them, but that's beside the point. Now, I want to just move on to the levelling up, the question of levelling up. I mean, one might ask the question, why is it that after 12 years of Tory government, in fact, that it's necessary for the government now suddenly to say, well, we need to level up. I want to refer to my constituency, but to illustrate a national, or series of national problems. And there are 2 aspects I want to raise in relation to that. First is inequality of income. Now, if you look at the average income in my constituency, it's £250 a week less on the average than the amount of money which is earned in wages and salaries in the Prime Minister's constituency. It's a staggering amount of money, £12,500 a year per person working in a full-time occupation. And how can that level of inequality be justified? And I'm sure that there are many people in the House on this side and in other parties in Labour who've got similar problems in their constituencies. How was it that that came about after 12 years of a Tory government? And I want to come later to suggest what might be done. But the second point I wanted to mention, again about my constituency, but it raises a wider question, and the right honourable member for Helton Price, who isn't in his seat now, mentioned social mobility. Well, look, the British are told, if you work hard, play by the rules, and you have even a minimum of talent, you should be able to get on in life. That's what we're told. And that's what the promise of social mobility is. But the truth is, the government established a social mobility commission. What happened? They all resigned because they said that social mobility had come to an end in Britain. Now, my constituency, there are 533 seats in England. Mine is the 529th least socially mobile constituency in the whole of England. And I speak not only for my constituency, but for all those seats across the north of England, in the southwest and elsewhere, where social mobility has come to an end. And it breaks my heart to think of a child born in one of those hospitals today, which I went through the experience of, in my constituency, born into a family in deprivation or poverty, who faces a shorter life than people may do elsewhere in more prosperous areas, but a life in which they will die in poverty. Breaks my heart to think that's where we are. And so, levelling up is a spurious rhetorical device that the government has developed to try to cover up for the failures of the last 12 years in office. What you have in a society which is profoundly unequal now, where the billionaires are floating on a sea of riches while there are millions of people living in poverty, and children too, and families at work, is a profoundly unequal society. But when you put inequality together with the lack of social mobility, what do you have? You have a class structure, the old British disease, ossified, unchanging, and built on a system which enriches a few and leaves so many millions of people behind. Now, what does the government's programme offer? Well, I say it offers more of the poison which created the situation which we're now in and pretends it's a solution. Because what created the situation was Tory economic policies, austerity, what we call neoliberal economics, and market triumphalism. All of those things are at the root of the problems which face communities such as mine and those across the north of England and elsewhere. And what the speech pretends to do is to suggest that government, the state, can take an active role in levelling up, offering social mobility and a route out of poverty for people in the constituencies like mine. But that is not what is being offered, is it? What we've been offered is more marketisation, more cuts, more austerity, planning laws being swept away in order to deliver more marketisation, and then deregulation. All of the defects which have created the problem, which have left so many communities behind, that's what's on offer. That's what's offering in this Queen's speech. And I'm sure that ministers in the quiet of their own homes, their consciences may say to them, well, we do have a problem. But the key workers in the NHS and elsewhere who kept this country going through the pandemic have been abandoned on low pay rises which are wholly unacceptable, while prices are accelerating. Now, I want to come back to my constituency as I begin to wind up. If you calculate how much money you need to level up my constituency to the Prime Minister's, it's an astonishing amount of money. £250 million a year is what would be required to pay people in my area the same as they earn in the Prime Minister's. If you were to try to get halfway there, it would cost you £100 million a year. The staggering amounts of money. What does the government offer? It offers a Chancellor who never hesitates to boast how he is a small state kind of guy. But what's required is an active intervention in the market in order to begin to change the levels of deprivation, poverty, and the difficulties which arise, which are at the source of so many problems, the breakdown of cohesion, and And the other issues, the anger which we see in politics today, £200 million a year to pay people in my constituency, the same as they already earn down in the Prime Minister's. There is only one answer to this, and that's a Marshall Plan, a Marshall Aid Plan, on the scale of what happened after the Second World War, in order to begin to tackle the underlying problem. Anything else is just rhetoric designed to persuade people maybe to give the Tories one more chance. And before anybody jumps up, though I see that nobody is doing, to say that we can't pay for it, this is one of the richest countries in the world. But where is that wealth? Where is that wealth? It's not in areas across the north and elsewhere. It's in the hands of a very small group of people and a tiny group of corporations. It's time to introduce a wealth tax. And by the way, while I'm talking about it, why is it that money earned from wealth or from property is taxed less than money earned from work? Why do we privilege wealth and capital over labour? Why is it our fiscal system's like that? We could raise more money to begin to create a kind of a Marshall Aid Plan. All of those things are possible. But we have to, first of all, the House has to face the truth. This is a profoundly divided society, a restless and angry society, which wants change. My final point is this. My very final point is this. In a society with divisions running so deep, it's not surprising that the levels of consent and consensus which a democratic country requires in order to be governed, they are breaking down. Dissent is emerging. Dissent is emerging because of the lack of social justice, which I've tried to explain from the point of view of my constituency. Now, what's the government's response to that? Is it to try to create a more socially just society? No, it isn't. It's to actually try to crack down on dissent. Last parliamentary session, we passed some horrendously authoritarian legislation, and now we see in the Queen's speech today, more is being proposed. Let me say this. Authoritarianism will never resolve the problems of a breakdown in consent in a society which people feel profoundly uneasy about because of how it treats them. And that's my final point, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir John Redwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have declared my business interest in the Register. I welcome a lot in this gracious speech. I welcome the emphasis on growth. We need growth to deliver many of the other ambitions for levelling up and for better public services. I think the government are right that they need to revisit the rules and laws to promote better transport, to deal with difficulties in housing and planning, and to pursue a course of greater self-sufficiency in energy. But I'd like to concentrate mainly on the economic conditions that the government is going to need over the next 2 years to make a success of this legislative programme. Legislation only gets you a little way. What you're trying to do by legislation is create conditions in which business can flourish, people can train and get better skills, that they can get into better paid jobs, investments can be made. And we won't level up all the mighty cities and towns of this country that are below average with public spending. We need to level them up with ambition and private investment and people going on their own personal journeys so that they can develop a business of their own, they can get to the point where they can afford a house of their own, that they have sufficient training and qualifications, that they can get a decent, high-quality job. That is the way the successful parts of the country have got many more people into higher incomes and better living standards, because those parts of the country have worked and have attracted the people with the energy and the talent, or have given the people already there more support. And we need to look at how we can give that support and that encouragement more widely around the country.
Would my right honourable friend, I'm so grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, because what he is saying is echoing the words of the Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street, who said it cannot be governments that create wealth. We merely have to provide the opportunity for businesses and individuals to create that wealth.
Well, I'm glad all three of us agree on this thing, and we can proceed on that basis. So what does the government need to do? Well, my first recommendation to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is that he needs to have a new framework for the conduct of our economic policy. We are still running on Maastricht Light. We still think that the way to control the economy is to control the debt and deficit. I've got news for him. If we get growth and inflation right, the debt and deficit will come closer to taking care of themselves. We need to get the growth right, and we then have much less of a problem with the debt and deficit. In the last year, when the United Kingdom led the growth tables for the advanced world, an unremarkable thing happened. It seemed very remarkable to the Treasury, unremarkable to me. The deficit came tumbling down on one set of figures, and they're still keeping on changing them. The deficit came in at 90 billion below the OBR and Treasury forecast, because with more growth you get more activity, more incomes, more spending, so you collect more VAT, you collect more income tax, and it was mainly extra revenues that came in because we had that faster growth. So I say that the debt and deficit matters, but they should be subsidiary. The two main aims of economic policy should be, first of all, a 2% inflation target embedded as a government target as well as a control mechanism on the Bank of England, and that should be complemented by a 2% growth target, not that exacting by 20th century experience in the United Kingdom, quite challenging by the current century's experience because of the disfiguring effect of the big banking crash and Great Recession in the middle of the first 2 decades of the current century. First of all, inflation. Inflation, once it gets out of control, is extremely damaging to everything. It ends up giving you shortages on your shelves, lack of supply, businesses crashing, people being thrown out of jobs. You do not want to get into accelerating double-figure inflation that some countries have suffered all too much. And if you want to see what happens with the playbook, just look at what's happening in Turkey at the moment, look at what has happened on a grotesque scale in Venezuela, where the generous state kept printing and kept borrowing, and it's ended up destroying over half the national income of the country and destroying much of the potential of the oil industry, which used to pay for everything because it was nationalised and incompetently run. So you need to rule out those extreme versions, and of course you need to control the amount of money you create, and you need to keep an open eye on when you can afford to borrow in the public sector and how much. But that is a second-order issue to promoting growth and inflation as the prime aims. But the inflation target cannot simply be delivered by a central bank. Unfortunately, the Bank of England, I think, made a policy error, and it was one that I pointed out beforehand last year, because I think it went on printing money for longer than it should have done. Its policy was too loose for too long. I was fully behind its huge injection of money and ultra-low interest rates the previous year because of the huge shock administered to the economy, but it now looks as if they made a mistake. They have now corrected that. They shouldn't overdo it. They are no longer printing any money at all in excess, and they have put up interest rates on 3 separate occasions, and money growth is now much more constrained in our country. But you do need government as well to put its shoulder to the wheel to curb various types of inflation. And at the moment, one of the inflationary factors hitting particularly the budgets of those in the lower income areas are the huge price inflations in energy and food. And these are supply shortages. We were already pretty short of energy in Western Europe because of the policies being pursued and because of the lack of natural resource on the continent, where they don't have any or much oil and gas outside the Netherlands. We were already very short of basic energy, and then of course the dreadful invasion of Ukraine came along and caused so much damage, most directly to the people there who have such dreadful shocks from it, but a wider economic shock to the rest of us. And as a result of policy, Russian oil and gas is being gradually withdrawn from our supply system, so we've exacerbated the shortage for understandable and good political reasons to try and help Ukraine in its battle against the Russian invasion. And if we look at food, we see a shortage arising as markets are heralding the sad likelihood that there won't be a lot of crop coming out of Ukraine this year, and so a very big source of edible oils and of grains will not be producing and exporting in the way the world market needs, and so we see great price pressures there. So you need to engage government, and the government, I'm pleased to see, is working towards more energy self-sufficiency and more food production. But these are crucial as a response to what has just happened and as a security for the future. If you want to keep inflation down in the future, the one thing you can rely on is if you produce more of your own energy and if you grow more of your own food, and you will then have more control over the pricing, particularly with something like gas, because of course gas is only traded on the world market to the extent that there is either pipeline capacity or LNG capacity, so a lot of gas cannot be traded internationally. American gas cannot be sent to Europe in huge quantities because there is no pipeline and there's a limited amount of LNG capacity. So America has much lower gas prices and has nothing like the energy cost of living problem that we have as a result of producing a lot of its own gas and therefore having a domestic market which clears at a lower price than the current very spiked world prices for gas. So I trust the government will pursue greater national self-sufficiency in key areas, and this not only includes basic energy and food, where we can grow a lot more of our temperate food, but it also includes crucial technologies which the government is becoming increasingly sensitive about. So I trust that when the government turns its mind to the detail of its energy legislation, it will facilitate by that legislation the production of more domestic oil and gas. Now, I think there's more general agreement today, after the debates of recent months, with the proposition that we ought to re-enter the North Sea, and instead of a pretty rapid rundown in its output, we should, for a transitional period, maybe this decade, get more oil and gas out of the North Sea. It surely makes a lot of sense. It makes green sense, because the CO2 output created by burning your own gas is considerably less than the elaborate process of carrying it halfway around the world, having compressed it and decompressed it so that it can travel as LNG. It's about half the CO2 generated by burning your own gas. But more importantly, for the point of view of levelling up and growth in our public finances, we pay the tax to ourselves. All gas and oil attracts massive taxation from the countries that have the good fortune to produce it. And so if we buy gas from Qatar, or when we were buying oil from Russia, we are paying them a huge amount of tax, which is revenue we could pay to ourselves, and our own treasury could either spend or give back to us in some other form as a rebate or grant if we develop more of our own production. But there is the more sensitive issue about onshore gas, where people are often rather opposed to such an idea. And what I would suggest there is I think that no landowner and no council should be made to have onshore gas if they don't want to. And that would be a democratic decision over permissions, and it would be a decision of those who had the land or the property nearby as a result. But I think some areas would have it suitably protected and environmentally tailored as it could be, as we have some onshore oil and gas already. I mean, Witch Farm, for example, is in a very beautiful part of the world, but it produces oil quite happily onshore. And I think what the government needs to do is to put into law a framework where landowners and communities that agree to participate in onshore oil and gas development should receive a participation of some sort in the royalty or in free gas to consumers or whatever, in a good way.
Interested in what he's saying, he's actually talking, I assume, about fracking when he says onshore gas production. Yeah. And if you leave it to individual landowners and local authorities, the pollutive effect of fracking doesn't stop at the borders of somebody's land or a local authority border.
That's correct.
it pollutes the aquifers, and it can and does create earth tremors that go obviously well beyond all of that. It's surely a matter of national policy that we do not produce or pursue this short-sighted avenue of trying to get gas. We look at better methods of conservation and more sustainable methods of generating our energy.
I don't know whether the right honourable gentleman has a gas boiler, but I expect most people in this house have gas boilers at home. Most of my constituents and I have gas boilers, and the gas needs to come from somewhere. I'm not going to go into the details of the techniques needed for reservoir management, because it obviously depends upon the structure and the flow rates and the nature of the stratum in which you find the gas, but there are a range of techniques that can be used if gas or oil is shy trying to come out of a reservoir which have been developed over many years. Of course, like the right honourable gentleman, I want that to be regulated. There must be no pollution of watercourses. Fortunately, gas strata and water are often well divided in the United Kingdom, rather more so than in the US, where they've had a gas revolution on shore but have not polluted their water supplies and have not caused great environmental health problems. So I think that, of course, that needs to be properly regulated. It is very strictly regulated at the moment, and we need to review those regulations to make sure that the number one priority of public safety is guaranteed, but the number two desirable effect, assuming public safety is guaranteed, that we can get some out, is also taken care of, because I'd have thought the right honourable gentleman would rather like the idea of a big new source of oil or gas tax revenue that stayed in the United Kingdom, rather than being paid to Qatar or Saudi Arabia. It would give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I know he and I have talked a lot about community support for onshore projects. And would he agree with me that another such area could be deep geothermal, which the Business Backbench Committee is at the moment looking into as offering a fantastic potential for sourcing new forms of renewable heating?
Well, I'd love to hear that, and unfortunately I was in this debate, so I was not able to get to that particular committee, but I will catch up with my right honourable friend elsewhere, because I know you wish me to move on. One last point, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is about housing and planning and my own constituency of Wokingham. Now, we're very generous, and we accept a large number of new people joining our community, as they would like to do, and we accept hundreds or even well over 1,000 new houses every year being constructed in the constituency. But I don't think we should want to keep all that to ourselves. I think that kind of housing that can attract people who can provide leadership and better jobs and can set up businesses needs to be spread more broadly. So I think that the planning rules do need to be revised so that we can use the planning system to reinforce the wish to level up, with some of that really important private sector housing investment going to places that really need it, rather than having an awful lot in places that have done pretty well already and are finding the pressure on public services and on roads, transport, railway and so forth is just too much, and the infrastructure not catching up. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, a good speech, it needs economic success, it needs a policy based on going for growth, it needs a policy that deals with supply side shortages, it needs a policy based around lower taxes, because we need to give something back now to start to lift the cost of living crunch.
Amy Keller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I rise to contribute to this debate, I want to thank you and the Speaker's office for your kind words and support during my recovery. The same gratitude to my colleagues on these benches and across the House, to my family, friends, staff across the estate, and to my team, and significantly to medics across NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde. This has been a long time coming. Surgeries, tears, struggles and some victories later, I'm standing up for the people of East Dunbartonshire when many doubted I'd be able to stand at all.
Hear, hear.
It's on that theme I wish to start. Throughout the past 2 years, across our communities, we've seen the best of people. Individuals and groups rising to the challenge to support the vulnerable when they needed it the most. These are the triumphs of our communities, that when faced with crisis and the toughest of adversity, good people will respond with honesty, integrity and decency. These are the hallmarks of our society and the principles that should uphold our democratic process. We know that due to the actions of some in this place, those principles have been called into question. I don't wish to expand on this, but what I will say is that we can't ever hope to hold power to account, to elect members from across our communities, if the structures that underpin this place are fundamentally broken. We make no secret in desiring a different path for Scotland away from Westminster. But the structures and the processes of this place must change. We must have decency in our democracy. We must have integrity in our processes. We must have equality throughout all areas of this government's legislative programme. But today's Queen's speech entirely failed to address the cost of living crisis. One not experienced for generations. We needed bold action from this UK government. The people of East Bartonshire deserved answers and actions, not platitudes and politicking. What we heard today was a lack of willingness from this UK government to take action to support or even throw an olive branch to some of the 2 million people across these 4 nations living in poverty, because this government has made a legislative choice causing them to be. Poverty is a political choice by this government. A different legislative programme featuring even some of the progressive policies of my nation's government would have resulted in a far bolder agenda for the year ahead. Policies like free prescriptions, free university tuition, free personal care for the over 65s, free bus travel for under 22s, the Scottish Child Payment, the Baby Box, the Young Carers Grant. This is a tale of 2 governments. One that helps those in need and one that blames those in need. But again, this speaks to our democracy, to our politics. Devolution was not designed to mitigate, it's there to empower, to democratise and bring power closer to the people of Scotland. It was never intended to be a shield to soften the blows of successive Tory governments. We do what we can with the powers and resources of our nation, but we will not accept the people of Scotland, the voices of East Bartonshire, being abandoned by an out-of-touch, uncaring UK government. In my constituency alone, the Scottish Government is forced to spend £11.8 million each year to mitigate the worst of what Westminster throws at us. Just think what we could do with that extra money as an independent country. On that note, I returned to this place physically in February of this year, specifically to raise the case of a constituent and fellow stroke survivor who'd been struggling to get by on the woeful welfare provided by this government. We know that this is an issue across the board, but disabled people in particular can't afford to live on the measly welfare this government dishes out. And I note with sadness that this is unlikely to change in the year ahead. People are being forced into poverty. I've already noted it's a political choice, and one this government could have set out progressive plans to rectify today. I do want to add a positive note. Like other speakers in this debate, I do welcome legislation to ban conversion therapy. It is unfortunate this is the second Queen's speech in a row we have heard this. I will also add a note of caution, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill should not be exclusionary, and only a fully inclusive ban of conversion therapy for all LGBT people would be welcomed. There is no LGB without the T. Today I didn't hear anything that would make a tangible difference to the lives of the people in East Bartonshire as they struggle under the weight of the cost of living crisis. Last Thursday, the people across these nations went to the polls. My party enjoyed yet another historic victory, our 11th in a row, and the best ever result for pro-independence parties. In contrast, the Conservative Party, who once again put their opposition to independence front and centre, had a disastrous campaign and even worse results than the members opposite may have feared. But it hasn't stopped the UK government ploughing forward with its Brexit bills. These 7 bills will undermine devolution, lower living standards, leave us out in the cold when the world desperately needs all democratic nations to step up. If the UK government has faith in the programme laid out today, let them put it to the test. Let them surprise me and respect the SNP's democratic mandate to hold an independence referendum. Let them make their case in the ensuing debates and let the people of Scotland decide their own future. Thank you.
Can I say it's very good to see the Honourable Lady back and in such good form. As Honourable and Right Honourable colleagues will know, we do have a lot of speakers for this debate, so it would be helpful if colleagues could confine their remarks to about 10 minutes. Sir Roger Gale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I first add my voice to the many that have expressed their good wishes to Her Majesty the Queen. Our monarch is a truly remarkable and great lady, and I hope very much that she will be back in rude health in time not only to participate in but enjoy her Platinum Jubilee celebrations. And could I also say how very good it is to see the Honourable Lady for East Dunbartonshire back in her place. And I'm quite sure that we all wish her a full recovery as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 3 issues that I wish to raise. There is a planning bill contained within the proposals for the Queen's speech, and that is long overdue. That bill, we are told, will allow greater local input into development. And it is a sad fact that under previous planning regimes, the desire to build houses, and I accept, of course, that people need houses to live in, but that desire seems to have overridden local planning desires. There is also, in the speech, a bill to promote sustainable and efficient farming and food production. Those 2 issues have to be compatible. It is not possible to have sustainable food and farming if we are going to build all over our Grade 1 and Grade 2 agricultural land, which is what is happening in Thanet at this very moment. And that has to stop. So I hope very much that the front bench will take account of the fact that that circle has to be squared. And that, to me, is incredibly important. The bill, the Queen's speech, contains many mentions of the cost of living increase. I have full confidence in the ability of our Chancellor to get that right. I understand entirely why he probably wants to wait until the autumn to address the matter of fuel price rises. But I would say to him that people are hurting now. In constituencies like mine in North Thanet, there are families facing very real hardship, and these are normal, hard-working families that ordinarily would expect to be able to heat their homes, put food on the table, and maybe have a little bit of left over to enjoy themselves. That's practically gone out of the window. So I hope very much that the Chancellor will take on board the need for urgent action now, as well as addressing other matters in the budget in the autumn. The Queen's speech also contains a reference to the Brexit freedoms and the fact that we should be allowed to control more of our laws. Now, I was under the impression that one of the advantages of Brexit was that we would be able to take control of much more of the legislation that affects, for example, animal welfare. I was saddened to find that there is virtually no reference to animal welfare in the Queen's speech. However, upon further inquiry, I am pleased to learn that at the very least part of the Animals Abroad Bill, although it's not mentioned in the speech, will be introduced, and that the ban on the import of body parts, otherwise known as trophies, from hunting, will be brought in. But it does strike me, Madam Deputy Speaker, as strange that we are allowed to ban the production, for example, of foie gras, in the United Kingdom, that we can control the import of the use of fur, but there is a reluctance to ban products produced under circumstances elsewhere in the world that we would not permit in the United Kingdom. And I do believe that, again, those are issues that have to be addressed. I hope very much that as we move down this line of legislation, we shall find time to deal with some of those issues. Of course.
I thank him for giving way. Does he share my concerns that bear fur from Canada will still be imported for the use of ceremonial caps for army?
The Honourable Lady may or may not know I'm one of the patrons of the Conservative Animal Welfare Foundation, which is campaigning for the use of faux fur. And it does strike me again in this Jubilee year that it's rather strange that Her Majesty the Queen has eschewed the use of real fur in favour of faux fur in all her new garments. While we, and by the way, we also use faux fur for bandsmen's outfits in replacement for tiger skins and leopard skins. And those are faux fur skins that are used now under the big bass drum. And yet we're still using real fur for guardsmen's caps. Now, I do understand two things. One, the pride with which those caps are worn. And second, the need to make sure that any faux fur replacement is suited to the purpose and fit for the purpose. But so far, the Ministry of Defence, which has got so many other things right, seems rather reluctant to go down this road. I hope that if we can demonstrate there is a real viable faux fur alternative, then that also will change. In the context of the Queen's speech and the armed forces, the speech makes reference to our gallant forces, and by God they are gallant. But also, it is absolutely vital that we continue to make the maximum affordable possible contribution to the war effort in Ukraine, and to continue to give across the House our fullest possible support to those who are fighting so bravely for the freedom of their country. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this issue of Channel 4 privatisation. I, as a former broadcaster, myself, producer and director, am fiercely committed to free speech. And just as an aside, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Anna Cookson and the team on Radio Kent's Wake Up Call for a week ago winning an ARIA award in the teeth of competition from, I believe, the Today programme and Radio 5 Live and others. But that to me demonstrates two things. One, the importance of that free speech, and two, the value of public service broadcasting. I'm not philosophically opposed to the privatisation of Channel 4, but I do believe that we are in danger of throwing a baby out with the bathwater. And I hope very much that if we are going to continue to go down that road, then we take very great care indeed to seek to secure the future of the independent production industry that Channel 4 has fostered. Thank you very much.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to be called in this debate and a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman who, whilst I disagree with him about much in politics, the words he says about animal welfare, I'm sure will be welcomed by many in the House and agreed with wholeheartedly. I also associate myself with all the remarks made by my friend, the Leader of the Opposition, about the contribution of Her Majesty the Queen, and also about those colleagues that we have lost in the past year. And also to the member for Eastern Bartonshire, as you said, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's wonderful to see her back in her place we're all very glad, and she made an excellent speech. And again, whilst I disagree with many of the things that she stands for in politics, I think we all are glad that she is here to say them. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, sometimes the House of Commons captures so well the emotions, worries, and desires of the people that we represent. Sometimes it feels like Parliament is having a day on a whole different planet. Today, I have felt, has been a whole different planet kind of day. The glaring and burning injustice of children growing up in poverty and far too many families simply not being able to make ends meet seems to have been ignored. Madam Deputy Speaker, politics is not performance art. All the pomp and ceremony in the world will do no good at all for my constituents in Wirral South unless the laws we put forward and we vote for in this place put money in their pockets. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was the member for Maidenhead, when she was Prime Minister, who spoke of burning injustices. And it's some of those burning injustices that I feel, if anything, have got worse since she was Prime Minister, that I want to speak of today. Now, you know, it's the debate on the Queen's speech has many features, and we've heard some self-deprecating humour, not taking ourselves too seriously. And yes, I do think it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we don't in politics take ourselves too seriously. But people don't want crappy jokes from us. They want action, and particularly when it comes to making ends meet. So I am at a loss, Madam Deputy Speaker, to understand why we are not having an emergency budget. There was no employment bill in the Queen's speech, despite promise after promise after promise. And there's simply no credible plan contained in that Queen's speech to end the need for food banks in our country. We are letting the country down. Yeah. On an emergency budget, I think it's universally accepted now by everyone from, I think, the chairman of Tesco, yes. And across most of this House, with the acceptance of perhaps government ministers, that what we need is a windfall tax on oil and gas companies to put money in people's pockets to deal with energy bills. And on the other side of the equation, on people's incomes, the Prime Minister claims that we're living through some sort of jobs miracle. Well, if he thinks it's miraculous that parents in this country can put food on the table whilst working, still too many of them on 0 hours contracts that pay minimum wage, where you don't know whether you're going to get hours next week or not, if he thinks it's miraculous that women in this country are able to do full-time jobs whilst relying on the most minimal amount of paid-for childcare, and if he thinks it's frankly a miracle that families in this country are still able to feed themselves and look after themselves whilst dealing with loved ones facing a social care system that is failing before our very eyes, then I would agree with him. That is truly an employment miracle. I will give way.
Just very briefly, and I thank her for giving way, would you also agree with me that the only jobs miracle to be seen here is that the Prime Minister's still got his?
Here. I mean, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was quite critical about parliamentary humour before, but I think that was an example that we can all aspire to. It is truly a miracle that the Prime Minister is still in his job. But that is not the jobs miracle that we need. He can say, however many times he likes, that he wants high-paid jobs. It won't put money in people's pockets, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to turn to a local issue, it's not just the fact that people are finding it far too hard to get by, and even people who do what I think of as really relatively professional jobs like nursing or teaching are now turning to the shame of food banks. It's also that the government's promises on every aspect of what they dare to call levelling up are meaningless. It's that whether it's the money that they're doling out that doesn't seem to be reaching any of the right places, or their claims on the high street and regeneration that add up to nothing, I think this Queen's speech is simply not good enough for the British people. I'll give an example from my own constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker. You will remember that New Ferry, a town in Wirral South, had a terrible gas explosion in 2017, and we were promised help and support to regenerate that area. We got far too little, far too late, and one of the major problems has been insufficient power and resources for councils to tackle significant areas of dereliction and deprivation. And if, like me, Madam Deputy Speaker, you represent an area in the north of England that has post-industrial areas that were never really fully regenerated after the 1980s, you will know only too well that the lack of power and resources for our councils has been incredibly detrimental over the past decade in delivering the kind of building on brownfield areas that will help save green areas for everyone. And that's why the kind of suggestions of some of the changes of planning powers in the Queen's speech may do a small amount at the margins, Madam Deputy Speaker, but they give the lie to the promise that has been made to the British public. And I think that sense of injustice, that the ambition that people have for our country will never be delivered by this government, is what people are really, truly angry about. The same on the issues that people are facing with the refugee scheme to help Ukrainians. Promises made from that dispatch box, Madam Deputy Speaker, never delivered. People were told, put your hand up, help those who are fleeing the war in Ukraine, and we will support you as a government. And what have we seen? Applications for visas taking far too long, people left in Poland and other countries without any information at all, and my constituents continually beating a path to my office to tell me how they've put a shift in, they've sorted out the spare room, and what do they get from the government? So very little in terms of action. And it's that sense of injustice that people have, that they wanted to help at a time of war and the government were left wanting. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to put on record my thanks to the former Prime Minister, the member for Maidenhead, who's no longer in her place, for speaking up for the Hillsborough law. She knows the sense of burning injustice that Hillsborough created. She put forward a proposal to change the legal system that would treat every person in this country with decency and respect when the worst happens. If this government fail on Hillsborough law, as they're failing on every other aspect of public policy in this country, then I think the lack of justice in Britain will be clear for everyone to see.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from Wirral South. And on the last point that she made, I'm in agreement with her that I hope this session is one in which we can finally right that particular wrong and pass a piece of legislation to enable victims of great scandals and tragedies to have the legal representation that they require. The experience that I've had in working with survivors of the Grenfell tragedy leads me to believe that those individuals and their families need to have all the support possible to help guide them through that difficult period ahead. Can I also pay tribute to the Honourable Lady from East Dunbartonshire and welcome her back to the House. We all admire the courage that she's shown in the struggles that she's had in recent months and welcome her back to her place today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the position that we find ourselves in today is actually a particularly perilous one for the country. We've heard in the course of this debate about the constitutional issues that we face, and we've heard about the geopolitical ones with the war not so far away in Europe and the work that we are doing as a country to support our brave allies in Ukraine and to help them to win and Vladimir Putin to lose. But here at home, we see a very challenging economic situation, perhaps the most challenging in my lifetime. The hit to household incomes this year and next is going to be the greatest that we've seen since records began, perhaps the greatest that we've seen for 100 years. We may see a recession later this year. I don't think that's certain, but I think only a fool would bet against it, seeing the economic indicators as they are. And there is a very real risk of the start of a new inflationary era. And an inflationary era is one which should concern us all. It's one that should concern the poorest in society, of course, the most. Secondly, we're seeing stagnant economic growth. It's that economic growth that should worry us the most in the long term. We need to be an economy that is generating the good jobs, the tax receipts, to help people into good careers and fulfilling lives and to pay for public services. In an era in which public services are only going to cost more with an ageing population, the urgent need to invest in our transition to net zero, and the desire shared across this House to invest for levelling up and greater productivity, we will need those tax receipts more than ever, and yet they are not forthcoming. If the Bank of England and the OBR forecasts are to be believed, and they have been wrong in the recent past, we're going to see a number of years of anemic economic growth. We have to come together to tackle that. And thirdly, we see a number of major issues on which this House should be coming together to tackle failing. Energy policy is clearly one, and this year we are reaping the whirlwind as a result of decades of poor planning on energy, a failure to invest in renewables as fast as we could have done, and a failure to invest in nuclear power and other conventional sources of energy. That is placing an intolerable burden upon individuals and families in this country. And the other one that comes to mind to me is housing. The repeated failure of governments to build more homes of all types and tenures, from social housing to those homes that aspirational young people want to buy to get on the ladder. We need to do more on both of those fronts. So in that respect, I welcome the Queen's speech because on a number of accounts, it brings forward bills that may answer these challenges. There's a series of bills that look at longer-term economic growth, from online competition to reduce the impact of big tech and its stranglehold on our online platforms, to gene editing to help our farmers and agricultural sector to compete, to improvements in financial services, where the City of London's position is by no means safe and secure and needs to improve if we are to continue to hold that strong position in the international community, to transport, to education. But more, I think, needs to happen. The Queen's speech is not a fiscal event, as has been said in one way or another by many across the House. But I do think we have to recognise that we have to intervene and take further steps, firstly to support the poorest and most vulnerable in society. I think it is inevitable that we will uprate universal credit. That will no doubt happen at the next fiscal event as usual, but there is a strong case to do so on a one-off exceptional basis as soon as possible to help those poor and vulnerable families to get some extra money and alleviate some of the pain for the months ahead. Secondly, it is clear that taxes on working people are too high. The tax burden is now at the highest level for more than 40 years, and we're going to have to work to bring it down. I appreciate the Chancellor's position that a further tax or a tax cut will occur in 2023 or 2024 prior to the end of this Parliament. But that doesn't seem soon enough to me and my constituents. We need to have a more competitive tax system, and that means work now when household incomes of any level are under strain, rather than in a year or two when potentially inflation will be starting to ease and the need for tax cuts will be somewhat diminished. I hope to see those two changes, amongst others, in the months ahead. Looking to the longer term and to speak to 3 bills in the Queen's Speech for which I have some experience, having been responsible for them until recently. Firstly, the bill which I was very welcome to see, which is reforming the regulation of social housing. This is a bill which originated under my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, when she was Prime Minister, and the experience of speaking to social housing tenants in the immediate aftermath of the Grenfell tragedy. And as she said in her contribution earlier today, it was clear that too many of those individuals feel ignored and disrespected by the providers of their social housing. Some of those providers, particularly the largest housing associations in this country, have a poor record of listening to their tenants and responding with good quality housing, good quality consumer service. This bill will go some way to changing that by putting in place better regulation and a better, more consumer-focused regulator to respond to those complaints and concerns, and I strongly welcome its inclusion in the Queen's Speech. Secondly, a bill is going to be brought forward to complete the journey towards leasehold reform. In the last Queen's Speech, I started the first half of this 2-stage legislation, which I hope will enable any leaseholder in this country to be able to easily enfranchise their property. Leasehold is a product of our history, a feudal system which has little place in today's society. We are the only major developed economy in the world to continue with this system, and it does now need to come to an end. I hope that this bill will be an ambitious one, which not only enables people to enfranchise their property and to purchase a share of freehold if that's what they want, but leads to the end of leasehold, and that we as a House can set an end date for that system, from which point onwards we move wholeheartedly towards common hold, a better system which is used and enjoyed by citizens and homeowners in every other major developed country in the world. And thirdly, I'm pleased to see the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill included in the Queen's Speech. There are 2 elements of this which matter to me. The first is devolution, enabling more devolution deals to be done with cities and counties across the country, for those deals to be done faster, and for greater power and responsibility to be handed to local communities. As Housing Secretary during the pandemic, reflecting on that period, it's very clear to me that the one area of our state that performed consistently well during that crisis was local government. Almost every other government department or area of the state has at best a mixed record. There are triumphs and there are failures. Within local government, it is mostly a story of success. It's also a story of thrift and value for money. As Secretary of State, I gave £9 billion to all of the local councils in England to help to get them through that period, to look after the homeless, to dispense grants to our local businesses, to look after the most vulnerable, to do local contact tracing, and many, many other responsibilities. That is a fraction of the funding that we gave to other areas of the state. If I have one regret, it's that I didn't win the battle within government for contact tracing to be done exclusively by local government, rather than the expensive system that was ultimately created of track and trace. But the record of local government is good, and we should build on it with further devolution. I'm conscious of time, but I'll give way briefly to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Right Honourable Member. And I just want to applaud him what he was saying about the terrific work of local government through the pandemic, and the action he took was absolutely right. However, the government did promise they would do everything necessary to support local authorities financially through that time, whatever it takes. And unfortunately, local authorities like Warwick District Council and Warwickshire County Council Mayor are really struggling now because they did not receive that.
I hear the point that the honourable gentleman makes. I would dispute that. Today probably isn't the right moment to do that because time doesn't allow. But the point I was making is that where there is waste in the record of most other areas of government in its response to COVID, I don't think that's the case with local government. It did those crucial services quickly, in a way that worked for local communities and providing good value for money. And that, I think, should lead us to do more devolution wherever we can. The second half of this bill is going to be about housing and planning, a subject on which I know well and have scars on my back to prove. I would simply say, because there's limited time today, that it is a matter of the greatest importance to this country that we build more homes. Successive governments have failed to do this. There's always an excuse. We don't want to build on green fields. We don't want to spoil the look and feel of a local community. We don't want to overdevelop an area. We've got to get those homes built because we're letting down hundreds of thousands of our fellow citizens. People are homeless today because we're failing to build those houses. Young people's rightful aspiration to get on the housing ladder is being neglected because we're not building those homes. If I had to guess, I would say that the number of homes we built in the first year of this administration, under the Prime Minister and myself, almost 250,000, will be the high watermark of the number of homes built in this country for several years to come, and that the government will miss its 300,000 homes a year manifesto pledge by a country mile. The only way in which we will get back to 250,000 homes a year and exceed it is if we together, on a cross-party basis, agree that that is not good enough and that we need to build more and find ways of doing that. Otherwise, I'm afraid, we're going to consign hundreds of thousands of our constituents to a life, at best, in secure rented accommodation, at worst, in very insecure rented accommodation, and life on the streets. That isn't good enough. That's not the society I want to live in. And I hope that members on all sides of the House, of all political persuasions, will approach that planning bill with that frame of mind. Thank you.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I will try and keep within the 10 minutes you've requested that we do, and I absolutely agree with that. The day of the State Opening of Parliament is actually quite surreal, because you have all the sort of pomp and the gold coaches and the ancient Rolls Royces and everything else out in the streets. And you then have a Prime Minister who comes into the chamber and tells us he's got all the big calls right on COVID and all the big calls right on finance, and then disappears. The reality of this country today is that we have 4.2 million children living in poverty in our society. 1.3 million babies, very, very small children, are being brought up in households in desperate poverty, often with not enough to eat, and a heavy reliance on food banks and food co-ops merely to survive. And so, dealing with poverty, dealing with those issues, does require wage rises, does require, as the member who spoke before me pointed out, an increase rapidly in universal credit. It does require recognising the desperate state of poverty within Britain, and it became very obvious during the COVID pandemic that there is a whole generation of people that came together in mutual aid groups that now recognise that poverty and food hunger is unacceptable in our society, and that the work that's been done on the right to food and so much else must be recognised and must be taken up. There is nothing in the speech that says anything that gives hope to those people living in desperate poverty at the present time. Many members have spoken about the problems of energy costs. There are 6.3 million people in this country living in fuel poverty, a very nice sort of sociological term, fuel poverty. What it really means is they can't afford to put the electricity on, they can't afford to buy the gas, they can't afford to heat their homes, and if they're lucky, they heat one room of that home, or they just go cold. I would have thought there must be quite a few members that were campaigning in the local elections last week who came across houses, even when it was getting dark, where there were no lights on. There was a reason. They could not afford to charge the key meter. They could not afford to put the lights on in their homes. That is the reality of poverty in this country. That poverty, again, leads to not just unpleasant living, it leads to hypothermia and a real serious problem for people just trying to survive. So why hasn't the government done what the French government did and introduced an energy price cap? Why hasn't it instead taken the hit on the increase in energy prices as a public good in order to protect people against it? Why isn't it promoting public ownership of energy rather than the massive profits being made by the energy companies at the present time during this period of crisis? And so I do think we have to look at all of those issues. 83% of adults say they're having noticing or suffering from a considerable increase in the cost of living, and that means not just food poverty, it means shortage of being able to buy clothes and so much else as well. These issues have not been addressed in that speech. I was interested in the speech, the very thoughtful speech made by the member for Newark just now, because he did address many of the housing issues that we face in this country. The homeless people that were very obviously on the streets of this country when the COVID pandemic started were housed because there was government intervention, sufficient funding given to local authorities to ensure that they were housed, and indeed some local authorities leased hotels, some bought new places, and a very large number, I don't think all, but a very large number of street sleeping, rough sleeping homeless people were housed during the pandemic. If we can do it during a pandemic, we can do it at any time. We can carry on doing that. It is simply immoral that anyone should be forced to sleep on the streets of this country at any time. And it does mean, however, addressing the issues of housing costs and housing stress. I represent an inner city constituency which has a very large number of council properties, a considerable number of housing association places, a small and declining number of owner-occupiers, and a very fast-growing private rented sector. By and large, the council properties are well managed and well run and have reasonable levels of rent. And to live in a council property gives people a considerable sense of security. Housing associations, I don't think, are particularly well managed. I don't think, by and large, they're very good at doing repairs. I don't think they're very good often at the management, and they're profoundly undemocratic in their behaviour and refusal often to listen to tenants or have any real bearing on what tenants actually want. And I do think in any housing legislation we need to hardwire into it a sense of democracy in the way in which housing associations manage their properties and are forced to listen to their tenants. But it's in the private rented sector that the worst problems occur. About 30 to 33% of my constituency live in the private rented sector. The rent levels are absolutely horrendous. They are more than 3 times the level of council rents, and the local housing allowance is insufficient to help people mostly moving into the private rented sector. So those on universal credit moving into the private rented sector because there's insufficiency of council housing have to supplement the rent themselves or move way away from their community, their schools, their families, their support networks and all the rest of it. We've got to understand that if we're going to have such a huge proportion of our population living in the private rented sector, they need certainty of an affordable rent, they need certainty of long-term tenancies, and they need certainty that they won't be peremptorily evicted from that property and that they will get their repairs done when they need them to be done. Many of our local authorities, my own included, are very innovative and very creative in building some degree of protection and regulation within their communities, but it's this house and this place that should build those protections and those regulations within the private rented sector. And so there is so much in the speech that is simply, well, there's a whole lot of things that ought to be in the speech that are not there. If the government's proposing deregulation of the economy at a very time when we need an investment in the economy, if they're not doing anything about job protection, about fire and rehire, about the insufficiency of wages for so many people, then the inequalities, the gaping chasm of inequality in Britain will get considerably worse. There is a regional inequality, there is national inequality, there is social inequality, there is class inequality, and it is getting considerably worse. And I think this Parliament has to address those issues. And as my friend, Member Hemsworth, was saying, social inequality is dealt with either by dealing with the inequality by raising wages, by raising public expenditure, and all those issues, or you repress the protests and repress the anger and try and control people who want to demonstrate against it. And so a whole agenda of a law and order society rather than dealing with the social divisions in society is not a very appealing prospect going forward. The last point I want to make is this. The world is in an environmental crisis at the present time. COP25 said that, COP26 said that, albeit there was a lot of greenwash surrounding it, and there is a massive problem of environmental disaster around the corner. And the global refugee crisis of 70 million people around the world comes from wars, comes from human rights abuses, comes from oppressive societies, but it also comes from the environmental disaster that we're facing. We cannot just close our doors on refugees. I absolutely and totally condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and I hold my heart out and hand out to the Ukrainian refugees that have come to this country, albeit with great difficulty, no thanks to the Home Office processes and procedures. But we should hold the same handout and same welcome to refugees from other conflicts and other wars in Yemen, in Syria, in Libya, in Palestine, in Ethiopia, in Eritrea, and all those other places, and recognise that if we want good human rights for ourselves, and those human rights should apply to others. They also apply to human rights of people to express dissent around the world. The number of journalists, real journalists, very brave people, who've stood up against oligarchs and dictators and have paid the ultimate price of being murdered as a result of it, should be recognised and should be supported. And our Home Secretary should think very, very carefully of the responsibility on her shoulders about whether or not somebody who has bravely reported about human rights abuses and military activities around the world, Julian Assange, should be removed from this country or not. I think he's a whistleblower who should be protected and a journalist who should be protected, not removed. Last point I'd say is this. We should be building a world that's fit for the next generation. We're bringing up a generation in this country of children that are overstressed and overtested in school, that are streamed out of sight almost in secondary school, and victims of the competitive culture between secondary schools, and then charged in college and heavily indebted in university, and then because their wage levels and so on are so low, cannot afford any decent or permanent place to live. What is the message we're giving to the next generation? They won't have it as good as the current generation. They're going to have to pay the debts for the future. We should be investing, nurturing, cultivating, and including all of those young people. Joy in their creativity, their art, their music, their science, their learning. They are the future. And what are we doing? Consigning them to stress and, in many cases, so much poverty. We can do things very much differently and very much better than we are at the present day. And sadly, this speech we've given today offers no hope whatsoever for any of those issues that I've drawn attention to today.
Ben Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A pleasure to take part in today's Queen's Speech debate, and lots to welcome, I think, in the conversation and in the announcements we've heard today. The Right Member for Islington North very nearly said something that I agreed with about schools at one stage in his speech, and I was about to stand up and say how I actually agreed with him, and then as the sentence went on, kind of ruined it, and I didn't agree anymore. But part of it, which I will come back to, I very much enjoyed and agreed with. But I'd like to welcome some elements within today's Queen's Speech. I think it's first worth identifying what the Queen's Speech is, because we've talked a lot in the Chamber today about the need for short-term intervention. Well, the Queen's Speech lays out the legislative agenda. By its very nature, it's not short-term. Legislation takes time. Inevitably, it takes a year or more in this place to get any serious piece of legislation done. We all recognise the need for short-term support and help for the most vulnerable. We all accept that, and we all see in our own constituencies, my own is one of the poorest, the most disadvantaged on many indicators in the country. We all see that hardship. We all recognise the need for support, and the Chancellor has said that overtly. The Chief Secretary has been on the media round today making clear that that will happen and more support will come. But today's Queen's speech is about the long term and about the legislative agenda. There's a lot to welcome, as I've said, not least on the economy and on levelling up, which I'll come back to and focus on in more detail later on in my speech. But I'm pleased to see elements around start with perhaps the relatively small in the grand scheme of levelling up and the cost of living, but football governance. I think sustainable support for our clubs, which are not just businesses but are the heart of our communities in many places. I welcome the opportunity to look at that in more detail. I welcome the opportunity to further crack down, frankly, on the mass disruption, the criminal damage that has often been allowed to masquerade as legitimate protest in recent years, which is not right or acceptable. I hugely welcome the schools bill and the opportunity to do more on school standards. This is where I was nearly, he's gone now, but I was nearly going to agree with the member for Islington North. He obviously didn't want to hear how we agreed, because that would only be damaging to his reputation, I'm sure, or mine, one way or the other. But he was talking about the need for more autonomy within schools, for more broader curriculum, for the opportunity to prioritise and promote cultural capital as opposed to just exams in our school system. And on that, I totally agree with him. I would like for Nottinghamshire, the council that I lead, to take forward the schools white paper as an early adopter, as an opportunity to drive that, to give schools more autonomy, to give our schools a clearer structure of accountability, to give them more of an ability to be empowered as teachers and as schools and trusts to do their own thing, to do what they think is best for their children. I think we'd retain more teachers if we empowered them to do that as well. So opportunity in that schools bill. And as I say, I hope that Nottinghamshire will be an early adopter of some of that new legislation. I want to urge caution on a couple of things as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, not least the online safety bill. I think it's well intentioned, and I think we all understand the reasons why we would want to seek to protect people online, and why things that are illegal in the real world, inverted commas, should also be illegal online. But I am also concerned about the risk of allowing big tech companies to police our language and our speech in a way that, we see the debate that rages about Twitter and about Elon Musk and all of the controversies around that. It is a really difficult topic and a really difficult thing to get right. And I would just urge government not to go too far in restricting or allowing anybody, frankly, to choose to police the language that we are allowed to use, because that can only end badly, in my view. I welcomed earlier in the year the Chancellor's commitment to move towards a lower tax, small state kind of economy where we can promote growth, where we can allow the private sector to flourish and to create jobs and support our constituents. He talked about a small state, and I would like for the government to consider perhaps putting that into practice on some other legislation too, not least things like the obesity strategy, where we're starting to talk about which adverts can be placed where in which shops. It's madness, and it's not something that the government should be involved in. So again, I hope that the government might reconsider on some of these things. But I wanted to focus the majority of my comments on the economy and on levelling up. I was pleased to see the phrase economic growth repeated over and over again. One of the most successful political campaigns of my brief career has been the long-term economic plan that we all remember and we all heard about over and over again. And that was the same kind of language that we used in those days. It proved to be very popular. It's very important. My right honourable friend from Newark talks about the importance of growth in terms of being able to fund our public services, in terms of being able to have better life chances for residents in our communities. Some of the bills and legislation that we brought forward in this term is absolutely vital to that, not least the Levelling Up Bill, which will be a key driver of that growth. And it's that private sector growth, not government spending, that is the heart of better opportunities for areas like the East Midlands, where I come from, that has historically been at the bottom of all the charts in terms of both public and private sector growth, but where we have huge opportunities to get more of both. But at the very least, we already have projects in train that will allow us to free up the private sector to invest in our area, to create those better paid, better quality jobs that are in short supply in our region. That's not about high spending. It's about promoting and creating an environment for business to flourish in our region. It's about delivery, because we've talked for a long time about the funding that's going into the most disadvantaged areas. I just mentioned that the East Midlands is the lowest on all those charts about what money, private and public, goes into these places. My own constituency in Mansfield is the bottom end of that regional scale as well. But we have got things in the pipeline where we are setting these that will come forward in the future that are really positive. We've seen, whether it's capital investment, things like the Towns Fund or Levelling Up Fund, we've seen huge funding announcements. What I asked of the Prime Minister in Prime Minister's questions a few weeks ago was about delivery and outcomes, because you can only talk for so long about how much money you've secured for an area without residents being able to point to a thing that is new. A lot of what we will achieve, and a lot of what's most important in that levelling up agenda, is not visible, right? It's skills, it's education, it's schools, things that are long term, and things that you're not going to be able to point to a shiny achievement within the life of one parliament. But some of it is short term, some of it is building, some of it is regeneration of town centres, some of it is things that we've announced hundreds of millions of pounds for, getting on for 2 years ago now. And these things are bogged down in process, they're bogged down in Whitehall often. And if we're going to get to a position where residents believe us when we talk about the big things that we're doing around skills, around education, and how that's going to benefit them in the future, we need to show them the delivery of those short-term things, of that high street regeneration, of those towns funds, of that money that we have promised. It's all in the pipeline. I'm getting fed up of... I will give you.
I just feel slightly disappointed for his constituents. When I point to things in my Bristol South constituency that were delivered by the last Labour government, every single school rebuilt, a brand new hospital, the investment that came there that those people deserved after the years under the last Tory government, that's what we delivered for them on the ground. His government has had 12 years and he still can't point to anything in his constituency.
I thank you for that intervention. I understand the point she's making, but she's not quite there, given that the Labour government was obviously 13 years ago. There's been a great amount of time for the delivery of a number of those projects. Going back to 97, I was 8 years old when that Labour government came into power. You've had a fair old while to deliver on some of those things. The government that I represent, or certainly my constituency, has been represented by the Conservatives for only 5 years in its entire history, and that's always been me. We've been working on a number of projects, and this government and this Prime Minister and this levelling up agenda has been a very brief period in time. We've talked already about the hundreds of millions of pounds of investment that have been secured for my own constituency. We can talk about the towns fund, we can talk about additional support and investment in skills, we can talk about capital investment for our college that we've not seen before, we can talk about new capital investment in our hospitals. All of that is in train. Some of it is visible, some of it is not yet visible, but the point that I'm making is that we need to be able to point to those things, not just in my constituency, but across the country. And some of those seats that we only won a matter of 2 years ago, where new talented Conservative MPs are making the case for that investment. We need to see outcomes across the board. And it's no good standing and saying we've made promises of money because residents at some stage will say, where is that new town centre building? Where is that new project? Where is my shiny new town centre? I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I well understand the concerns of people in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire as he does. But why aren't many of those people saying to him right now, why isn't the government doing something to put more money in my pocket? Because I'm sure he's hearing from his constituents, as I'm hearing from mine, that they are worried sick about paying their bills, and at the moment when they're really struggling, that's not doing anything to help those families, and it isn't doing anything to help our high streets in Nottinghamshire either.
Thank you for that intervention. She's right that constituents are worried, and they are in my constituency, they are, I'm sure, in hers. They also recognise that the government can't flick a switch and fix everything, and nor should anybody suggest that they can. So the £22 billion package of intervention that we've already brought forward, and a commitment to more in the pipeline and coming over the course of the summer and into the autumn, Chancellor's already made that commitment. But no, very few residents in my constituency come to me and expect the government to have a magic bullet. And I think it's slightly false, I have to say, that so many on the opposite benches seem to suggest that there is one, when there isn't. But the final point I wanted to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of time, was around that levelling up bill in particular, which is hugely important for our region, more so perhaps than many, because it contains the mechanism for us to bring forward a devolution deal for the East Midlands, for Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, Nottingham and Derby, that is the delivery mechanism For many of the things that we've talked about, a member opposite who's no longer in a place talks about brownfield funding, the ability to bring forward sites and to have more clout over what you do with that funding. That's part of our devolution negotiations. There were other examples that she raised, and I sat at the time thinking we can do that. If we bring forward this devolution arrangement and we crack on with this negotiation, the only thing, and the thing that will slow that down in the course of that negotiation, which should be done by the end of the year, is that legislation, which will take longer. So I would call on government to prioritise that, to bring that forward, and let's get those levers, that additional funding. If you look to the West Midlands, our partner that we often look to enviously, that's been worth billions and billions of pounds of additional investment since they got their deal just 6 or 7 years ago. We want that, and we can bring that forward quickly. If government commits to bringing that legislation forward in a timely way in the spring, because if it's May rather than March, we'll have to wait 12 months probably before we can actually deliver on the outcomes that we want to see. So I would urge government to crack on and prioritise that devolution element of that levelling up bill and agenda, which is massively important to get those outcomes for my constituents, not just promises, but outcomes that we will need to show those residents who, in many cases, seats that used to be represented by Labour who voted actually for this Prime Minister, for this Conservative government to deliver for them, they will need to see those outcomes. The mechanisms to deliver it are in the Queen's speech today, so I'd urge government to bring those forward as quickly as possible.
Jessica Maud.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this Queen's speech today confirms what we already know, that this government lacks the vision and the ability to tackle the main challenges of the day. Last week we saw voters in Wales deliver their message to this Prime Minister loud and clear in the local elections, and it was a very good Friday indeed for the Labour Party in Wales. I'd like to congratulate all the successful candidates, the Welsh Labour candidates in Newport East, in Newport and in Monmouthshire, on the mandates they secured, particularly to those colleagues in Monmouthshire whose work has resulted in the party opposite losing their only council in Wales. What ambitious Labour-led councils like Newport have shown, and will continue to show, that there is a kinder, a more positive and a more proactive alternative to the Tory way of doing things. And given this message that was sent last week, on behalf of constituents in Newport East, I am deeply frustrated that this Queen's speech has failed to deliver anything meaningful to help people cope with the cost of living crisis now. In fairness, expectations were low. You only had to watch the Prime Minister's disastrous interview with Susanna Reid last week to see that those in power have such little understanding of the sacrifices people are having to make. And in the last few days in the news, we have been bombarded with news of how household energy bills will potentially hit £3,000 a year by October, how our fire services across the country are reporting they're dealing with blazes caused by people burning scraps of wood to keep warm, and as was wisely reported, how more than 2 million people aren't eating every day because they just can't afford it. How, as the 5th largest economy in the world, are we in a position where our people are resorting to skipping meals and burning offcuts of wood to keep their heads above water? And with food prices continuing to increase, this situation will only get worse, not better. Which is why today, the Queen's speech, we should have seen more action to tackle this and to support households. This government continues to hit people on modest incomes disproportionately, but there was no hope today for these families, just an energy bill that will eventually make energy cheaper and a nod to working to ease inflation. Like other honourable members, I see messages and emails daily from people who have nowhere to turn, who just don't want to live a life where they aren't worrying about whether they can, heat or eat. And there was little here today to help them now or even in the short term. No emergency budget, no extra help. And given that the things today are essentially the government's programme for the next 2 years, I worry about all those families who are already out of options. And the government and if the government have run out of ideas of their own, it's still not too late for them to adopt our proposal to keep energy bills lower through a one-off windfall tax on oil and gas profits, a move that was referred to by the CEO of Tesco's in Radio 4 today, a move that would save every household hundreds of pounds a year on their fuel bills and provide much needed additional support to the lowest income households. This is right and fair. This is the right and fair thing to do. That the government continues to side with major firms like Centrica, who have today announced they expect their profits to hit the top of their expected range, and oil and gas companies who describe their situation as having more money than they know what to do with, rather than those of ordinary families, speaks volumes. And while the UK government clearly doesn't get the scale of the problem, I'm pleased that the Welsh Labour government does, and it's worth sharing a contrast with the Welsh Labour government. The extra support in Wales includes £150 cost of living payment to all households in properties in council tax bands A to D, and to all those in receipt of any council tax benefit, which goes further than the UK government's equivalent announcement for England, and that there'll be an extension to the Welsh Winter Fuel Support Scheme, which will again provide people on low incomes and others a non-repayable being the key word here, £200 cash payment to help with their energy bills later this year, which they'll receive on top of the £200 loan from the government. Unlike the government, I also want to talk about steel, another important issue for Newport East, and indeed the whole of the UK, if the government's actually serious about levelling up. There was no reference to steel or the industrial strategy in any of the Queen's speeches since 2019, and this one was no exception. As a community union member, and I declare an interest here as a community union member, Community Union have highlighted the world cannot decarbonise without steel, whether it's to build wind turbines, electric vehicles, energy-efficient buildings or anything else. It's a foundation industry that we need for our defence and national security, particularly important at the moment. Sadly, we have a government that's only willing to do the bare minimum at moments of crisis for the industry and is otherwise more than prepared to leave the sector hanging without support. And steel workers in my constituency in Tatterland, Wern and in Liberty feel this acutely and want a government that will give them the vote of confidence they deserve. A pressing priority is on steel safeguards and tariff rate quotas, something I hoped would have been addressed in the Brexit measures that are in here today. Ministers should also move forward on previous commitments to a thorough review of the trade remedies system to ensure that we have a trade defence system fit for the 21st century. UK Steel and the Steel APPG have been calling for this for some time, and swift action is needed. We also need action on high industrial energy prices. Other countries in Europe can step in and help their steel industry. Why can't we? And while on the surface, promise of more policing powers to make our streets safer sounds welcome, there's no detail on how these additional powers will be resourced. The new recruits we've seen over the last year are of course welcome, but the government really need to stop claiming that they're employing extra police officers. These are not extra officers, but partial replacements for those they've cut since 2010. Today we have 11,000 less police officers, 7,000 less PCSOs and 8,000 less police staff in work than we did when Labour left office in 2010. We need new police hubs in every community and more protection for victims of antisocial behaviour. I can't help but wonder whether the failure to mention Wales today is simply because the government know how badly their announcement on the Shared Prosperity Fund were received last month, with Wales facing a loss of more than £1 billion in unreplaced funding over the next 3 years. It does beg the question as to whether the Prime Minister seriously thinks the people of Wales have forgotten his government's not a penny less promise to at least match the size of EU structural funds that Wales would have received post-Brexit. And on to rail. I welcome work to modernise and improve rail services, but what plans are there within this Queen's speech today for the government to address the appalling rail infrastructure underfunding in Wales? Wales accounts for 11% of the UK rail network, but still only receives 2% of rail enhancement funding from the UK government. Wales rail networks are underfunded by billions of pounds, and this needs addressing today. So I'd urge the government to take a strategic look at what it can do to improve cross-border transport between South East Wales and the southwest of England. A new station for Mega would help, and I pay tribute to the volunteers at Major Action Group on Rail who continue to campaign so hard for this. Action in the group's plan would be a positive step in the right direction. To finish on a slightly more positive note, there were rays of hopes in the government's response to the Crouch Review on football governance recently, which was referenced in the Queen's speech today. But I hope we'll soon see the DCMS Secretary make good on the pledge to introduce an independent football regulator. A timetable on this would be good, as would an assurance that ministers will not cede to the demands of vested interests and delay or water down their plans on regulation. As Fair Game have highlighted, we also need to see an overhaul of the outdated parachute payment system and its replacement with a sustainability index that rewards conscientiously run clubs like Newport County AFC in my constituency, which prioritise good governance and strong relationships within the community. And I hope the government will engage with Fair Game and other stakeholders over the coming months to ensure that momentum on these important changes are not lost, and look at the Newport County model. In short, what we've seen today is a Queen's speech that was written to shore up a listing PM, not a Queen's speech for families and workers who are really looking for support right now. Deeply disappointing, yes. Surprising, no.
Just to say that we've got about a dozen people left who want to speak, and even without Jessica Morton being told to keep it to roughly about 10 minutes, she did 9 minutes. So everybody will get equal dibs if we can just have a little bit of time control. Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will do my best to do that. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, the member for Newport East, and I congratulate the members for my honourable friend from Southend West and the Honourable Lady from East Dunbartonshire for their maiden speeches. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to also pay tribute to my predecessor as MP for Waveney, Bob Blizzard, who sadly passed away at the end of last week. Bob was a formidable political opponent. He held passionate beliefs, and he was a staunch advocate for Waveney. My condolences are with his family and friends at this sad time. Mr Deputy Speaker, this Queen's speech has been delivered against one of the most challenging backdrops in the past century. War in Europe, following quickly on from the COVID-19 pandemic, has exacerbated the challenges that people and businesses were already facing. Soaring energy and food prices, rising interest rates and slowing economic growth are putting enormous pressure on budgets, both family and business. The programme for government for the next session cannot on its own address all the challenges that we will face over the next 2 years, but there must be a clear statement of intent and a decisive direction of travel. There is a need to focus on the issues that matter to people on a daily basis. The cost of living, the ability to pay one's bills without spiralling into debt, and the opportunity to have a well-paid and secure job with good prospects of career progression. We don't know what lies ahead in these increasingly uncertain times, and thus it is important that the government are flexible, and where there is a need to bring in measures to address a particular pressing need, they must do so without delay. I shall briefly highlight 4 issues. 2 are specifically covered in proposed bills, whilst 2 are not. First and foremost, the need to address the cost of living crisis. Yes, the government have brought in some measures to help support families and businesses, but more targeted assistance is required to enable people to get through this coming year, which many are facing with fear and trepidation, with the expectation of inflation at 10% and Ofgem's increase in the energy cap looming in the autumn. In Suffolk, 135,000 people are already living in poverty. A survey in the Lowestoft Journal shows that 41% of people are in debt, and Citizens Advice, local councils and local charities are already working in overdrive, assisting, advising and supporting people. Poverty among pensioners needs a particular focus due to prevailing high inflation, with the state pension and both defined benefit and defined contribution private pensions all exposed. There may well be a need for review and reform, and I would urge the government to not hold back in introducing such measures. Secondly, it is vital that the opportunity is there right around the UK for people to secure a good job with good prospects for career advancement and with the opportunity to realise their full potential. The Schools Bill and the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill should help secure this ambition. Suffolk has for a long time received a poor education funding settlement, and we must use this opportunity to address this inequality. There must also be a particular focus on improving both early years and SEN education, and whilst the Skills and Post-16 Education Act that went through in the last session provides the framework for improving the further education sector, it does remain poorly funded for the vitally important role that it plays in preparing people for the workplace, helping improve the UK's overall economic performance and eliminating the productivity gap. There may well be a need for fiscal support to encourage businesses to invest in people and skills. And last week, the Learning and Work Institute recommended that smaller businesses should be able to deduct 230% of the cost of accredited training from their tax liability. Turning to the long-awaited Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, I acknowledge the enormous amount of work that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, and my honourable friend, the Minister, the Member for Harborough, have carried out in a relatively short period since their appointments in September in laying the groundwork in the White Paper, which was published at the beginning of this February. I urge them not to forget coastal communities, which all around the UK, including in Waveney and Lowestoft, are in so many respects the forgotten powerhouse of the UK economy. They have a vital role to play in powering the nation as we embrace renewable energy, in feeding the nation through sustainable and responsible stewardship of our fisheries, promoting global trade through our network of ports, both large and small, and also in providing holidays at home rather than abroad. Thirdly, energy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Energy Act of 2013 was good legislation which played an important role in promoting renewable energy, particularly offshore wind, in which the UK is now a world leader. There is a temptation to leave well alone a regulatory framework which has worked well. However, we do have new challenges that must be tackled, particularly if we are to meet the 2050 net zero target. Therefore, it is right to now build on the foundations that were laid 9 years ago. I briefly highlight some of the challenges that we need to address. We must promote and incentivise further investment on the UK continental shelf, adding to last year's North Sea transition deal so as to ensure that this unique UK asset continues to play a lead role in powering the nation, generating rewarding and well-paid jobs, and ensuring a smooth transition to a net zero energy supply. A windfall tax would jeopardise this work, though there is a need for the major oil and gas companies to do more, following the good work of many innovative and smaller businesses. With regard to offshore wind, we need a framework that builds on the success of the last decade and which promotes investment in interconnectors and battery storage so as to absorb surplus wind, as well as facilitating the development of a modern onshore transmission network. Nuclear power is very much part of the government's energy strategy, and the Nuclear Energy Financing Act, which was passed in the last session, provides the framework for Sizewell C to proceed if the development consent order is issued. This is an enormous national infrastructure project, Mr. Deputy Speaker, located close to my own constituency, which can play a vital role in levelling up and regenerating local economies, providing jobs during construction and leaving a legacy of skills that brings lasting benefits to places like Lowestoft and Waveney. EDF are committed to this strategy, but it is vital that national government provide the framework that ensures that they deliver these benefits, working with local businesses, local colleges, local charities and local councils. Hydrogen is the new kid on the block, which presents boundless opportunities. though even at this stage we do not quite know either what precise direction it will take or the full scale of what it can deliver. Whilst the hydrogen strategy was only published last August, there is an urgent need for a route map if it is to realise its full potential. Community energy has an important role to play, and we must remove those regulatory obstacles that prevent local communities from promoting their own projects. An area of energy policy where we have not succeeded in recent years is the promotion of energy saving, retrofitting our homes and business premises. The Green Deal did not work, and the Green Homes grant scheme was too low in ambition and lacked the capacity to have a significant impact. In the short term, so as to address the challenge of fuel poverty, we should look at extending the Warm Homes discount, the home upgrade scheme and the energy company obligation. The government must also produce a scheme that will deliver meaningful and significant enhancement of our whole building stock. This will probably require fiscal incentives, and local government will have an important role to play in overseeing and ensuring workforce planning, training and then delivery. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, we need to revamp the strategy for the rollout of smart meters, which I'm afraid really has stalled. Mr Deputy Speaker, the fourth and final issue that I will raise is the NHS. Whilst there is no bill that directly addresses our health service, and one might argue there is not a need for one, as we've only recently finished debating the Health and Care Bill, which has just received royal assent, this is a subject that is of critical importance and concern to our constituents. People are worried that they're not able to see their doctor. The government needs to work with GPs to address this concern. NHS dentistry is the number one item in my inbox. There are dental deserts all around the country, and urgent attention is required if these are not to merge into one area of Sahara proportions. There is a backlog of operations, many of them time critical, that needs to be significantly and immediately reduced. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, is very much aware of these challenges, and regardless of whether or not there is specific legislation, they must be given the highest priority and attention. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, there is a great deal to do, and there are great many challenges to confront, the like of which we have not seen during our lifetimes. We can get through this crisis, and the government do need to have in mind the need to bring together a nation that has been divided first by Brexit and then by COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gareth Thomas.
I very much welcome the honourable member for waiving his remarks about Bob Blizzard. I had the great privilege of being elected at the same time of him, and as we learnt together and with others how this place works, and indeed how it perhaps doesn't work quite so well, I had many conversations with him, and I knew of his passing last week from a friend of his in my constituency. And I feel very sad that such a good man and such a great figure in the Labour Party has been lost to us. What stands out, Mr Deputy Speaker, from the Prime Minister's speech this afternoon is a complete failure to understand just how poor his government's response has been to date to the desperate circumstances of too many of my constituents. Because of the cost of living crisis, and particularly because of the huge hike in energy bills. Up at least 70% since 2010, ministers have been complacent and too slow to act. The average household bill is now about £2,000 a year, and in October could rise to almost £3,000. Everyone in the country is affected, but for many the huge rise in bills means some devastating and very difficult choices. For those who are the most vulnerable in our country, it's do they feed themselves or do they put the heating on? Similarly, for business, one small business owner explained to me recently how his energy bill is going up from £1,200 a month now to £2,400 in June. More than 2 million adults have gone without food for a whole day in the past month. 2.5 million children now regularly miss meals or have to have smaller meals. In the 21st century, in one of the richest countries in the world, That is a truly shocking indication of the government's failure. A sustained and meaningful plan to tackle immediately that cost of living and food security crisis is needed. We should have been told today when an emergency budget was going to be brought forward to tackle those issues. My right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition's suggestion of a cut in energy bills funded by a windfall tax to help everyone is entirely sensible. And further help for those on average or very low incomes will be critical too. An increase in social security payments, an uplift in universal credit is the obvious way to do that. One particular but unsurprising disappointment about the gracious address was the absence again of the much promised employment bill, leaving far too many vulnerable to bad employers. Making sure those who are those in work are treated fairly, with respect and have decent incomes is fundamental to the even greater country that Britain can be. It's why all public services should be supported to pay a genuine living wage, why sick pay should be extended too. And it's why an employment bill is needed to rein in the worst employers, to, for example, outlaw fire and rehire, and to increase the penalties for discrimination against women having a baby. It should have been in the Queen's speech. On the economy more generally, energy price hikes, widespread inflation, interest rate rises, and growing concerns that the economy is going into recession only underline how badly the economy has been run for the past decade. Indeed, over the last 10 years, Britain's growth in exports has lagged significantly behind the rest of the G7. Yet there's little recognition or action by the Treasury or other key departments. Between 2010 and 2020, American exports of goods and services to the rest of the world rose by over 14%. Germany saw growth over the same period of over 13% in its exports. Across the G7, average growth in exports, 10%. Yet Britain, under the party opposite, over the same decade, managed growth of just 4%. Even Italy saw faster export growth. And indeed, we actually saw a decline in exports to the world's fastest growing economies in the G20 over that period. Exports of goods down 10% to G20 countries since 2010. We lost our position as the world's biggest centre for financial services in 2018 to New York. We missed even allowing for COVID by a huge margin George Osborne's target for trebling exports. Exports matter. They're crucial to business growth, to generating tax receipts. They're a factor in our soft power. They're fundamental for job creation. Indeed, jobs linked to exports pay higher than average wages. So not properly supporting exporters is only going to prolong the cost of living crisis and hold back economic growth. And the party opposite's failure to take serious steps to address the problems businesses are facing trying to get into European markets will only exacerbate this problem. The Prime Minister thinks it's down to a lack of ambition by exporters. We need, as a country, to make Brexit work better. We're not going to be rejoining the European Union, but we do need to sort out the problems in the deal that the Prime Minister negotiated with Brussels. Yeah. We should be negotiating a veterinary agreement, sorting out mutual recognition for the qualifications of our professionals so they can travel and trade with ease across Europe. We should be tackling visa problems for our creative industries, accelerating investment in digital borders, and trying to build more productive relationships with our key allies. I wish I was surprised, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the gracious address did not give consumers significant new powers to hold the businesses who aspire to serve them to account. Water bills have rocketed since privatisation. Sewage spills, deliberate or not, are at shocking levels, underlining the insufficient levels of investment, while executive pay and profits for the often overseas owners of water companies continue to be too high and clearly at the expense of treating water users, consumers, properly. Why don't water companies have to answer properly to their customers? Complaints are at record levels, yet ministers continue to give the boards of water companies the benefit of the doubt. Why don't ministers support the consumers of water companies to coordinate properly at each English water company, to elect a representative to the board, and to have the right to sign off the board's accounts, to sign off executive remuneration and their investment plans? Why isn't there action to stop excessive profits and to stop the diversion of funds that could support investment to pay dividends to shareholders? Similarly, the shocking level of energy bills only underlines the lack of agency that consumers have in the energy markets. Even before the current crisis, it was clear big companies dominated the market too much. So new thinking on how to give consumers more agency in energy markets in the long term is essential to shape energy security, to shift patterns of ownership and accelerate that switch to lower carbon renewable systems. Indeed, where is the serious plan to tackle the climate crisis? If the government had backed our plans on this side of the House, we could double our onshore wind capacity to power an extra 10 million homes. We could back tidal power, and we could triple solar power by 2030 and accelerate energy insulation to reduce similarly the bills of working families and pensioners. And lastly, on financial services, it's that where in the last 12 months I think it's most apparent that ministers haven't shown enough interest in consumers. British banking is dominated by 4 large banks who provide 70% of current accounts. Even the most generous think recent measures to boost competition are having only limited impact. Banks are closing branches fast. Increasingly, it is mutual and cooperative financial services that are having to step in to maintain branches and support the high street. Building societies, credit unions and mutual financial insurers need legislative reform to enable them to get the capital they need to invest in new products, new IT and new markets. One boss of a mutual insurer with experience in other countries described the UK at the moment as a uniquely difficult regulatory environment for them. And the shocking attempt last year to demutualise Liverpool Victoria demonstrated the need for legislative change to strip out the remaining incentives for boards to try and demutualise and to give the consumer owners of those mutuals more powers, as well as the need to address those capital raising difficulties that many mutuals have and which have already been resolved in other countries, such as Australia. In theory, the Financial Conduct Authority is supposed to stand up for consumers. It didn't do so during the LV debacle, and almost £35 million of owners' money was wasted as a result. The FCA didn't stand up for British Steel pensioners either, and it certainly didn't during the mutual mini-bond scandal. It doesn't have the resources, and it doesn't have the appetite, clearly, for really standing up for consumers. It has too many other things to do. So I wonder whether a separate consumer ombudsman is needed now with the sole objective of standing up for consumers with significant information gathering and class action powers. Lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, voters in Harrow sadly decided to end my local party's leadership of Harrow Council. We have some work to do as a local party to understand and crucially face up to why voters collectively made that decision. In time, there will, I'm sure, be much for us to be proud of the Council's actions under Labour control, particularly the response to COVID. But we do have to confront now the question as to whether, despite cuts in government funding to Harrow Council of over 90%, whether better council services could have been provided. And one particular concern locally were recent revelations that the council had been hit by fraud. Media reports suggesting that up to £2 million of money that could have been spent repairing pavements and roads had disappeared. That is money that local people have paid out through their council tax and other tax bills, and they have every reason to be angry about such behaviour. To be fair, the previous council leadership did act immediately. They investigated and those responsible have been sacked. The police were called in and supported as they investigate too. That money taken wrongly needs to be reclaimed, and if prosecutions are appropriate, and why wouldn't they be, they need to happen. I expect the new council leadership to lead that charge.
Paul Maynard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate and to follow the member for Harrow West, who always speaks, I think, with great insight, and I find him always worth listening to. I'm sure he would agree with me that after these local elections, whichever party is represented, when a councillor loses their seat, we should have some sympathy, because they are all, whether in Harrow or anywhere else in the country, engaged in public service just like we are. And they will be disappointed that they will have ceased to serve their public. So whether in Harrow, where Labour lost seats, or in other parts of the country, where my party lost seats, let us at least at this point think for those diligent public servants locally who have lost their chance to serve. Pleasure also to follow the member for Waveney, a fellow coastal MP. Nothing he said in his analysis of his constituents' needs would I disagree with one scintilla, and he has been repeating many of the points that he himself has made. It's taken me 12 years to work out that the best time to speak in the Queen's Speech debate is on the day of the debate itself, because actually I get 10 minutes, not just the 3 you normally get on the day or the day after or the day after that. So I'm going to make the most, I think, of my 10 minutes. I normally really don't like the day of the Queen's Speech debate. To me, it's a matinee pantomime of Yarby sucks. Often those early debates, when we're all crammed in here, show the House at its worst, in my view. Today, it seems a little different. It might have been perhaps the slightly low wattage contribution from the Leader of the Opposition. I actually think perhaps it was more likely the seriousness of the times with which we are confronted, whether in the Ukraine or domestically here in our constituencies, as the people we represent face a cost of living crisis, a challenge to their financial security, day in, day out, at every moment. And very often I hear the cry from politicians, from the media, from constituents, that what the government is doing is not enough. I'm not quite sure at the moment what enough would actually look like in this regard. Government cannot craft a solution where global costs rise, but no one sees the consequences here in the UK. But that doesn't mean that nothing can be done or should be done. The inflationary pressures that we currently face are largely external. The rising cost of foreign oil and gas, the disruption to global supply chains caused by COVID, which linger on and reoccur in China thanks to their zero COVID strategy. We cannot change China's approach to COVID. Only harsh economic reality, I think, is going to do that. But what does matter is the speed, the agility of our domestic response here in the UK. And I candidly say to all the MPs on my side of the House gathered here this evening, all one of them, that we have to stop campaigning like it's 2016 and start governing like it's 2022. And I mean the backbenchers, not just the front benches. We have to stop campaigning like it's 2016, start governing like it's 2022. None of my constituents who live in 8 of the 10 poorest neighbourhoods in the country give one fig for what box I crossed in a referendum 6 years ago. They want to know what I and the government I am supporting are doing to tackle the cost of living crisis at the moment. Now, some argue that the answer to this is to increase public spending left, right and centre, to put more money into the economy, yet that would have an inflationary impact, in my view. The risk of sounding unfashionably Thatcherite to what I think is often a rather a leftist government at times, I think. I would argue that we have to drive inflation out by controlling the money supply, not fuel it by responding to the front pages of the tabloid newspapers. This is not inconsistent with protecting the most vulnerable in our society. Nothing will have a worse impact on my constituents than rampaging inflation. It harms the most vulnerable in society. It harms the poorest the most. And that's why inflation is our biggest enemy, as many today have said. So I can therefore welcome a number of the bills, particularly the Financial Services Bill, which is a chance to tackle some of the small print of the cost of living crisis. In particular, I will welcome the provisions that are contained on access to cash, an issue that I have not shut up about in this place for the past 2 years. I will scrutinise the detail, and if I'm not satisfied, amendments will go down. Equally, I want to see much faster action on the regulation of buy now, pay later that both I and indeed the member for Walthamstow have campaigned on for many years as well. I know the government's consultation closed on the 6th of January. They are cogitating and contemplating what to do next, but things are changing rapidly in this sector. We hear ever more common stories of people using buy now, pay later products to pay for groceries. This is no longer about buying discretionary items, clothing during lockdown. This is about people using buy now, pay later for the essentials, for energy, for food. The importance of getting this regulation in place is massive, and it has to happen now, in my view. I also very much welcome the pilots the government are introducing on no-interest loans, which have been undertaken by the government on behalf of the government, I beg your pardon, by Fair for All and Toynbee Hall. But this has to move so much more urgently. This idea has been floating around government for years now. It can't just be a curiosity for policy wonks. It has to be an urgent priority for the government to help move people away from loan sharks charging extortionate interest rates. No interest loans have to be the way forward to that. I also hope to see interim provision in this financial services bill to improve the regulation of funeral plan providers. We've seen the collapse of safer hands. I'm sure many in the chamber will have also had contact from constituents who've now got great uncertainty over how their loved ones' funerals will be paid for. The government has to step in, and I'm not hearing very much from the government. And having learnt the delights of amending government legislation for the first time in the last session by trying to amend the Building Safety Bill, I have now got a taste for it. So I'm looking forward to having a go with the Financial Services Bill and also the Online Harms Bill, or the Online Safety Bill rather, which I'm getting a bit nervous about because no one seems to be able to define harms. Let me help them by offering them one definition of harm, which is physical harm. And I want to talk in a few minutes left to me about a campaign by a young man called Zach Eagling, who has epilepsy, as do I. At times, rather unpleasant and cruel people seem to think it is a good idea to send flashing images over social media that are designed to trigger epileptic fits in those with epilepsy. To me, that is a form of online harm. Who could disagree with that? The scrutiny committee who looked at the first draft bill agreed and argued a clause should go in. So did the Law Commission. There is not yet a clause in that bill. And if we're struggling to define harm, well, at least let's start with physical harm. That can be quantified. It could potentially be fatal to force an epileptic fit that can occur in any circumstance where you can't guarantee what the outcome of it would be. There are other bills I would love to have seen in this Queen's speech. Private members' bills I have put forward myself in recent years, some of which I would love to see. The abolition of the House of Lords. Why was that not in the Queen's speech, for heaven's sake? The compulsory introduction of the optional preferential vote, a tentative step towards proportional representation, not in the Queen's speech. Whatever came over the government? And my favourite, aimed once again at the front bench, is an annual review of ministerial competence, undertaken by an outside body to assist the Prime Minister in making decisions over who should be appointed for government. I'm sure the members on the front bench will pass with flying colours, but at a time of a cost of living crisis, where our constituents are under such immense pressure, it is incumbent upon the government to do the very best it can do, to have the very best people working on these intractable and difficult problems. It isn't simply a matter of finding a switch, as I think the member for Bristol East suggested. We can put all the switches we like. There are some fundamentals underneath our society that also have to change, and that's what this party should be doing, not looking back to 2016, but looking forward to a brighter, conservative future. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Smith.
Speaker, and it's interesting to follow the Honourable for Blackpool North, particularly his comments about epilepsy, I think, which were really well made. Now, we heard earlier in the Queen's speech that the government's priority is to grow and strengthen the economy, which for me really only highlights the question of what on earth have they been doing over the last 12 years. Why are we now looking at negative growth? Why are we looking at projection of 10% inflation? Why are we not now, and were we not before the pandemic, more resilient and able to cope with the pandemic that hit us? Why are my constituents' wages stagnating? Why are they not any better off? And I think the paucity of speakers we have left, no more speakers on the government benches tonight to defend the Queen's speech, says an awful lot too. Now, as a new MP 7 years ago, my early speeches in this place were all about apprenticeships, devolution, and the need for us to work together locally to grow our local economy, but also to share in the prosperity of what is in Bristol a good, strong economy. That's with businesses, educationists, trade unions and politicians. That has always been my politics. At this time in 2015, apprenticeships were a Tory flagship policy. However, we now know that apprenticeship starts have declined since 2010 by over nearly 200,000, 41%. Now, apprenticeships are so important in Bristol South because of the poor attainment of people into university. For the businesses, the small businesses that dominate Bristol South, they're also really crucial because they are desperately short of skills and my constituents are desperately short of well-paid, secure work. Now, apprenticeships are really crucial that we have a little bit this afternoon heard about to building the green jobs of the future to help us tackle the climate crisis head-on. Why not insulate our homes? Why not support those jobs? Why not save energy on that demand side rather as we face that terrible supply side crisis? It shouldn't be so hard in a prosperous city like Bristol to match the desire and the needs of business and the ambition of local people. Now, in a couple of days' time on Thursday, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will welcome over 50 employers to my 6th Jobs and Apprenticeship Fair located in the heart of South Bristol at the Skills Academy. I have led work locally to bring together a partnership of the College, Bristol City Council and the Department of Work and Pensions, who are all very dedicated to offering a better opportunities for people in South Bristol. This didn't happen previously, but bringing them all together has been really successful, so that people such as Women Hill City Farm, Adjunct Care, professional apprenticeships based in South Bristol, First Bus, St Monica's Trust and the University of Bristol Hospitals Trust will all be there, including also One Front Door and the National Careers Service, to directly work with the people of South Bristol and match their ambitions with business needs. I wish the government was doing more to support us, because I have supported the government's ambition around apprenticeships. Representing Bristol South, when I see the apprenticeship route offering a way for our young people to get a chance at those high-skilled jobs, and for those who, for whatever reason, lost out at school to gain entry-level qualifications. This is particularly also helpful to the health and care sectors, as well as ensuring, as I said earlier, that we tackle the climate crisis through the skilled green jobs that are out there. The government's failure to address apprenticeships in the recent Skills and Post-16 Education Act demonstrates not only the lack of government ambition, but shows a sad lack of ambition for our children and young people. The Queen's Speech is a missed opportunity from a government which has consistently treated our children and young people as an afterthought, which is even more shocking after what they have experienced in the pandemic. There are 2 free apprenticeships available because the levy is not working as it needs to, with too many small businesses not participating and fewer level 2 and 3 apprenticeships available. Now, I do believe, as does the Labour Party, that we should have a stronger role for colleges, providers and local and regional authorities such as combined authorities to help with the development of local skills improvement. We have to have much better careers, face-to-face careers guidance and meaningful work experience. None of that is in this Queen's Speech. On devolution, which I'm also a strong supporter of, the government has failed to support the ambition we have for Bristol and the West Country, and it looks like once again there is no devolution really of finance or the power that we want in the West Country. We are continuing to have to bid for small pots of money in competition with each other. The recent deferment of the Portis headline extension by the government, again, I have supported the honourable member's Tory party locally about that. And the way in which the decision has been taken in Whitehall starkly exposes the fallacy that the government supports Bristol and the west of England. At the other end of the educational spectrum, talking to people in Bristol South last week, the crisis in early years and the lack of support for parents and providers is deepening the crisis for cost of living, particularly for families with childcare. 4 out of 10 parents are saying that they had to change their working hours or leave their jobs due to childcare pressures. Conservatives are underfunding the free, so-called free childcare hours, mostly for 3 and 4-year-olds, by over £2 an hour, and parents are paying for this shortfall. We've heard nothing from the government again today on how they intend to help families with these rising costs and help those people back into the crucial jobs we need them to do. On multi-academy trusts, it looks like the government have hinted at changes to multi-academy trusts. There may be a review. Now, there are real obvious problems with the MATs. They are hugely powerful with the ability to move resources within trusts, but no accountability locally to parents and no responsibility locally for the outcomes for those children. Again, I've been working with government ministers and the Regional Schools Commissioner to try and get a focus around South Bristol, as they have done in Plymouth, as I'm from Plymouth is in the chamber, to look at the geographical problems that children in South Bristol are facing and share that knowledge. But the vertical organisation of MATS precludes that happening, and that really needs to be addressed. Finally, I would like to have seen more about my constituents living in Lakeshore. The government are hinting at leasehold reform, but I really want to know what they are doing to improve leaseholders' rights and make it easier for leaseholders to manage managing agents of properties. In this Parliament, we have heard a lot about the government having fixed social care. We will see in the next 2 years that fallacy will be exposed. The tax rise has hit with no link to any service improvements, no help for people facing collapsing care packages, and the silent misery of millions of women in particular giving and receiving care will not be helped. The test of this Queen's speech for my constituents in Bristol House will be, are they better off in the cost of living crisis? Will they have more money in their pockets? After what we have been through, there should have been more hope, more ambition for fixing our country after the pandemic, so we never have to go into another situation as unprepared as we were the last time. Today, we have received nothing of that assurance.
Gibson.
The Queen's speech setting out the UK's programme for government offers little comfort to my constituents in North Ayrshire and Arran. And it comes in a context where we have seen the Tory vote across Scotland collapse, with the Labour revival amounting nationally to no more than a lacklustre 1.6% increase in first preference votes on the last council elections in 2017, and its second worst local government performance since devolution in 1999. But I find myself in the odd and strangely surprising position of agreeing with the leader of the Tories in Scotland, the Honourable Member for Murray, a rare event, and I'm sure he would agree with that, when he said that the Prime Minister must, and I quote, reflect on a series of disappointing results for the Conservatives across the UK. The reality is that there's a leadership crisis for the Tories in both London and in Edinburgh, and I'll say no more of that for fear of intruding on private grief. The Prime Minister and his Cabinet would also do well to reflect on its deafening silence over the cost of living crisis, which is hammering households across my constituency in North Ayrshire and Arran, and indeed the whole of the UK. This Queen's speech, as others have said before me, has indeed been a missed opportunity. The Prime Minister should have used this speech to urgently deliver desperately needed support, but it seems that standing back and consigning more people to poverty and hardship is the plan, which is disgraceful. Although I do welcome proposals to bring forward measures to protect access to cash in the Financial Services and Markets Bill, following huge pressure from myself and my SNP colleagues, as well as consumer organisations, Which and a range of other stakeholders. But these measures must be meaningful and they must be fit for purpose, and I look forward to scrutinising the detail of these proposals. Households are suffering rising food, energy and goods prices, record levels of inflation, with Brexit at the centre of much of this, all playing a part in this crisis. But the government continues to downplay the impact Brexit is playing in these challenges. We in the SNP have consistently called for a meaningful package of measures that would help tackle the cost of living crisis and put money back into people's pockets. However, this Tory government has ignored these calls, with the Chancellor apparently holding off on addressing the crisis until the budget in autumn. Struggling households simply cannot wait until the autumn as they struggle under the weight of increasing hardship. We in the SNP again call for the UK Government, at the very least, to convert the £200 energy loan into a more generous and substantial grant, scrap the regressive national insurance tax hike, reverse the £1,040 cut to universal credit, match the Scottish Child Payment UK-wide, introduce a real living wage to boost incomes, and reduce or remove VAT on household energy bills, and follow the Scottish Government's 6% uprating of benefits. Hand-wringing or sitting on their hands from this Prime Minister and his Chancellor, and indeed the Cabinet, whilst households struggle with the soaring cost of living, is unforgivable. There is no end in sight to this crisis, so we need action now. Yet there is nothing in the Queen's speech to suggest that such action will be taken. As the Bank of England predicts that inflation is likely to rise to an eye-watering 10% later this year, food and energy price rises are placing a particularly high burden on households. Despite the fact that the UK has the highest poverty rates in North West Europe, with 11.7% living below the poverty line, things look sadly as though they are set to get even worse. People are told that work is their best route out of poverty, but the reality is that in-work poverty is rising. This phenomenon of in-work poverty should be a contradiction in terms. It should not exist, and the fact that it does is utterly disgraceful. Instead of a plan to support households through this crisis, we have a Chancellor telling those who are suffering because of this crisis that it would be, and I quote, silly to introduce measures now to help people. No wonder people are angry, and so much, Mr Deputy Speaker, for levelling up. Alongside this, the Tory strategy to undermine devolution continues, where Scots are to be punished for not voting Tory by having their Parliament undermined via the Orwellian tactic of introducing the ironically named Brexit Freedoms Bill. Much retained EU law is incorporated in acts passed democratically in the Scottish Parliament, and these must be respected. Instead, Brexit bills will deliver nothing but a race to the bottom on so many issues. And I remind the benches opposite, and sadly they are empty, but I would remind them that under Rule 9b of Standing Orders and in accordance with the Sewell Convention, the UK Parliament should not legislate on devolved matters without the consent of the Scottish Parliament. This means that under the constitutional arrangements we have, the Procurement Bill, the Trade Bill, the Bill of Rights, the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, the Energy Security Bill, the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Bill, the Brexit Freedom Bill, the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, the Social Security Bill, the Transport Bill, the Modern Slavery Bill and the Data Reform Bill will all require the legislative consent of the democratically elected Scottish Parliament, and indeed to that substantial list there may be more to add. This shows that the intention of this government is to trample all over devolution, and I remind them that riding roughshod over Scotland's Parliament will simply not be tolerated, and it will not serve them well. And alongside this, we have an absence in the Queen's speech of an employment bill, first promised in 2019. And there is no animal welfare abroad bill, which would have banned fur imports and foie gras. These measures have been quietly dropped. This Queen's speech has been defined not by action, but by complacency and short-sightedness. Scotland needs no more of this. As well as attacks on Scotland's democratically elected Parliament set to continue, our resource budget allocation has been cut by Westminster by 5.2%, and the capital budget allocation has been cut by 9.7% in real terms. Now, the SNP government is doing what it can to support households during these difficult times. I could talk about the bedroom tax being fully mitigated, the council tax mitigation, the Scottish Child Payment being doubled, free tuition, free prescriptions, free school meals for all primary school children. I could talk about all these things. But as Scotland tries to mitigate the worst excesses of this Tory government, the Scottish Government is hemmed in by Tory cuts to Scotland's budget and by the lack of power over the full fiscal levers needed to tackle the fundamentals of poverty and want in Scotland. A lack of powers for the Scottish Government means that we can only really deal with the symptoms of poverty inflicted by this Tory Government, not the deep-rooted causes of inequality in our society that delivers child poverty, pensioner poverty, and leaves many households struggling to make ends meet. The people of Scotland understand the Westminster system is broken. It does not serve Scotland's needs. It does not serve the people of Scotland and their families' interests. Today, the First Minister of Scotland confirmed that a bill for a referendum on Scotland's future will be brought forward with white papers to be published in the near future. For an increasing number of people in Scotland, this cannot come soon enough because they agree Scotland deserves better than this. Scotland deserves to have its own future in its own hands. Scotland deserves independence.
Baron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This really does feel like a Queen's speech of a government that has run out of ideas and isn't capable of dealing with the very serious times that it finds itself in. It's an awful lot of press releases and no plan. We desperately need a plan. I hear, obviously, in the Queen's speech reference to bills that might be brought forward to deal with the cost of living crisis. We don't need parliamentary bills to drive down people's household bills. What we need is action that could be taken today. The government could decide to use one of the rare Brexit benefits and reduce VAT today. It could decide in the next day or three to do what we have been calling upon them for some time and bring about the windfall tax on the energy companies who've made profits that are unearned, unnecessary, unexpected, and use that money to give to people who desperately need it, people across my constituency in Cumbria and across the rest of the country who literally cannot afford to put food on the table, to pay the rent, to pay the mortgage, to pay the bills. No amount of smart Alec culture war ruses will pay anybody's children's food bills. And that is what we see from a government that is lost touch of what it is or ever had any idea of what it was to be serious about governing at a serious time. So I just want to talk specifically, as you might imagine, Mr Deputy Speaker, about rural communities, and in particular when it comes to issues to do with agriculture and housing. There is nothing for us in this Queen's speech, nothing that remembers the rural communities of this country, particularly in England, neglected and taken for granted by this government so very obviously. Let's look at farming, and let's also, just to plea to all others in this House now who maybe don't represent rural constituencies, rural communities matter to you. They should matter to you. And they matter for two principal reasons. First of all, if you eat, you should be grateful to the farmers who live in my constituency and indeed yours, Mr Deputy Speaker, who put the food upon our tables. No country that is serious about its own security will be in any way reckless about its lack of food security. We should also care, though, because our farmers are on the front line in tackling climate change and in providing environmental restoration. 70% of England's landmass is farmed. And so if we care about tackling climate change and the biodiversity crisis, then the reality is the greenest thing any government can do is to keep Britain's farmers farming, because they are the only people who will make even the greatest plans in the world come to fruition, because the greatest plans in the world will remain just plans in a drawer without farmers to actually introduce them. And yet the government is making an absolute disastrous mess of the transition from the old farm payment system to the new. If you had asked me a few years ago, Mr Deputy Speaker, to list potential advantages of the UK leaving the European Union, I'd have given you a very small list. But on that list would be being outside the common agricultural policy. And yet again, here is a potential benefit the government has grasped, and they're failing, miserably failing, as they botch the transition from the old basic payment scheme to the new environmental land management scheme. Let me tell you this, in my constituency, every single farmer has lost at least 5% and will this year lose at least 20% of their basic payments. That is hundreds and hundreds of farms. All of the farms that I represent are in that position. And this year, 13 a tiny percentage, little more than 1% of the farms I represent will actually be getting anything from the new sustainable farm incentive. The government's botching of the new transition to the new scheme is costing farmers thousands of pounds a year with nothing to replace it. And so what will happen? Farmers will either go bust or they'll go backwards. We will lose hundreds and hundreds of small to medium-sized family farms, many of them tenanted, right across our country, costing us in biodiversity, costing us in food production. And if they don't go bust, they'll go backwards. What do I mean by that? They'll give up on doing any environmental work whatsoever. They'll just have to get more stock because that's the only way they can keep food upon their own table. We also see not just the accidental mistakes the government's making when it comes to the farm transition, but the deliberate ones. Through landscape recovery and the local nature recovery schemes, part of those schemes give a clear incentive for landowners and indeed investment companies who want to become landowners to get huge tracts of land, evict tenant farmers and then just get massive checks from the government for doing nothing and letting those valleys go to seed. It is an outrageous state-sponsored lakeland clearances and we must not stand for it. And there's nothing in this Queen's speech that gives any clue the government understands the damage that they are about to do. There is nothing there for the uplands. We think of our upland communities in the Lake District, in the Dales, in places like Cornwall and Devon, in Northumberland, in North Yorkshire, places with enormous cultural significance, and yet there is nothing in the farm payment scheme to recognise that. You know, the Lake District and the Cumbrian tourism economy were £3.5 billion a year under normal circumstances, and yet nothing to compensate the people who create the backdrop that makes so many people come to visit our beautiful part of the world. And that's why I'm calling for a cultural landscape payment as part of the new farm payment system to make sure we value and reward our upland farmers. It is absolutely ridiculous, though, that we have a farm payment scheme, a government policy, an agricultural policy that is strategically, as a senior and strategic aim, to reduce our capacity to feed ourselves, to actively take land out of food production. That is not only stupid when we're trying to protect ourselves in this case, in the face of a grave international situation, it's also immoral. Because if you think about it, what that means is that we are now, and increasingly, going to be fishing in markets where developing countries are seeking their grain, their commodities. So we're pushing up the prices for the poorest people in the world. Why? Because we've got a wrong-headed farm payment system which is taking land out of food production. Stupid and immoral. And I will move on then to housing, and the impact of the last 2 years on the housing crisis in rural communities is that it has become a catastrophe. What we have is too few houses in our communities that are lived in permanently, and therefore communities that die as a consequence. During the pandemic, 80% of house sales in my community have gone to the second home market, 80%. At the same time, we've seen a rise in my community of 32%, and the number of properties have gone into the holiday-let market. In Devon, I can tell you, that meant a 70% reduction in the long-term private rented sector. And so what do those two things mean? When it comes to excessive second home ownership, and no one wants to be beastly about second home owners, we want to be generous and welcoming to people who want to spend their time in our communities. This is nothing personal, but the reality is it has a massive impact on the communities that I am privileged to serve in Cumbria. It means communities are hollowed out of full-time occupation. So you lose the school, you lose the post office, you lose the pub, you lose community. And when it comes to the huge and very speedy transition from holiday lets, or to vast numbers of holiday lets from long-term lets, what does that mean? It means people who've lived there for years, expelled, evicted, through Section 21 evictions that this government said that they would abolish but have not done so. That wasn't in the Queen's speech, and it should have been. You see those people ejected from their communities. These are people in work. These are people with children in local schools, and yet evicted, nowhere else to go in a place like the Lakes or the Dales. You're going to leave altogether, uproot your kids, leave your work. And that is outrageous. And the impact on our communities is devastating, and the government is doing pretty much nothing about it. There is one thing in the Queen's speech which has been floated, and that is that the government would borrow something of the Welsh Government's proposals to double council tax on second homes. And I thought, great, when I read that at first, and now I've seen the detail, and it's rubbish. Basically, what will happen is that you will have your council tax doubled if you're a second homeowner who never ever goes to their home. Well, that's a tiny minority of second homeowners, and it takes no account of the fact that 90% of second homes bought in my constituency are bought for investment. They're then let out for 70 days a year, and as a result, what are you? Oh, it's not a second home, you're a small business, you're a holiday let then. What does that mean? Well, you're a small business, you pay no council tax, you pay no business rates either. And that means people in Kendal, in Penrith, in Appleby, in Ambleside, who are going to food banks, are subsidising wealthy people with second, third and fourth homes. That is outrageous, and this government, despite knowing for sure, listening to their own backbenchers, I'm certain from rural communities, has chosen to do nothing meaningful to tackle that outrage. A final comment about planning. First of all, if you want to tackle the second home crisis and the holiday let crisis, the affordable housing crisis, you change planning law to make second homes and holiday lets different categories of planning use so that national parks and councils could just put a lid on it. That would be the easiest and straightforward thing to do. Why has the government not chosen to do that? And again, when it comes to planning, we talked about building more houses. The problem is in places like mine, if you build houses, you'll sell them. But the difficulty is we are building for demand, we are not building for need. It's time to build for need. I was talking to some of my local councillors earlier today, Jenny Boat, Pete Enser, Sue Sanderson, who represent Grange and Cartmel. Just outside Cartmel, Hags Lane, 39 properties, only 8 of them to be affordable. Why? Because the government does not give planning authorities the power to say to developers, get knotted unless you're going to build for local families, for local people, and make those places affordable. So I am angry, not just on behalf of my community, but communities across the rural areas of our great country, that there is so little, if anything at all, for us in this Queen's speech. It feels very much to me, looking at it from the inside in Cumbria, that this Conservative government is doing to rural communities here in this decade what a Conservative government did to urban communities in the north in the 1980s. The difference is, Margaret Thatcher had a plan. I'll give her some due. She had a plan. But this government, shambolically, through neglect, through taking rural communities for granted, is devastating our rural communities, and they will not be excused for that, and they will not get away with it. And you see the results of the elections last week in Cumbria, in Somerset, and soon, I hope, in Devon, we will see that rural Britain will not be taken for granted.
Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wanted to sort of look at the context for this Queen's speech. We have escalating poverty, there's absolutely no doubt about this. Over 14 million people are living in poverty. Over 8 million of those are in work poverty. 4.5 million children living in poverty. Again, more than half of those in working families, increasing in pensioner poverty, increasing in disabled people living in poverty. And we know as well from the autumn budget, the net effect of the autumn budget and the spring statement is that we're going to have 1.3 million more people living in absolute poverty, including 500,000 children. So when we're talking about social mobility, as many colleagues have been doing on the other side, social mobility, educational attainment, we need to recognise this is the context. I chair a group called the All-Party Group in Health and Oral Policies, and we had a session on health inequalities with Professor Sir Michael Marmot a week or so ago, and he was describing how the UK and the United States are outliers in advanced economies in terms of our life expectancy and our healthy life expectancy. How long we're going to live in good health is actually falling. And we should be really ashamed of that. But we also had another academic, Professor Claire Bambra, who was looking at the regional impacts of this and has been able to develop some estimates showing that £13.2 billion a year, Deputy Speaker, are being lost because of this differential in health. So the lower life expectancy, the lower healthy life expectancy that we are seeing, which is the product, the outcome of the inequalities, the structural inequalities that we have had and which are getting worse and have got worse under this government, this is contributing to that. The other context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is what can we do about it? You know, we're doing the best that we can. That's absolute rubbish. We have the highest tax burden in 70 years. That is a government choice. We have escalating energy costs and food costs. Again, the government has refused to accept that they need to do more on this. The opposition parties and, as has already been said, chief executives of different companies, Tesco was the latest one this morning, which was saying that there should be a windfall tax which wouldn't be inflationary. But again, the government has refused to act. No emergency budget, no help with energy bills, no scrapping of the national insurance contributions, which is adding to the burden that people are feeling. Nothing on social security support for people in work, out of work, and pensioners, just 3% when we know that inflation is currently at 7, is predicted to go to 10 by the end of the year. On top of that, we have got a system that has now decided they're going to move across people who are on legacy benefits through the managed migration process, and that has to happen in the next 3 months. The impact of that, by the government's own documents, are that nearly 1 million more people are going to be worse off. 1 million more. So these are government choices, unfortunately. Nothing in terms of bringing forward retrofitting our homes so that we can not just help people with the cost of their energy bills, but we'll actually reduce the demand for energy, and nothing in terms of how we are going to transition to support for businesses that produce and stimulate sustainable green jobs. Nothing on tackling the inequality that's depriving our citizens not just of opportunities but of living long, healthy lives. And if the health of our children is a litmus test of how our society is doing, then given we have the highest level of infant mortality in Western Europe, we must conclude we're doing very badly. Nothing on the government's manifesto pledge to double research funding to find cures for the diseases that lead to dementia, the most common cause of death in this country, and what people over 60 dread the most. And nothing on how to correct the injustice that disabled claimants who've lost their lives have experienced, and all their families and friends. Nothing about an inquiry that will investigate how this has happened. What we do have is more of the same from the government, including stripping British citizens of their human rights and protections under the law. We have to see if these privations are restricted to the many and not the few. It's clear that some people believe that they make laws for others but don't need to abide by them themselves. And to illustrate the government's thinking and how they are also skillfully packaging their bills in emotive and divisive language, we very helpfully have the Brexit Freedoms Bill. The government say this is designed to get rid of red tape, things such as those annoying employment rights that try to hold abusive employers to account, or those troublesome health and safety regulations designed to, stop dying at or from our work. But even more fundamentally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where is the legislation that will build back trust and confidence in our politics and our politicians, that reinforces politics is about public service, about serving our communities and our country, not ourselves or our mates, that addresses not just the inequality in income and wealth, but in power too, including in political power? Where is the legislation that would put the ministerial code on a statutory footing as it is in the devolved nations, underpinned by the Nolan principles of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership, that would make lying to this House and to the people of this country a sackable offence? Where is the legislation that will make lying about a candidate during an election in speech, in print or online in order to influence the outcome of that election an offence? Clearly the 1986 Representation of the People Act is inadequate to today's digital age. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we don't need to see the results from the many surveys that show our citizens don't trust us. We just need to see the turnout at last week's elections, especially in our part of the world. We have to change the culture of our politics. Being an honourable member, whether in this chamber or
of a local authority should mean something. Our constituents must know we will act with integrity and decency, that we will be on their side. But with the people allowed to stand as candidates in last week's elections who base their campaigns on misogyny, racism, division and hate, and others dishing out leaflets containing Trump-esque QAnon conspiracy theories to rabble-rouse, then I'm afraid we're a long way from where we need to be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Patrick Grady.
A sort of frequent coincidence of the Queen's speech with significant electoral or political developments in Scotland over the last few years. And once again, we meet in the aftermath of the council elections, and I'd like to congratulate all the councillors elected in Glasgow North last Thursday, particularly my returning colleagues from the SNP, Ken Andrew, Kenny McLean, Jackie McLaren, Alan Gow and Franny Scally, to congratulate Lindsay Wilson, who ran a fantastic campaign in Partick East Kelvindale but didn't get the result she deserved. And a particular mention to Councillor Abdul Bastani, who I have spoken about in this chamber before. Abdul arrived in Glasgow aged 18, fleeing for his life from the Taliban. And 20 years later, he's representing his adopted community of Mary Hills as a Glasgow City Councillor, and joined in the chambers by Glasgow girl Councillor Rosa Sally, the first refugee ever to be elected anywhere as a councillor in Scotland. So when Glasgow says it loud and says it clear that refugees are welcome here, we mean it. We elect refugees as councillors to champion their local communities. And what a contrast with the Tory government's increasingly and continued hostile environment for people who want to make their homes in the UK, a rhetoric that continues in the Queen's speech today. And I hope that the provisions of the Anti-Refugee Nationality and Borders Act are challenged at every turn as the government seeks to implement them. And constituents in Glasgow North who want to see the government held to account for its inhumane attitudes to refugees can rest assured that SNP MPs will continue to speak up loudly and clearly. The reality is that the Home Office is collapsing under the weight of this policy and attitude. The Homes for Ukrainians scheme is moving far too slowly. There are many Afghans who still want to come here who can't. And now even UK citizens who just want to go on holiday are unable to travel because of chaos at the passport office. Constituents are getting in touch on a daily basis, and the government really needs to get a grip. But the hostile environment is just one aspect of the increasing divergence between the politics of Westminster and the policies of the devolved administrations, where the Scottish Government is doing everything in its power to tackle the cost of living crisis, doubling the child payment, increasing social security payments by 6%. This Tory Government is slashing universal credit and hiking up national insurance, and it's had to be dragged by immense campaign work across the country, including my honourable friend for Inverness, to propose in the Queen's speech the Social Security end-of-life bill that will finally allow people, including one of his constituents, a very close friend of mine, Melanie Finlay, to access the benefits they ought to be entitled to after receiving a terminal diagnosis. And I congratulate her on her bravery in facing her illness and fronting up, or helping to front up, Marie Curie's campaign to make sure that nobody dies in poverty. And why, in the 21st century, does any organisation have to run a campaign with such a slogan? That is the divergence, that is the level of ambition that needs to be tackled and is not largely missing now from the Queen's speech. That divergence continues in other policy areas. The Scottish Government has helped to support the refurbishment of Glasgow's Borough Collection, and the city is becoming ever more popular as a location for the film industry, while the Government embarks on the privatisation of Channel 4, which doesn't cost the taxpayer a penny, for purely ideological reasons. And as others have said today, the speech is as noticeable for the bills and policies it does not contain as much as those that it does. People in Glasgow North want to see the highest standards of animal welfare applied across these islands, and we're disappointed at the lack of ambition outlined today. And we need to see more and faster action to tackle the climate emergency. This time last year, the UK government was boasting about its soft power, superpower, global Britain is great status as the host of COP26, and now barely a mention in the speech delivered in the House of Lords earlier. And the real agenda of the Conservatives is revealed as they seek to drop net zero action as quickly as possible. Real reform of housing and energy would not only reduce emissions, but it would reduce the cost of living as well. But again, such action is posted missing, and that is simply not good enough. The vast majority of councillors returned in Scotland last week are fully committed to tackling climate change, a message that ministers should heed. And next week, I and I know many other colleagues will be joining constituents in the Big Plastic Count to help build up a UK-wide picture of plastic waste and the action we and the government need to take to tackle it. And how we approach climate change also speaks to how seriously we take our other international obligations. Constituents in Glasgow North were overjoyed at the release of Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, but they have not forgotten prisoners of conscience and other human rights defenders who are oppressed and persecuted elsewhere. They want urgent action to secure peace in the Middle East, an end to arms sales to brutal regimes, and the restoration of the 0.7% aid spending target. Again, all points of ambition that is lacking in the Queen's speech and the documents associated with it. Instead, what we see from this government is constitutional overreach, more attempts to undermine the devolution settlement, and the solution to EU legislation and regulation apparently is yet more legislation and regulation. The biggest Brexit opportunity seems to be an even greater power grab by the executive than the promise taking back control for Parliament, and many of us will be keeping a very close eye on the so-called Brexit Freedoms Bill. What actually we're seeing, as my friend from North Ayrshire spoke about, is the Queen's speech trying to put into action the government's muscular unionism policy. The Scotland office is going around boasting that 27 of the 38 bills will apply across the UK, but many of them will encroach on devolved areas. The Tory government isn't just disrespecting devolution, it seems to have forgotten that devolution exists at all, which is perhaps not a surprise, seeing as they never really supported it in the first place. And so the divergence on these aisles, by the insistence and action of this Tory government, continues. Scotland's government and parliament are progressive, outward-looking, internationalist and focused on helping those who need it most in challenging times. But the Tories pursue their pet obsessions, no matter the cost to the economy, society or the environment. So the choice for Scotland is clear. Our best future, our best opportunity to build a fairer, greener society will be as an independent country. And if the Tories are so convinced of their case for the Union and the level of support for the Union that exists in Scotland, then they should be welcoming the opportunity of a referendum instead of trying to block one. Their candidates all stood last week obsessed with an independence referendum. All of their literature said vote for the Conservatives to stop a referendum from happening. Well, people didn't vote for the Scottish Conservatives, and the SNP secured its best local election result in history. So perhaps they should listen to the message that is being sent by the voters. The reality is, as this Queen's speech has shown, every promise made to Scotland in 2014 has been broken. Scotland was told in 2014 that if it voted for independence, it would leave the European Union, the cost of energy would skyrocket, and supermarket shelves would be empty. Well, all of those things have happened, and the last time I checked, Scotland didn't vote for independence. But next time it will. That opportunity is coming soon, and when the people of Scotland have that opportunity, they will choose an independent future.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Glasgow North. And it's, can I just say, it was also good earlier to see the member for East Dunbartonshire back in her place as well. And also, if I can say, hearing the very good maiden speech made by the new member for South and West, just being reminded of the three good colleagues that we lost across this chamber. David Amos, of course, yesterday the memorial service for James Brokenshire, and of course our own Jack Dromey. They are all missed. I was going to speak about say a few words about the Prime Minister, but I'll save that for another day. Just touching on a few issues, I see there is a higher education bill being put forward by government, and I will look forward to that. I'm particularly interested, of course, in what has been proposed around the area of lifelong learning. But there are huge issues across the whole educational sector in terms of what is happening in our schools and in our nurseries, the hemorrhaging of teachers, teaching assistants being lost, and our senior leadership teams, because the budgets aren't there, the pressures are so great, and the morale has absolutely sunk through a lack of respect, I think, from UK government. The real issue and the priorities that I think the Prime Minister is really missing are, it must be around the cost of living. And that's because, I have to say, the Prime Minister and his Chancellor are really out of touch. Remember, this was the Prime Minister who said back in the autumn last year that any talk of inflation or high inflation was unfounded. And I have to say, I hate to say this, but I was actually on BBC Coventry and Warwickshire Radio back in September last year, and I was actually saying how concerned I was at that time Mr Deputy Speaker, about inflation, looking at that time, that it might even go to 6%. I think it was only about 3 at the time, 3.5%. But of course now it's run away. We should have had an emergency budget. Why do we not? Because the reality is that people are hurting. They're hurting greatly. We have 1 in 7 people are food insecure. We have 2 million people that have been estimated who are unable to eat every day. We have people reporting to food banks, and I know this, having been to food banks in recent weeks, where people are actually saying, I'm sorry, but I will not take food that needs cooking. I will only take food that is cold because we cannot afford to cook it. That is the harsh reality of what is going on. As we heard in the Select Committee, Bayes Select Committee, from the energy companies, they anticipate 40% of UK households will be in energy poverty by the autumn, estimating £2,900 a typical annual bill for households come the autumn. That's why the Chief Executive of Scottish Power was saying just the other day that he believes that 10 million homes will need something like £1,000 per household if they are going to see themselves through this crisis, this energy crisis. Of course, there is no money of that scale, anything like that scale, coming from the government. We could have that, of course. We've been proposing a windfall tax. When you hear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the figure of £9 billion a quarter, of course that sounds like a telephone number. It's hard for us to get our heads around that. But if I could say, the company I used to work for just 12 years ago was worth £3 billion. That was the entire Peugeot Citroën corporation globally. And here we are, 9 billion in 1 quarter. It is a huge amount of money, and it could be realised, and it could allay so much of the financial crisis that is facing our households up and down our country. Look at what the energy cap was in France at 4%. 4% compared to what we're doing in the UK. How can they do that, but we can't? And of course, you look at what is being talked about in terms of inflation. The Federal Reserve are saying that this is a really serious problem, that it will be sustained. I think the Bank of England might be being slightly too optimistic in how they see their forecast. Just to talk about the economy, the outlook is really not good. We've seen that among the G7 countries we will have the worst economic performance next year. We also had the worst economic performance versus 2019 prior to the pandemic. So we are the hardest hit of all. So I'm not sure how that is getting the big calls right. I think that's probably the most marked indicator of how the government and this Prime Minister got it wrong. We've had 15 tax increases since the the Chancellor took over 2 years ago. What I'd like to have heard in this Queen's speech was talk about an industrial strategy addressing the challenges of our automotive industry, where it's 34% reduction in production this year. Last year was not that great either. We need to address the global supply chain issues, the issue of semiconductors, but we also need to quickly get our heads around, urgently get our heads around the need for the transition to electric vehicles and also hydrogen motive power, sourcing lithium production, cheaper energy, the gigafactories like in Coventry that we desperately need. The energy bill, I really cannot believe that we are ignoring. Like in Warwickshire, there are no onshore wind turbines. It's like one of the few counties that has no wind turbines. We desperately need this. It's the cheapest form of energy and we should be investing in it. Then just on housing, I can't believe that we are so way off the pace against the sort of housing that we need. The mix, the volume, the fact that zero carbon homes should have been built from 2016 under the last Labour government. We would have delivered 1 million zero carbon homes. Instead, I see houses to this day, just last week, with 50 mil of insulation in those properties. 50 mil is nothing. That's why we have the worst housing stock in Europe when it comes to energy inefficiency. Planning, well, I'd love to see what's going to come out on that, because we had the NPPF in 2012, the Localism Act, The public, the communities were promised more say, and of course, guess what happened? They didn't. So I have communities up and down my constituency where there is not the infrastructure, not the bus services, the shops, the cycle routes, and so on to serve those communities. There's a lot of other legislation I would love to touch on, such as those issues for renters and the precarity that they face with the increase in the private rental market. I want to talk just briefly about the environment. I think a lot of warm words. We have to address that with the onshore wind energy that I was talking about. I do not believe fracking is the right solution, and it would be deeply damaging to our environment. It is not necessary, and we could have anticipated the energy shortages a long time ago by building in resilience. Just on justice and police, of course we want safer streets, but you know, when we lost 7,000 police since 2015, it was clear what was going to happen on our streets, hence the rise in knife crime, like in my constituency at Warwick and Leamington, rise in drugs, antisocial behaviour, speeding, and so on. We need more community support officers on our street. We need the police hubs to go with them. Just on security, I really do believe that when it comes to security, we should be talking much more about food security, sourcing more food from the UK, in my constituency where we have some excellent farmers, but we're losing land as it's been lost to housing development, but also potentially to quarries, just like outside Barford. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are, however, several omissions in the amount of legislation that the government is putting forward. I've only just touched on some of the bills that are being proposed, but I see there's nothing in terms of any legislation on business reforms. And for example, the need really for legislation on auditing and governance. You think about the £4 billion that was lost in COVID loans, and how did that happen? But because there is no true oversight, we need an audit watchdog, and this is something that the Institute of Directors has been calling for. And we need, it's really disappointing that the governance of football has not been pursued and has been dropped in this Queen's speech. We desperately need it, and clubs like Leamington FC and Racing Club Warwick would love to have seen that as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is a lot of legislation being proposed by the government. I really hope that the government can change its priorities, because the public is desperate to be heard and for its needs to be met. The cost of living is such an immediate crisis, as is the climate crisis, and in actual fact, so many of these issues are interrelated. And I just fear that without the right strategies in place, like the industrial strategy that I've been talking about for housing, but also for the automotive industry, I'm afraid those priorities will not be met.
Dr. Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The bare bones of a list of bills has now been revealed to us all by a skeleton of what I call a functioning government. Bill titles conceal their contents and aim, and this Parliament must ensure they address the community's greatest needs. Distracting attention with divisive laws will not mask the deep inequality that we're seeing across our communities, the cry of the people we represent. And that cry is getting louder day by day as they are being plunged into abject poverty. And therefore I will reserve judgment before I see the detail of the bills, but I make the case of my constituents today. In the light of the economic crisis, where the few profit and seriously profit, many of my constituents are paying, and they seriously pay. It should have been a cost of living speech, and we've heard so many speeches in this place to confirm that. 4.3 million children in poverty, 2.1 million pensioners in poverty, 11 million people in our country in poverty, and when you put in housing costs, that rises to 14.5 million. And therefore it should have been a housing parliament debating housing measures. For York, the measures on housing and planning will be the most significant. Reforming the planning system and giving residents more involvement in local development will be important. Today in York, after 76 years without having a local plan, the inquiry has commenced. We've got a serious housing crisis. But the things I've seen coming forward from government will not address those measures. As things stand, developers and property tycoons have found their ways to profit out of virtually every scheme, sucking money and eventually people out of our communities while ticking government boxes. Many people have nothing left in their pockets. For my constituents in York, housing is the greatest driver of inequality, yet a home could provide the greatest source of stability and security. The ownership generation may rest easy, but renters are at the mercy of their landlords, extracting every last penny, causing house prices and rents to explode with ease to profit for some. Far too often, new build developments are luxury apartments which no one in my community can even think of affording. For investors to buy up and Londoners to find a bolt hole, existing stock is being now hoovered up with buy-to-lets, HMOs and Airbnbs. Families in York are being priced out of their community and we are regressing. The council is slow to build and therefore we have got so many people, tripled since my time in this place, now on waiting lists. Housing poverty is soaring. Leaseholders are becoming enslaved, renters trapped, and more people are being forced to move away. Jobs are therefore left vacant, with the local economy and public services understaffed and suffering. It feels everything is spiralling down and imploding. The system is so broken, and ministers know this, but they need to put in place the frameworks to repair this, something that Labour will do if we were in power right now. Local plans are nothing if they are not prescriptive of the tenure of housing that is needed. People and planning are not two separate entities, they must be together in one united purpose. Let's take short-term holiday lets, Airbnbs. We must leave this Parliament with regulation, and I will do all I can to try and secure this. Imagine a beautiful city like York. I have the privilege of representing it. Now prey to the weekend of stag and hens, chasing local families out of our city centre and tourists leaving in disgust. The city then spews out the crowds into our communities, every street fearing the arrival of a party house, an Airbnb, a short-term let. We have seen 1,785 of them and rising sharply in York alone. In my constituency, this is why the legislation is so crucial. For some, it's parties and antisocial behaviour are there all weekend, every weekend. These were once family streets. They no longer are. Residents living with the misery or selling up. When they move, guess what happens to their home? Then a string of party houses, hosting maybe 30 guests, turning up the volume. Investors buying up York's housing stock where local families should reside. It's easy money. It denies local people a chance to live in their city, work in their city, contribute to their city, pushing up house market prices even further. In York Central alone, increased by 29% since July 2019. It is destroying my communities. These aren't individuals letting out a spare room, but organised businesses that aren't paying their way, not paying council tax or business rates. It is completely unregulated, and that's why legislation, however we can find a way, must address this crisis. And the government need to get a grip on that. And not just register, but licence these places. Regulations for councils to licence all current and future Airbnbs and short lets, and full powers to refuse them. Fine them for noise like they do in Nice. Restrictions on ownership, how long it can be let for, like in London, and how a licence can be revoked. Council tax doubled, like in Wales, and a right to place a blanket ban on certain communities, all with a licence fee to cover costs. This must be a major focus, or else my community will be destroyed. Not just the communities, but the economy too. We all know that this isn't just about party homes, but landlords are also converting family homes into HMOs. And very rapidly then into an Airbnb. They should be demanding full planning with proper community engagement. I'll be interested to see what the government's proposals are, and then licensed. With no weakening of permitted development rights, local authorities must have the right to refuse. In some student areas, streets no longer have a mix of residents and communities are dying. Better regulation will bring better stability. As for standards in the private rented sector, I welcome today's announcement to strengthen the rights of tenants and ensure better quality, safer homes. But I want to see the detail. We need to up stability of homes. We need to up sustainability of homes. Minimum levels of energy efficiency needs to rise. And that's why Labour's programme to retrofit 10 million homes is needed right now. Addressing things like infestations and damp, which come across my desk so often, also need to be issues which can be assessed by people inspecting these homes. A register of landlords, an inspectorate and enforcement is needed. And if landlords break the law, they should lose their right to rent on any of their properties, plain and simple. However, you can't talk about standards if we don't talk about rents. Section 21 of the 1988 Housing Act must be repealed. It is now used widespread as it enables private landlords to repossess their properties from assured short tenants without having to establish fault on the part of the tenant. No fault evictions are seen as a way of getting more rent from their next tenant. However, with rental going through the roof, as available properties are just disappearing and house prices push up, prices are rising so fast, it means that landlords are just able to name their price. It needs controls, rent controls, and local authorities should be able to demand rent controls in places where housing costs are out of control. Leasehold properties are also dominating new build. Leaseholds need protection, and I would say, and I agree with the honourable member who spoke earlier, they need to be something of the past, now paying extortionate amounts for services which, if needed, could be delivered locally for far less. Ending the leasehold model is crucial. All of this comes back to planning and good housing legislation. We must protect our current stock and build to meet local need. If it is in the hands of this Parliament to stop the extraction model, to stop evictions and exploitation, protect the existing stock and build a new generation for local people, plain and simple, to have a safe and secure home, that would be a job well done by this government. But I fear we may not get to that point, as we're seeing at this time our communities under such pressure, food, energy and now shelter, those basic things that everyone should have as a right, now being stripped away. I want to see government's response in the fine detail of that legislation, and I will be scrutinising it because my community deserves so much better. Government carry a heavy weight in this Parliament, and I trust that they will listen carefully and ensure that our communities are left stronger, safer and more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a real delight to follow the member for York Central, who I know has such a deep understanding of housing and the problems that so many of our constituents face, from the basics around mould and infestations right through to the complexities of leasehold properties, cladding and all of that. And it was a very, very good speech, so thank you for that. And indeed there are some very good themes in the Queen's speech. The question is going to be on the detail and how much we managed to achieve in this parliamentary session. I do welcome this opportunity for the Queen's speech and the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't know if you're going to be at any street parties, but you'd be very welcome to come along to the Cecil Park Street Party if you're available on a 4-day holiday. No one's mentioned that today, but I think that's actually it's probably the best thing the government's done in the last few years, to give us those extra few days to enjoy it, and a bit of a boost for the local economy. And a bit of celebration as well that we've got through a pretty tough time with COVID, and that we're hopefully at the other side of that. The other really positive elements which have a lot of potential in the Queen's speech are the Modern Slavery Bill, which the member for Maidenhead spoke at length about in her speech, the possibility of civil penalties for organisations that do not comply with the modern slavery requirements, and of course we've also got a lot of potential with the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Bill. And hopefully that will contain the long overdue Companies House reform, which we know is key to cracking down on the kleptocracy, which was so evident when the President Putin began his terrible assault on Ukraine earlier in the year. I want to focus in my short remarks on the context of this Queen's speech, coming straight out of an election period, and I wonder if that's why the benches opposite are completely empty, except for one whip and one front bench member. Bit of wind out of the sails, perhaps, following the 500-odd losses at local government level. But who is to say? I'm not sure why it's so empty on the other side. But the context of the Queen's speech is pretty desperate. We are on the verge of a recession, and we cannot afford to be complacent. We want to see an emergency budget as well as this Queen's speech, and it was a little bit unsure as to whether the Prime Minister mentioned that there was going to be a statement from the Chancellor, or whether that was then ruled out by his spokesperson at number 10 Downing Street. But if anyone can clarify, please do intervene. But I was surprised also that in the Prime Minister's short words about the Queen's speech, Peppa Pig didn't make any appearance, because I thought at one point, with the speed at which he delivered his remarks, I thought Peppa Pig might just accidentally pop out of his mouth as he was speaking. It felt like one of those speeches. I don't know if anybody else shared the sentiment, listening to how it revved up and then slowed down again. I thought it could have perhaps gone into that. And speaking of Peppa Pig, I noticed that the CBI today has said that the Queen's speech is not good enough, or the measures, any of the economic measures which have been proposed are not good enough. And that is a real pity, because the Chancellor's response during COVID actually was a correct tripartite response between government, the CBI and the TUC. Sadly, the TUC has severely criticised the Queen's speech for not having an employment bill where we could address the lack of security in our workplaces, the vexed issue around flexibility at work and who should be in work and who should have the right to work at home, maternity provision, pregnancy, adoption provision, all those things which we could have put into that speech to improve our workplaces and also to address the issue of retention, because we know a lot of good workplaces do not know why they can't retain staff. So that's a real missed opportunity. The other missed opportunity, of course, is on the environment. We really want to be turbocharging the insulation of all of our homes, particularly those of us who have very, very old Victorian stock, which is expensive to retrofit but desperately needs to be tackled. One of the members who spoke earlier spoke about the failed Green New Deal in 2010, which was a tragedy, and then of course the second scheme which failed after the 2017 election, and time after time we've had schemes which have failed. If local government, and I was really pleased to hear the member for Newark praising the role of local government during COVID, if local government was just given cash to get all of their own stock up to scratch, we would be doing a lot for the environment, we would be doing a lot for fuel poverty, and we would be doing a lot to save people's bills. So it's those sorts of basic schemes which in the end cost less, because we've had two failed schemes which cost a lot but didn't do very much either for the environment or for the consumer. That would be a real way of getting things achieved again. On the food poverty side, we've heard a lot of contributions on that. What we all want to see in our constituencies is fewer queues at food banks and people being able to afford, with their earnings, to work a decent week's work and be able to put food on the table. I don't know why that is so difficult to do, but I do know that by the end of the year, when inflation hits 10%, we're going to be seeing even more people at food banks queuing, and that is not a sight that any of us wish to see. That, of course, will be exacerbated by the situation of a drop by 30% in Ukraine's exports, particularly around cooking oil and around wheat, and we know that that is going to increase hardship on our tables. And we really need the government to step in and take responsibility and to roll out a program that addresses that lack. We also need to have much more innovation in our industrial strategy, and I was very disappointed to see last year the government cancelling the industrial strategy. I think that was a real missed opportunity. For example, manufacturing. Why don't we just fund the manufacturing of more PPE? We know that we need it because we need to have a stock ready. We have plenty of centres like Leicestershire or parts of London, parts of the Midlands where we could just begin that, fund it, and then it would pay for itself over time. You know, let's get innovation and let's have a Brexit dividend. Let's do that and be creative. In addition, of course, we have the productivity challenge, and this comes back to the fact that we have far too many people in FE or who are in low quality courses in FE because we still haven't put right the 50% cut to FE from 2010, and that desperately needs to be addressed. It was good to hear others speaking about the apprenticeships and the way that many of the apprenticeship schemes have failed. The other point, of course, is on public services. And it's really essential that we tackle the lack of GP appointments and that we look at the NHS record waiting lists for doctors and nurses. We simply do not have enough health practitioners working in the health service. We've been promised mental health, a parity of esteem for mental health for years, and we still haven't got it, I don't believe, in this sketch out of bills, but we will continue to keep fighting for people who have mental health problems, for those to be considered just as seriously as physical health problems. The supersized classrooms issue, we know that last time Labor came in 1997, it immediately reduced the classroom size and kids started to learn better. We need to do that now. Let's not wait until Labor has to come in and do it again. Let's just do it now because we know it works. We're still only spending what we spent per child, what we spent in 2010 on education. That is holding our productivity back severely, and we need to address that urgently. And finally, victims of crime. I'm very pleased it's mentioned in the Queen's speech, but I want to see what that actually means. Far too many victims of crime are not being supported, are just getting desperate that our justice system is not working for them. And I will be following that detail very closely because we know just 1 in 35 victims of rape, for example, ends up with a successful charge, and that has absolutely got to stop. My time is up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but we can revisit those issues. You're shaking your head. All I would say in conclusion, because I know that there's 1 or 2 more speakers to come, is to say that we have had a missed opportunity today. We've had a very interesting and engaging set of speeches from the government benches, but perhaps not attached to what the reality is in our own constituencies, whether it was the Northern Ireland Protocol, which we had a bit of a debate on, whether it's about apprenticeships and young people, whether it's about manufacturing in some of our hubs, whether it's about the housing crisis, which the member for York Central mentioned. There are so many areas where really it could have been addressed by the front bench earlier on the government benches, and yet it didn't seem to occur to the Prime Minister to talk about the pressing issues. And I wonder, in conclusion, coming back to my first point about the empty benches on the other side, whether that was the disconnect which did lead to the 500 losses of council seats, because in the end, in a democracy, if you don't talk about the issues which matter to working people, you don't end up winning an election. Thank you.
Thank you. Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by passing on the very best wishes of the people of Chesterfield to Her Majesty the Queen, who were all very sad, was unable to be able to address us. I think the first time since 1963 that the remarkable woman has been unable to be here, and I know people will be wishing her well. It was not just for that reason a very remarkable speech. And also not just because, as the honourable friend from Hornsey Wood Green has said, the speed at which it was delivered, which suggests to me that the Prime Minister, when he finally loses this job that he should have lost several months ago, might be able to be gainfully employed as a horse racing commentator. But alongside that, it was remarkable for two things, I think. Firstly, the fact that as we were listening to the government and the issues that they wanted to address, it was remarkable to think this was a government responding to a country they've been running for 12 years. And also that it was so clear that so many of these issues that are facing the country are not an accident, but are actually a deliberate result of the policies that this government has pursued for the last 12 years. It was a speech simultaneously packed with different initiatives, and yet at the same time failing to meet the challenges that the British people are struggling with so much at this moment. And I think it is for precisely that reason that this government looks so exhausted, so tawdry and so out of touch. But let's have a look at what this government's priorities will be. I obtained a copy, as Mr Speaker suggested we should, of the gracious speech. And the government start by claiming that they will grow and strengthen the economy and help ease the cost of living for families. On growth, this is a government of high taxation because they are a government of low growth. They are a government that have had low growth during 12 wasted years. They've consistently grown our economy by less than the previous Labour government. In all but 1 year, the growth under the Labour government was, in all but 1 year, the growth under this government was less than 2%. Under Labour, 2% growth was achieved 10 years straight. So why should we believe that this is a government capable of delivering on its priority to grow the economy? On strengthening the economy, the government's consistent failure to deliver the Brexit they promised means that our economy is considerably weaker and less resilient than it was before the Prime Minister was elected. And on cost of living, their refusal to implement a windfall tax means that uniquely this government, of all the European government, is allowing oil and gas producing firms to enjoy obscene profits whilst raising taxes on working people. And we're just 2 lines in to the loyal address, and already the government are referring to 3 areas: to growth, to strengthening the economy, and to the cost of living, in which they have indisputably failed. But it goes on, Mr Speaker. They claim they will support the police to make our streets safer, but we have 7,000 fewer police than we had in 2010. Our court backlogs mean that terrified victims of crime wait months and even years for their perpetrators to face justice, and the government were forced to exclude fraud from their crime stats in order to try and pretend that crime was falling. Just last week I met a woman in my constituency, Jane Allen, who still mourns the loss of her brother Philip. He was murdered by a man who was on licence after being released from prison halfway through his sentence. The murderer, Jordan Maltby, should have been housed in an approved premise, but none were available. He should have been in regular contact with probation officers, but he was seen only once in the 9 weeks that he was out. He should have been monitored by police, but the demands on police time meant that that didn't happen. And then in a completely unprovoked attack, he murdered Philip Howlin in cold blood outside his house. These government failures to provide the number of police we need, or to properly fund probation, or to address court delays, all mean that under this government our streets are less safe and not safer. In 2013, there were 634,000 violent offences in England and Wales. Last year, there were 1.78 million violent crimes, 1.78 million opportunities to see the full cost of that failure. So we have a larger population, but fewer police, more violent crimes, longer court delays, failing probation service, and they want us to believe that this government is going to make our streets safer. Then the government claim they will fund the NHS to reduce COVID backlogs. I will briefly give way.
Just on the point of his constituent, Jane, and our condolences go to her for her loss of her brother, but would he agree with me, because so many crimes happen by the same group of people, that if you don't get them the first time, it's just multiplying, and that the failure to actually bring the charge is making, in the first instance, is making it ever so much worse for more and more victims?
Absolutely. This is absolutely the case. And whether it be that you have courts that are not seeing people in time, or whether it be courts that are deciding not to send people to jail, but they really should be doing because the jails are so overcrowded, giving people shorter sentences, a whole variety of reasons. You know, these violent criminals are making our streets less safe. Moving on, the government claim they'll fund the NHS to reduce COVID backlogs. This is the government that caused the pre-COVID backlogs. We went into COVID with the biggest waiting times since, guess when? Guess when? Since the last time we had a Tory government. Labour left government with a 2-week cancer guarantee and waiting times below 18 weeks across the country. This government reduced NHS spending from when they came in 2010 to 2019 when the COVID pandemic hit, so that Britain went from being in line with the European average to a backmarker once again. They presided over an NHS staffing crisis, failed to train enough doctors or nurses, discouraged European nurses from helping out. This failure is on their watch. I haven't even got to the end of the first paragraph of the Loyal Address, Mr. Speaker, and what we have is a government who ask us to believe that they are the party to address the very problems that they have caused. And these are not issues that they inherited, but ones that through a decade of austerity, through their failure on Brexit, and through their prioritisation of culture wars ahead of the business of government, explicitly acknowledge the failure that 12 years of Tory rule has led to. But we shouldn't be fooled, Mr. Speaker, into believing that this is a government with a plan to address these failings. The budget showed that a government who's normalised food bank usage will not be a government committed to helping people with the cost of living. And it is remarkable that we heard the Prime Minister on his feet today claiming that we will be getting action on the cost of living in the coming days, only for Treasury sources to be briefing that the Chancellor of the Exchequer knows nothing about this and that there are no plans. This is a government who not only fails to take action on the cost of living, but fails to even agree what the line is as to when they are going to make different steps. They had a choice about how the global rise in energy prices could be tackled. They could have chosen to ask the energy companies to share a little of their grotesque wealth, or they could have asked landlords and property billionaires to pay a little more. Instead, the Chancellor's eyes fell, as they always do, on the working poor, with the British government uniquely raising tax on working people. So this is a government big on tactics, but bereft of strategy. The Home Secretary wanders around looking for a culture war to join, while failing to address the issues that make our streets and indeed our homes less safe. A Labour Queen's speech would have contained measures to genuinely alleviate fuel and food poverty and supported people with the cost of living crisis. We would have seen a commitment to an industrial strategy that targeted the greatest resources on the areas that need it most and addressed the ways in which things like the apprenticeship levy is failing. A Labour Queen's speech would have recognised that you can't cure NHS waiting times unless you resource and value carers in our community, and that overseas workers help us to allow our elders to grow older in dignity. A Labour's Queen's speech would have tackled tax avoidance and non-dom status, which it turns out was the modus operandi of prominent members of the Cabinet and their families, and it would have rooted out the scandalous wastage of public money that this government routinely allows. And it would have made repairing relations with our European counterparts so that Brexit can be a mutual success, a priority, rather than revisiting previous failures, as depressingly it appears this government is now intending to do. This is a government exhausted of ideas and too mired in their own disgraces to address the problems of the nation, and it is well past time for them to be gone. And they've now reached the stage where the Prime Minister is so weakened that he has to threaten his own party with an election if they don't offer him their support. Well, when that election comes, Mr Deputy Speaker, Labour will be ready for that election, and it can't be a moment too soon.
Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, in fact, I beg to move that this debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many left and say aye.
Aye.
As you know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Neil Hanvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to start off by saying how important, or illustrating how important diagnostics are and the importance of testing. And I think nothing illustrates that more clearly than the decision to discharge elderly people to care homes without testing. Now, the government answer that asymptomatic transmission was not understood properly. That doesn't excuse fundamental and standard infection control measures which should have been in place. The Prime Minister today said in his closing remarks and concluding remarks to his speech that he wanted to create high-wage, high-skilled jobs that will drive economic growth across the United Kingdom. Well, I'm going to measure that soundbite against this government's performance and track record on the diagnostic sector in the UK. Now, the diagnostic sector should be at the vanguard of the world's intellectual development, but the evidence does not support the Prime Minister's claim that this government supports the domestic diagnostic sector. I'm going to look at past performance in the early days of the pandemic, where we are presently, and also into the future in terms of the government's strategic plan and the opportunities it could miss to our shared peril. Now, my interest in this is underscored by an NHS career spanning back a quarter of a century, and in my work, infection control and its management was a staple part of my responsibility. And I understand the really important elements of genomic and epidemiological surveillance. And I first raised this with the Chief Medical Officer in July of 2020, and I have repeatedly explored testing with the Right Honourable Member for West Suffolk when he was Secretary of State. I focused particularly on his exaggerated claims on 99% accuracy of lateral flow device tests, but my concerns have always been sincere, and this is not a political debate. I'm bringing my very genuine clinical concerns to the attention of the government yet again, and I am not making a constitutional point, because many of the issues that I'm going to talk about today are as true north of the border as they are south of the border, and they are very, very serious. Now, there's an additional element to my interest in this case, and that was my constituent Craig Ingalls, who contacted me to tell me about his concern around his investments in one of the diagnostic companies that was contacted by the government and contracted by the government to provide lateral flow devices. And he now, and many, many others that are watching this debate, feel utterly betrayed by the government because of events that I will set out in due course. And the same is true of the diagnostic sector themselves. One insider told me there is a lot of acrimony remaining within many UK companies saying they would not respond to the UK government if a similar crisis arose. Now, I don't believe that they wouldn't. I think that they would. The goodwill and trust, however, has been severely damaged, if not completely broken.
On that point of goodwill?
Yes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank and congratulate the Honourable Gentleman for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath for bringing this forward. And does the Honourable Member not agree that the methods which we were able to roll out the vaccine strategy, making uses of the public facilities and spaces, is an indication of the capacity that already exists in the NHS? And does the honourable member not agree that the focus and time given to that successful rollout must be used to assist the NHS and to add and to address the backlog situation, and even better to address the efficient operation, which we believe, and I think the honourable gentleman also believes, can happen?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. I think he makes some really important points there. The first one that I would make, and I've paid tribute to the chair of the Vaccines Development Task Force previously, and I continue to do that. I think there were also excellent strategies for the control of infection in terms of barriers and mask wearing and the like. But there's a fundamental part of infection control is that you can't pick and choose the bits that you do. You have to do them all. And that has been sorely lacking when it comes to testing. It's not been robust, it's been lacklustre to say the very least, and it's been oversold. The point that he makes about the important role of diagnostics moving the NHS forward and picking up the backlog is a really important point, and I'll touch on that very briefly at the end. This is such a huge subject, I will really struggle to get everything in, but the points that he makes are really important. So in terms of where we started off from, the Operation Moonshot was supposed to build the domestic capacity, and there was, I think, genuine engagement with the industry, and certainly from the conversations I've had with industry, the UK Rapid Test Consortium was something that they felt very keen to progress, but that failed. And I understand the challenge that the government faced, and I understand the reasons why they went to the international market to secure lateral flow devices or any kind of test. And what I would say, this is not about bad China or anything of that nature whatsoever. It's about, fundamentally, it's about UK government decision making, and I hate to say this, but it's true, but profiteering in the sale of those devices. Now, the reliability and validity of the results of the lateral flow devices has been undermined by various different assertions, and I think the government's original assertion was lateral flow tests are accurate and reliable and have extremely low false positive tests and a specificity of at least 99.9%. However, in leaked emails by the then Secretary of State's advisor, Ben Dyson, he cast doubt on this, estimating that as few as 2 to 10% of positive results may be accurate in places with low COVID cases. And the government's own Liverpool evaluation conducted by the University of Liverpool found that lateral flow devices failed to detect positive PCR cases in 2/5 of positive cases. And they also missed a third of high viral load, highly infectious cases as well. But throughout this time, the government was telling everyone that these were reliable, trustworthy tests that we could depend on. And I certainly recall one case where a constituent of mine's daughter had had multiple lateral flow device tests that were negative, and it wasn't until they insisted on getting a PCR test that they found out that she was infected, and she had infected everyone around her. And that was a mini cluster that caused great concern to them. And throughout this time I've worked with academics who have been absolutely fantastic, who have written in the BMJ and other respected journals. They have set out these concerns and they are experts, but the government of that time, and I particularly focus on the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care at the time, didn't listen to those concerns and didn't modify the message. And Lord Bethel's infamous tweet of the 15th of March 2021, where he said that Omega, Diagnostics and Mologic were in line for an order of 2 million lateral flow devices per week by the end of May, promising jobs and security. And those assertions just didn't come to fruition. Like several companies, Omega have suffered big losses and had to make significant changes to their operations. They had to sell their Alloa site. They're looking to divest the remaining infectious disease portfolio, and as part of the Rapid Test Consortium, the UK government committed to support the manufacture of lateral flow devices and other diagnostic equipment. On the 11th of February 2021, Omega announced that it had agreed a contract with the UK government. Colin King, who was then the Chief Executive Officer, said, "We are delighted to formalise our relationship with UK government to utilise our lateral flow test production capacity to support the COVID-19 mass testing programme being rolled out across this country," going on to say that the new financial year will see this growth opportunity realised and will also see the full impact of COVID-19 antigen testing. And so we are likely to deliver substantial revenue growth. These are very exciting times for business, and I am delighted that we can play a part in supporting the UK government's national effort to control the spread of coronavirus. The Herald newspaper in Scotland headlined "Jobs Boost for Scots firm Omega scoops £375 million government contract to produce instant COVID tests." But none of it happened. None of it happened. Despite these promises, significant barriers were put in place and have continued to be erected to the domestic diagnostic sector. In the case of Omega, additional manufacturing capacity was created in order to meet the demands of the UK government, but the UK government failed to deliver on the contract and the promises, and instead of substantial revenue growth, the shares in Omega Diagnostics lost more than a quarter of their value when the government pulled the rug from underneath them. Some investors have lost substantial sums of money on the back of the promises of the UK government and announcements on Twitter by Lord Bethell. They feel utterly betrayed, and understandably so. And we have a situation now where the UK government failed to make a commitment in full public view and is now seeking to recover the costs of the readiness and preparation for that expansion from companies like Omega, despite them doing everything that they were asked of by the government. The UK government distorted the market with those decisions. So will the Minister commit to review the impact of these decisions on investors and on industry? The other side of this, of course, is the domestic diagnostic sector felt completely let down. But the Department of Health found £3.7 billion to fast-track Innova-branded lateral flow devices with an eye-watering profit margin to middlemen, taking a tiny UK firm run by a property agent and a shoe retailer from £3,500 in debt to £20 million in profit in a year. And this was all facilitated by an exceptional usage authorisation from the MHRA. More on that in a moment. In contrast, UK companies have had to navigate their way through and overcome additional regulatory hurdles. The situation is best summed up by industry body, the Association of British Health Tech Industries, which called on the UK Health Security Agency to remove the confusion and uncertainty surrounding the implementation of the coronavirus test device approval, the CDTA. Now, CDTA is a hurdle that only domestic producers have to navigate. All of the imported products that I've set out the problems and flaws with through the government's own study have a free pass. They are not subjected to CDTA. It's only the domestic market that has to deal with this challenge. So Innova gene tests are exempted from CDTA, putting the domestic diagnostic sector at significant disadvantage. Now, private feedback from the industry is that the procurement process suffers from a lack of progress, transparency and poor communication. So will the Minister please consider this question. Why is the UK government purposefully disadvantaging the domestic diagnostic sector? Surely there should be a level playing field. And in a written parliamentary question to the government in the last session, I asked a simple, straightforward question. What are the number and proportion of PPE, lateral flow devices, PCR tests and other COVID-19 testing equipment that have been manufactured by UK-based companies? The response was absolutely staggering. We are unable to provide the information requested for lateral flow devices and PCR tests other than and other COVID-19 testing equipment, as this information is commercially sensitive. How can a basic statistic be commercially?
We have to move the 10 o'clock adjournment.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Neil Hanby, please continue your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So how can such a basic statistic be commercially sensitive? No one is asking for information about the companies. No one is asking, I'm certainly not asking for information about how contracts were awarded. I'm merely asking what number of government procured tests were manufactured, not assembled, not put in boxes, were manufactured in the United Kingdom. And this is a really important point. Now, another tweet from Lord Bethell going back further on the 8th of April 2020. We are backing a new business consortium, including the University of Oxford, to rapidly develop a homegrown, reliable antibody test kit to determine whether people have developed immunity after contacting the virus. Perhaps the Minister can tell me what the total amount of the government's investment has been in the domestic sector and what has been the success to date. What is the volume of products that has been made available by SureScreen to the NHS? And when will the government invest on a scale that is necessary to allow biomedical research to flourish and prosper, and successfully underpin effective partnerships between business, academia and the NHS? Now, another important part of this is biomedical research, and before the autumn statement, I believe it was, there was a Westminster debate looking at the AMRC's proposal for a Life Sciences Partnership Fund, and this was intended to help charitable research and sustain it through the pressures of a drop in COVID funding. It was a drop in the ocean for government. It was £300 million they needed to sustain that research. There was cross-party support. Many of the medics that sit on the government benches were there and spoke passionately about the need to sustain the research portfolio. The government didn't put, I think it was, there might have been 10 million in there, I couldn't say for sure, but that doesn't meet the needs of the research community. And the Academy of Medical Sciences has underlined the value of biomedical research and its importance to the economy and health of the population. Their campaign, What It's Worth, concluded for every pound that is invested in medical research, it delivers a return equivalent to 25 pence per year, every year thereafter. So you get full 100% recovery from the investment within 4 years, and you continue to accumulate value thereafter. 100% of that investment is therefore recovered in 4 short years. The Academy of Medical Sciences are also calling on the government to invest 3% of GDP on research and development, setting 2.4% by 2027 as an intermediate goal. So will the Minister commit to seriously considering this request from this important and prestigious organisation? There's one such charity that's working in the research space, Action for ME, and they have said that collaborating with the ME community could further support UK diagnostics research in their pursuit of tackling long COVID. This is because there are clinical similarities between long COVID and ME, and there is a real opportunity to further research in both fields. So now I want to talk about the future, and the rest of the world is planning for a 10-year strategy to deal with the novel virus COVID and its further mutations. The US have effectively cornered the lateral flow device market from the East, and that is a very clear explanation as to why we had difficulty in the winter securing lateral flow devices and indeed probably PCRs. But that's not the only novel virus that we could potentially have to deal with, particularly as a result of global warming. Novel virus and variants of Ebola and dengue fever are possible, And so it's really important that we have the testing diagnostic equipment that is sensitive to all of these different eventualities. What we can't do is ignore surveillance. It must be robust and effective. Testing and surveillance is the answer to protecting the nation from further lockdowns. There are two innovative companies that I've spoken to. I won't go into detail about them at the moment, one in Scotland, one in England. And their technology and their expertise could be lost to the US because the UK government is dragging its heels over its support for the domestic diagnostic sector. And those AI tests are particularly sensitive, and they are able to be tailored to all of these novel viruses. Once you have a profile, then you can deploy that profile really swiftly. So if there's a new variant, you get that into the system, you build up the sensitivity to it, and the tests can be deployed. But that intellectual property is now at risk of being taken out of the country because the US are very interested in that technology. And it really, I think, illustrates how important it is to value the science community that has got us out of this really nasty scrape. So it's clear to industry that the UK is not preparing for any future pandemic, and I'm not convinced that the government has learned any lessons from the current pandemic and how they will incorporate the lessons into the planning for future pandemics. So I know there is some surveillance that's happening at the border, but it's not clear to certainly to me, or I think to any other members, what that actually looks like. The next question is the government considering implementing civil contingency planning and attaching that to a ministerial portfolio with the responsibility to regularly report back to the House and indeed to select committee. And are ministers being provided with civil contingency training and the decisions that they must take confidently during any future pandemic? Industry is focusing on how to establish a playbook for recommendations in the case of a future UK pandemic, but the UK government must pay attention to the industry. Industry also hope that the UK regulations for medical devices and diagnostic currently in development are flexible enough to cover emergency situations, so we don't see a return to these ad hoc regulations such as EUAs and CDTA and a completely distorted playing field. These are damaging. These mechanisms and statutory instruments that put barriers in the way of the domestic diagnostic sector are damaging the sector, and they act as a barrier to the UK diagnostic sector making progress. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, there's a need to find a way through these barriers, fostering new ways of working and ultimately finding solutions, and that is surely what we would all want to see. Realising and releasing the UK's ambition as a scientific superpower depends on valuing the scientific community. And the future health of whole populations, both in the UK and abroad, relies on that investment. The domestic diagnostic sector is vital to tackling the NHS backlog, as the Honourable Gentleman pointed out some time ago, not just in cancer, but in a range of different diseases, and it's important that we have that capacity built up and ready to be deployed. The success of UK diagnostics industry is critical to achieving all of this. And there is huge potential for UK companies to break into the international markets with novel approaches and new emerging technologies that will benefit patients at home and abroad, as well as exporting that intellectual know-how. There is no point in crossing our fingers and hoping that COVID has gone away. There are new variants lurking in the background, and they could strike at any time. And we must have the diagnostic capacity to be able to almost immediately switch on both genomic and epidemiological surveillance. So, I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and Could I just start by congratulating and thanking the Honourable Member for Kirkcaldy and Caldenby for securing this important debate and putting on the record some very, very serious points which I have listened to and will read with great interest. And can I just also pay tribute to his own personal experience as a very respected professional clinician in the fields of oncology and adolescent cancer in particular. And I, as someone who has brought a different expertise to this House, it's hugely valuable, and I really welcome his input. I'm grateful for the opportunity to respond on behalf of the government. I think actually the points he's made are probably better answered really by somebody from the Department of Health and Social Care, but I will raise the points he's made with them. In particular, some very important points about infection control in the new post-pandemic landscape, and the points he's made about the importance of learning the lessons from the pandemic procurement emergency, for that was what it was, and the lessons for us going forwards in terms of a sustainable and vibrant diagnostics sector, and the concerns he raised on behalf of his constituent Craig Engels, I think he said, in terms of the investments, the issues around Omega, the reliability of the lateral flow test in particular, and the new pathogens. And the point that the Honourable Member for Strangford made, I think is well made, and Belfast University in Northern Ireland is a diagnostics powerhouse, in fact, and I'm very well cited on that in the heart of our science, superpower and innovation plans, and I'm looking forward to revisiting Belfast to see that work. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the 3 minutes I have, I can't deal with all the points that have been made, but I will pick up the specific questions the Honourable Members raised and write to him with an answer. I think it's worth just saying that the COVID pandemic was the most extraordinary, unprecedented emergency that we faced, the first pandemic we faced as a generation. And if you cast your mind back to 2020, I've got until 5:30. Oh, I won't detain the House unnecessarily, but that means I don't need to rush quite in the way that I might. But if we cast our minds back to January, February 2020, the truth is we were confronting completely unprecedented national decisions and emergencies. Government was, there was no playbook for this. And I say that as somebody who, sadly, I wasn't able to bring my expertise in the sector to government at the time. I was liberated of the burden of office, Mr Deputy Speaker, on February the 13th, the Valentine's Day reshuffle. In fact, my last government role was to attend the first COBRA meeting on what was then called the virus emergency. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
I think the Minister for giving way. I think one observation that I made, and I may be professionally slanted in this, but one of the observations that I made was that we had lots of very academics who were involved in the decision making at COBRA. But there are extremely capable and experienced senior nurses and emergency clinicians who deal with major incidents day in, day out. And they are the ones who understand how to run an emergency, and they are the ones who understand where the gaps could be. And I would just make this very gentle suggestion. I have a bit of a professional hero, Louise Bowden, who was chief nurse at UCLH and got us through the 7/7 bombs and also the Admiral Duncan pub bomb. Unfortunately, I was on duty as site manager for both of those, and it wasn't very pleasant. But when you have somebody of that capability, I would suggest that would the government consider having somebody with that major incident experience in the room when they're planning these things in future.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman makes an important point, and look, I don't think he'd expect me, given that I wasn't the Minister at the time, sadly, I would have loved to have been, but I mean, I don't think it's a state secret to say that clearly there were mistakes made in that national emergency, and that's why there is a proper and full inquiry, and I think he's made some important points that need to be picked up, but I don't think he'd expect me to give a running commentary here on those decisions that were taken, but he's raised some really important points. And if we cast our minds back, Mr Deputy Speaker, you'll remember there was a 2 or 3 week period where we were worried that the lack of ventilators would be the great crisis, and there was a national ventilator challenge, and innovative groups all around the country were stood up to try and design ventilators. Engineers worked out how you could. I mean, all of that happened in very fast order, and there were all sorts of issues raised, procurements flagged that in the end we didn't need. So, I mean, I don't think anyone would say that it was a seamless process. It was a national emergency, and there are clearly many lessons to learn. I just wanted to deal with I think the sort of bigger points that he's made, and I'll pick up perhaps the specifics in detail in a written reply. But as former Minister for Life Science, I would just make this observation that one of the things the pandemic revealed is that things that we'd done 7-8 years earlier in the coalition paid not just the 4x return on investment, which is traditional in this sector, but many, many times over. And the truth is, the reason we were able to sequence the COVID virus so fast was because of the launching of the genomics program, which I was very proud to have led back in the coalition. The accelerated access review we put in place, the parallel approvals process with the MHRA, the early access to medicine scheme, the setting up of VMIC, which myself and John Bell in 2016 suggested would be a sensible piece of foresighting to invest in vaccine manufacturing. It was clearly going to change. We had no idea, of course, there would be a pandemic, which meant that facility was suddenly incredibly important and urgent for us to have. And the establishment of NHS Digital. I think one of the lessons of the pandemic was the importance of really good data and the importance of having national data sets, but also local data sets. And as an MP in Norfolk, in my constituency, I remember being frustrated that we didn't really have the granularity of data or the ability to do public health by cities, districts. It was done by big, clumsy government regions. And I think there's all sorts of lessons in there about how in an emergency, yes, it requires national implementation and measures. It also requires a subtlety of local control and empowering the local experts on the ground who are best equipped to work out how to contain and to control. But I wanted really to focus where I can add perhaps most value to this debate in the important points he's made about the importance of the diagnostics industry. And I think one of the great lessons of the pandemic, actually, which has absolutely been taken to the heart of government, is that we need to recognise that globalisation is going to drive more and more infectious disease challenges. And I mean, God forbid we have another pandemic of this type, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I think you only have to look at the last 10, 15 years. We've had Zika, we've had Ebola, we've had COVID. It is very likely that we will see more of these, hopefully local, regional, but potentially, if we're not ready to contain them, global outbreaks of disease. And globalization will drive the release of new pathogens. And that's why pathogen detection is one of the technologies that I'm putting at the heart of our 3-year plan going forward. And indeed, we're investing in, and I'm working with the Chief Scientist, Sir Patrick Vallance, on how we can make sure that we harness our leadership in genomics for broader pathogen detection across animal, plant and human health, and make sure that we've built off the back of the pandemic that network. But he makes a more specific point as well, which is that in the both the healthcare system, the NHS here, the care system, but also in the life science industry, diagnostics has really for years, I say this as someone who spent 15 years in the sector before coming to Parliament, it was always slightly the poor relation of the sector. Drug discovery, the pharmaceutical sector tended to raise the big money and have the higher profile. But in fact, it's the diagnostics that the pandemic revealed are absolutely key if you really want to get on top of the disease. But also, the life science industry is moving to recognise that actually if you want to deliver real value and if you want to reduce the cost of disease, which is the real key to the economy and to the health system, then we need to build diagnosis in much earlier. And that's both, if I may call it, basic diagnosis of easily detectable and treatable diseases, but also the deeper science of longer-term diagnosis of tomorrow's conditions. And that's why in the life science vision that we set out last year, the update to our life science industrial strategy, this next 10 years, we've insisted on closing that gap between the traditional dichotomy in government where my department, BAYS, sponsors the research and DH does the procurement and the licensing and the approvals, to try and build to a much more integrated model where we focus on diseases in places and the patient pathway and bring diagnosis, treatment, prevention together around those 8 disease missions. And one of the things I hope and intend for that to do is to put the diagnostics industry right at the heart of those missions, so that instead of being traditionally, the diagnostics industry has tended to be the black box that sits on the hospital ward, these days it's becoming absolutely integral to the life science industry working out how to treat disease and how to understand and detect. So I think those missions are completely key. And to reassure the honourable gentleman and other colleagues here this evening, we are investing heavily in this next phase in both the mRNA technologies that are absolutely key to the next phase of detection and diagnosis, the new treatments. VMIC, actually, the Vaccine Manufacturing Innovation Centre, which we set up as an academic unit to work on future vaccine manufacturing technologies, suddenly became, during the pandemic, an urgent facility for onshoring. And so I'm pleased, actually, that we have transferred VMIC into the hands of Catalent, a world leader in mRNA diagnostics and therapeutics and treatments. So we have established a much more robust national supply chain for both flu and other respiratory diseases and other pathogens. So I do think many of the lessons have been learned, but there is more to do, obviously. And we've set out in our latest life science vision an £8 billion commitment to research across MRC, deep research on my side, as it were, of the portfolio as Minister at Bayes, and $4.5 billion into DH and the National Institute for Health Research. The NIHR, about $1 billion a year, is the sort of engine of research under the NHS. And at its heart, crucially, we've said that the diagnostics piece has got to be absolutely central to that landscape. And that's both the influenza and other respiratory pathogen detection, but also the molecular diagnostics, the biomarkers, the genomic insights into disease. Because the truth is the NHS is a huge procurer daily, as he knows, the honourable gentleman knows very well, of blood tests for individual conditions. But if we properly integrate that, then we'll be building up a database of deep expertise in biomarkers, in understanding what are really the early signals of disease, and we can harness that to make the NHS much more of a diagnostics research engine. And those missions, the 8 missions, 8 diseases, the dream, the aim is that we'll then be able to mobilise patients much more quickly through digital technologies into trials. Patients through charities can enrol in clinical research, and using that spine of biobank and the molecular diagnostics piece, we can start to give industry much quicker access to the patients who are on the front line of the conditions that we need to treat. And that, I think, should drive a virtuous circle in which we detect earlier, treat earlier, attract investment. And it ultimately, as the honourable member says, we move from a paradigm where the NHS, under cost pressures, is a low price and often late procurer to a scenario in which the NHS doesn't have to be a high price payer, because it's giving industry the even more valuable thing, which is access to patients and charities and disease and patient consent for research. And the NHS's role in this sector is as a research engine. And I've been very clear to industry, we will never, in a publicly funded healthcare system, be the highest price payer. You wouldn't expect us to be, but the promise I can make you is that we will move heaven and earth to be an earlier adopter, an earlier tester, the best place in the world to come and test, diagnose your new treatments, get the data on which patients they work in, and then you can use that to go around the world and sell to other countries. And I think that is the vision, really, of the NHS as a 21st century research engine. I'll happily give way.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Minister, you early on referred to Queen's University of Belfast, and I know you have a particular interest in being there and involved with them. Is there any way that you can maybe indicate that if Queen's University in Belfast or any other universities in Northern Ireland have been involved in this type of research and partnership? Because it's so important to take advantage of all that massive amount of knowledge that there is in that sector.
Yes, the honourable gentleman does make a really important point. It invites me to signal again my support for what's going on there. And if you look at the cancer outcomes in Northern Ireland, the truth is that the Queen's University team, who've been working on biomarkers, earlier detection, have ended up driving not just investment, but also much quicker, much better outcomes for the people of Northern Ireland. And that is the real power of this sector, is that it delivers better healthcare for everybody in the values of the NHS, but also attracts investment and drives industry. And I would go so far as to say that in the new landscape, we will see companies like Randox developing very affordable consumer diagnostics kits that can help drive earlier detection, building onto a digital interface, and we can then help support patients to get into trials earlier and to drive that research medicine piece. And I think Belfast, Northern Ireland, is actually on the front line of that. I perhaps just close by just highlighting Yes, I'll happily give way.
I'm really grateful, and it's been an excellent debate this evening. In York, we had a company which was developing aptamers in order to be used in the diagnostic process, and government didn't have a grip on the governance and the understanding of the capability of what can be produced and the quality that would match. And therefore, how is that mapping process being done to ensure that every part of the manufacturing process is brought together?
Well, the Honourable Lady, not for the first time, makes a really important point, and not being a minister in DH, Department of Health and Social Care, I better defer to them on where they are in terms of that specific mapping point. In terms of my responsibilities at Bayes, we are, as I think she knows, very carefully looking to grow the innovation economy by mapping the clusters of expertise around the country, including Bio Yorkshire, which I came up to visit recently, and to make sure that we are aware of and supporting those clusters of research around the country. And I would just at this point, seeing as I've been invited to comment on other geographies, highlight how proud I was that actually the Norwich Research Park was the first place in the country to establish a local testing facility and the local testing infrastructure to process it. And I think one of the things the pandemic revealed is that whether it was on test and trace or data or local epidemiological control, the best people are the people on the ground locally to get on top of it. And I think one of the lessons of the pandemic is, yes, you need strong national leadership, but you also need to free up and trust the clinical and professional judgment of people on the ground. Let me just highlight, because I think for the record it's important just to speak to the scale of the diagnostics challenge in the pandemic. At peak, over 700,000 PCR tests and 74,000 genomic sequences were done daily. So this has been the most extraordinary turbocharging of our diagnostics infrastructure, and I think everyone is aware of what we owe the diagnostics industry, which needs to be put on the record, but also that infrastructure must be maintained for future events. I would also just highlight that the genomic sequencing technology has been completely fundamental to this. The groundbreaking analysis of the combined SARS-CoV-2 genomic sequences and the epidemiological data has supported the uploading of 2.7 million of the 10.7 million genomes in GSAID, the global initiative on sharing avian influenza data. So we are leaders, because of that genomics investment, we're now leaders in the global networks for genomic sequencing, and over 2 billion lateral flow tests have been provided across the UK. I'm conscious of the time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think with the permission of the House, I'll deal with the detailed questions the honourable members raised, but I hope I've reassured colleagues that we've absolutely learned the lesson that this diagnostics industry is never again the poor relation, that emergencies require us to learn the lessons. We won't have got everything right. That official inquiry is important. I'd like to take the politics out of it and make sure that the clinical lessons are learnt, but I can assure him that we are determined to make sure this industry is put four square at the heart of our life science vision going forward.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many of that can say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.